seated at the back, my humble request is that if you don't mind to occupy the front seats, that will really be awesome. You never know what's coming ahead, what we shall be considering. We have presented several panels, and if something comes up that really favors front seaters. So again, I'm requesting if we also come in and take in the front seats, it will be much appreciated. My name is Rita Cabanyoro. And again, I'm the host of today's 40 Days 40 FinTech Landscape Exhibition. It's the 4th edition of its kind. I am very much pleased, my pleasure to be in this place to as well interact with each one of us. And I know everyone in this room has got a very exceptional, capacity that you have been able to build and improve lives in whatever you do. Applause for that. It's now time to open up our bodies and hands. Ladies and gentlemen, applause to yourself. If you don't clap for yourself, you don't like yourself? Thank you. Actually, I'll not be alone. Let me just tell you what to expect as the day goes by. Amidst us, I have got my other co-hosts and moderators. I'll be introducing them a bit later on. You will see them. But for now, I'm just going to shout out to them. Priscilla Regina from NTV. She hosts the morning show together with Chris Higenyi. You'll be seeing them later on. And also, a lot to expect today in regards to the program. And before we start the program, I just want everyone to be inside at least so that we can have a prayer and we can kick start. Thank you so much. You will also experience a 40 Days 40 FinTech journey that is yet to happen before your sight. Those of you who have no idea about what has been happening before actually this exhibition, we have compiled everything together. You're going to be seeing that journey play on the screen later on. And also, we have our guest of honor that is expected. I'm going to go through the program. I'm saying this once again. If you're taking tea outside, my humble request is, it's okay. You can walk in with your cup of tea, with your bites, occupy the front seats. I'm requesting that we take up the seats here. If you don't mind at all. Once again, to remind you on social media, for the social media engagement, we're going to be live on a platform that is the Hi People YouTube platform. And also, make sure you tag on using the very important hashtags. These hashtags are right on the screen right now. You can see hashtag 40 Days 40 FinTechs, hashtag the Level 1 project. So don't hesitate to post a picture on Twitter or any platform that you're very comfortable with and tagging those hashtags. You never know, the one who retweets more and creates more content around there, you walk away with something at least, right? We're here to improve lives, to include everyone. So I'm sure you walk away with something. Okay, we're going to start our program. I just want to confirm everyone outside is in here. So we've got panels as well that we expect to take place around to elevate what we know around the fintech industry, to create solutions. I know some of us have got challenges with the service providers, some challenges on the financial sector around what we're dealing with. But the panels are going to help address some of those challenges to create solutions for you. One thing I cannot go without mentioning is you interacting with your neighbor. You don't know whom you're sitting next to. And you don't know that person could be actually your ticket tomorrow to somewhere, to something. So at least make sure you walk away with a number, greet, and interact more and more. We're going to have a prayer and start our program. My humble request again, if you don't mind, to occupy the front seats. Ladies and gentlemen, a humble request, let's humble ourselves for a prayer and we kickstart off this colorful, beautiful, memorable event. Dear Lord Father, we thank you for the gift of life today. We thank you for the beautiful sunrise you have brought. And we thank you for the morning that it's another edition of the landscape exhibition here at Mistil. Thank you so much that you have brought us safe and clear here. We dedicate this day before you. May you bless it as we're going to maneuver through it. May you as well come, your Holy Spirit be around and also take control. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Okay. Once again, my name is Rita Cabanyoro, and the lady and the gentleman I earlier introduced to you and now here, they will at least give a wave to you. The moderators of the day, you will as well see them on this podium. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Priscilla Regina. She's a host at NTV, Morning NTV. There she is. You don't want to clap? Nice one. And then we've got the gentleman, Chris Higenyi. There he goes. The two people will oftenly come around the podium and have a word to you, and also they will be moderating some of the panels I mentioned earlier. With no further ado, I will now go into the program on what you will expect as the day goes by. Of course, you're now here. We started with you arriving and taking something. And those of you who are still taking it from outside, please occupy the seats also in front. We will have a 40 Days 40 FinTech's video play highlighting the 40 Days 40 FinTech's journey. And this will highlight and give you a phase of what has been happening before this day. Also, we shall have a very fast panel which will be delivering affordable financial products to the poor and vulnerable groups using the FinTech. And that will be how everything in that package will have to relate around what I just said. We shall also have keynote address that is going to be highlighted on the state of Uganda's communication infrastructure and network connectivity. And as well, we expect a video of the Uganda network video to play around there. We have a second panel right after, which will be introducing the unbanked women and youth to the formal financial inclusion ecosystem with the FinTech. Also, we are expecting our guest of honor. Like I said, will be here shortly. We also have a thematic presentation that will be highlighting Airtel Money Pay as accelerating Uganda's cashless economy drive. Thereafter, we expect a very third panel that will be encouraging transactional account using FinTech initiatives on mobile applications and the USSD-based innovators. Of course, we know our stomachs need something, right? So lunch will be served. However, this event shall continue even after lunch, where we shall have financing and banking opportunities for startups and SMEs. So if you are a startup and an SME in this building, you really don't have to leave after your lunch, because this package is right for you. And then we are going to also encounter with another panel, which will be highlighting modernizing lending models and improving affordable and timely credit with the FinTech. And thereafter, we shall have open discussions, which will be stressing out using financial technology to the bank and the unbanked. We shall have the opportunities and the challenges there. And we will conclude, you will leave at leisure. For now, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know how, I'm just going to say it. Some of you might not even have known it, by the way. Since the Queen, we lost the Queen, may her soul rest in peace, it's been changed to gentlemen and ladies. But I mean, it takes, I don't know the time it will take for us to adopt gentlemen and ladies. But we go with the ladies and gentlemen. Introducing the video, which is stressing the journey of the 40 Days 40 FinTechs right now. Thereafter, we are going to have a very fast panel.
People is proud to present the 4th season of the 40 Days 40 FinTechs, an initiative under its Include Everyone program, which is leading the way in advocating for technology that promotes financial inclusivity. Since 2020, we've profiled over 100 FinTechs, and our latest season is shining a spotlight on those breaking down digital barriers and transforming lives for the better.
I am Paul Zake, and I'm Managing Director and Co-founder Agusha Uganda Limited. We are a digital startup enabling farmers to hire and as well lend their agricultural resources.
Jafet Arido, I'm the Managing Director for Airtel Money, a company that was registered almost now 2 years ago under the name Airtel Mobile Commerce Uganda Limited.
My name is Alicia Renamgira, and I'm the CEO of Bellbeauty Uganda. Bellbeauty is a digital marketplace that connects service providers to customers.
My name is Jean Anthony Onyait. I'm the Chief Executive Officer and founder of Akelo Banker. And at Akelo Banker, we provide digital infrastructure that is used to enable millions of smallholders and MSMEs to access really important and sometimes life-saving products and services.
My name is Flavia Eleno Kasenge at EasyMoney. We are a technology company dealing with both financial and non-financial services, targeting the people at the bottom of the pyramid.
I'm Ranga Aksam, CEO, Aspen Technologies Limited. Aspen Technologies Limited is a software development company that aims to create solutions to problems that are helping to change people's lives.
My name is Mercy Angela Nantongo, and I'm a product manager here at Easier Greek. Easier Greek is an agriculture technology company, and our goal is to provide end-to-end agriculture solutions to both farmers and businesses operating in the agricultural landscape in the country.
My name is Victor Magaki Mageto. I am the regional HR business partner at AutoCheck Africa. AutoCheck is a one-stop shop for people who are willing to buy, sell, and service their cars.
My name is Glover John McAnnis. I work with Bloody Financial Services. Bloody Financial Services is a microfinance with a major objective of helping members and workers subjects to secure their security of tenancy, improve on their well-being through accessing affordable financial services.
My name is Steven Chirenga, and I head product and business development and customer experience at Centennial Technology Services. Centennial Technology Services is the technology company of Centennial Group.
My name is Shamim Nirere. I am the team lead at Zero Education. Zero Education is a social enterprise that is transforming education in underserved communities to realize quality 21st century learning outcomes for all.
I'm Munyanja Crispinus, founder and CEO at Clinic Pesa. At Clinic Pesa, we actually out to solve one of the biggest challenges, which is access to healthcare financing.
So my name's Dimant Shah. I lead Crop Silicon as the Chief Executive Officer. Crop Silicon is a FinTech that was established in year 2000. So our focus predominantly used to be on microfinances. Of course, we've evolved into now commercial banking, Islamic banking, digital banking platforms, payment solutions, anti-money laundering solutions, and our recent innovations in micro-lending and buy now, pay later platforms.
My name is John Vianney Waswara. At NES, we have one goal, and that is to make investing accessible to everyone, including the underdeveloped markets.
My name is Aguma Hilary Timothy. The tech for Easy Ticket Limited. Easy Ticket Limited is basically a ticketing solution company.
My name is Mtevi Alawi, the founder and CEO of Ecolink Technologies Group. Ecolink Technologies Group is a software and fintech company that is specialized in the development of customized digital solutions that are helping African SMEs to deliver to their clients a number of services.
My name is Ponciano Biansi. I'm an agronomist from ETG, which is an export trading group.
My name is Vincent Tumwejeche, the CEO and co-founder of FutureLink Technologies. FutureLink Technologies is Uganda's community-driven marketplace for financial services. And we work to create financial freedom in Uganda.
My name is Stella Nambuya Lugalambi. I'm a co-founder and managing director for Hamwe East Africa. When we started Hamwe, our focus was to work with farmers on advisory services.
My name is Wilfred Wabwire, country manager for Jumo World Uganda and Kenya. Jumo is the market-leading banking as a service platform provider. We enable access to funds at the lowest possible operating cost.
My name is Innocent Orichiriza. I'm the founder and CEO of Kasaiba Technologies. Kasaiba Technologies is a transport technology company based in Uganda that is building digital ticketing and payment systems for buses, trains, and ferries, possible to scale outside that and serve public transport.
My name is Gerard Sevunya, and I'm co-founder of Kawu. Kawu is a service that is built for students. It uses a smart card that enables students to access mobile money services along with other digital financial services.
My name is Nyawira Maina. I work for Little Limited and I'm the country corporate manager. Little is a company that offers technological solutions for transport, allows individuals to move from one point to another using a digital platform.
My name is Raymond Peter Chiwanuka. I am the founder and managing director of Cray Microfinance Limited. Cray is a digital microfinance company that is licensed and regulated by the Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority.
My name is Susan Awor. I'm a business administrator at Merchandise Uganda. Merchandise Uganda is a business platform, a marketplace, helping SMEs cheaply to create their own stores online for easy visibility, market access, and direct interfacing with their clients.
My name is Orech Dennis Daniel. I am the CEO / co-founder of Medmo. Medmo is a fintech startup that is based in Lira that disperses microfuel loans to those operating in the industry of the transportation sector.
My name is Stephen Mutana. I work with MTN Momo or Mobile Money as the Chief Strategy and Stakeholder Officer.
My name is Mulwana Joshua and I'm the founder and CEO at Multicard. We are a digital agency that uses near-field communication to create products that improve people's lives.
My name is Dr. Mwesigwa David, the medical in charge for My Doctor Digital Healthcare Services. Our main emphasis as My Doctor is offering what we call digital healthcare, in short term what we call telemedicine.
My name is Dan Edoma. I wear two hats at Maitalo, first as a country manager for Uganda. Maitalo is a financial technology company predominantly focused on remittances.
My name is Aaron Kasozi. I'm the general manager for PayLater Limited. PayLater is your lease to own or hire purchase company where people acquire products and pay in equal monthly installments for a period of 6 months.
My name is Bob Oyuru, and I'm the CEO of Citron Uganda. Citron is a financial services company. We operate under one brand, PayClyde. We help people, especially migrants, access financial services and send money back to their families.
My name is Emily Sanyanakabuye, the CEO and co-founder of eMoments Limited. eMoments is the parent company of PesaJet. PesaJet is a payments business application that involves itself in works like education and the agriculture sector.
My name is Gatiko Kireka, and I get the pleasure of leading the PesaLink team as a Chief Executive Officer. PesaLink is a real-time payments platform, and we are able to enable transfers between bank accounts of individuals and businesses as well.
My name is Najuma Diana. I'm a 24-year-old recent graduate from Makerere University, where I offered a bachelor's degree in software engineering. I'm a co-founder at Tesla Uganda, a smart home automation startup that is breaking grounds in changing the lives of Ugandans.
My name is Achibuye Ali, the head of operations QuickPost Limited. QuickPost Limited is a licensed FinTech which offers
Safe Border. Safe Border is a Ugandan homegrown ride-hailing super app enabling our customers to get where they're going using a border or a car.
My name is Marvin Peter Kankwasa, the CEO at Social Lend Africa Tech Limited. Social Lend Africa is a digital lending peer-to-business marketplace.
My name is Winfred Nandaula. I am the Regional Programs Director for Tawaza Digital Varieties, a fintech company that is working to enable access to financial services to the informal, women and youth in the rural areas.
My name is Katulam George from Copper Limited. Copper Limited is the parent for the brand called TikTech. So TikTech is an online event solution that is selling online tickets for events.
My name is Lintu Kay. I am the head of PR and marketing at Sente. Sente is a financial technology company that helps businesses, companies, organizations automate company finance.
My name is Joel Nabimanya, and I am the growth and marketing lead here at ZofiCash. ZofiCash is an early wage access platform that enables the employees to access their wages before payday.
My name is Kakande Farid Gava, Chief Executive Officer, Zukuka Traders Limited. The services that we offer under Zukuka Finance, they are all about savings products and loan products.
40 Days, 40 FinTechs helps us elevate the great work that is going on, the skills that are available in Uganda, and most important, the life-changing and impactful contributions by youth, women, men in our society. How I wish it would not only be once a year, how I wish you'd do it more frequently, and even get into some of the schools or colleges at the formative layer. And I know these people, students, do come to the events, and nothing makes me happier than seeing young minds engage with technology and all the benefits that we get from it.
One thing that you have done so well is bringing all the fintechs together and having everybody discuss and understand where the industry is going, being able to understand the problems that we face as an industry, being able to work together. I can assure you, and I can even comment, open APIs, for example, in Airtel Money will not be a reality by today. But in last year event, which was the season 3 of 40 Days, 40 FinTechs, actually we picked that as a challenge because everybody was talking about making the platform a bit open. So for me, I give credit, and I can say what 40 Days, 40 FinTechs is doing in this country. It's actually priceless.
Join us in this financial inclusivity revolution presented in partnership with Level 1 Project, Cyber PLC Academy, Cross-Select Technologies, Infitex, Ideation Corner, and the Moduloop Foundation with generous support from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Follow hashtag 40 Days 40 FinTechs, hashtag Level 1 Project to learn more and get involved in creating a brighter financial future for all.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, again. You are the 40 Days 40 FinTech exhibition, and this is the landscape exhibition. For now, we're going into a very important discussion that is going to highlight a number of things that you can't really afford to miss out. Without wasting any minutes, introducing right now on the podium is Priscilla Regina, who is the host at NTV. She's going to talk about herself more. I think she knows herself better, right, Priscilla? Please welcome the beautiful Priscilla as she takes us on the very first panel.
Actually, I would be making the 41st FinTech. So if this video was to continue on, I was ready to just jump in and say, hi, my name is Priscilla Regina Naloga. I eat, I drink, I make money, I sleep, and I repeat that. Good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. You're most welcome. Now, for purposes of closeness in this conversation, I request those that are our guests this morning to just move to the seat in front of you if it's empty. Thank you so much for your obedience. If there's an empty seat in front of you, please take it up. Ladies, can we take these front seats? Thank you. Dear gentlemen and lady on the side on the left, there's seats in front of you. Could you please take them up? We want to have closeness in the room so that people who are going to come later on do not inconvenience us when ushers are trying to fit them in the lines. Okay, all right. Okay, looks like we're all settled in. You're most welcome to the 2023 Landscape Exhibition, and we're going to be having our panel discussions. As you have been duly told, my name is Priscilla Regina Naloga, and I'm privileged to work with the most dynamic media group in the country, that is Nation Media Group. Of course, we do cover media over Africa for Africa, and this morning it's FinTech of Africa for Africa. So I'm privileged to be a part of this dialogue, of course, with 17,000 hours in media practice. I had the privilege of interacting with some of the FinTech solution providers and service providers or product makers earlier on. Let me share my interaction with some of them. I did have an interaction with AgriShare Uganda. I was surprised that they do hiring to enable people who are having startups, especially agri-based startups, to have convenient way of getting into the markets and wanting to do what they want to do. They do hire land. They will be explaining to us exactly how they get the land and who's their Gamba Nogu. Of course, they are helping you in processing and all the machinery that you could need for a small farming project. That's a cool thing. Then, I had the privilege of going to another table, and this table was flashing some money. I said, ooh, that's a lot of money. So my hands got, they wanted to grab all the money there, only to flip it, and oops, wasn't real cash. I was very disappointed, but Zofi Cash, making every day a payday. They're focusing on employees who get problems in the middle of the month. They can't get, that bonus or extra when they walk into the HR's office, so they have to wait for the end of the month, which causes them to take on unnecessary, loans. And so these guys are saying, we can be the middleman in the middle of the month. Whatever your problem is, we can help sort it out. And then at the end of the month, we just cut off hours, and you stay with your balance. I thought that was very, very cool. I also interacted with Zukuka, and engaging with the gentleman who was giving me the explanation, because for them, they are looking into holistic banking for Sharia-compliant businesses, individuals, organizations, or institutions. So I asked him, why the focus on Sharia? Because I felt like it was excluding some of us. But in his explanation, I got to appreciate that, oh, wait, when we say holistic, that means that we have to be including everyone who feels that they have a certain way they do things based on their faith, based on their morals and their disciplines and principles. That's what inclusion is all about. And therefore, it brings us to our first panel discussion this morning, delivering affordable financial products to the poor and vulnerable groups using FinTech. Of course, looking at the rise of FinTech here in Uganda and East Africa by and large, there's a lot of potential in using technology to provide financial services as well as products, looking at the underprivileged persons and the vulnerable communities. However, where do we draw the line of understanding who qualifies as underprivileged or vulnerable? And this may not actually be as easy because there's the already existing traditional banking and financial services. So how do you marry the two to actually ensure that you service more or less the same communities? You also get to look at FinTech offering various affordable financial products. You're looking at mobile money. If you don't have a mobile money account, today, then you must be holding a gold card or a platinum card in some international financial institution. But nevertheless, you have to call somebody, and then again, you can't avoid mobile banking. Anyway, you're looking at digital payments. You can make financial transactions more accessible and, of course, efficient to the poor and vulnerable groups. But there are also challenges in delivering these affordable financial products. One of them is digital literacy. The other day my grandmother wanted jewelry, and I was thinking, okay, now I have to go look for the jewelry, then take it to her. What if she doesn't appreciate it? But she has a smartphone, so I had to call my cousin and tell him, I'm going to send photos to grandma, help her choose, and then select what is needed, and then I make an e-payment, and then it's delivered. Voila, sorted. However, at what cost is that? Time efficient? Yes, but I have to put in extra money for that to happen, right? There's also cybersecurity. We have seen this in form of the younger generation, the youths. They are like they're going to have a bang in the future because they're continuously on the phones, right? But then how safe is the usage of your products and services on these digital platforms? There's also data privacy. So there's quite a number of things that we want to focus on in our first panel in exploring these opportunities, the challenges, and how we can actually find effective solutions to deliver affordable financial products, again, focusing on the poor as well as vulnerable groups using FinTech. And so without further ado, allow me to introduce to you my first panel of the day. We do have Sharon Nambozo. Sharon Nambozo, you're most welcome to the panel. Sharon Nambozo is going to be our lead lady for this panel. She's a business development manager with My Doctor. I also interacted with My Doctor. You're most welcome. They have a weighing scale behind there. I don't know how much she weighs, but I checked for myself and was like, hey, I am comfortable where I am. I'm in between an elephant and a tiger, which is okay. And so they have solutions for me anyway later on. We're going to also be joined by Christian Wamambe. Mr. Christian Wamambe, you're most welcome. Though I have an issue with Safe Border, they started this nice product and then they took it off the market. It made my lunchtime so convenient. But then I called them last week and said, oh, we no longer offer that service. So, Christian, you'll explain to us why you scraped off that service. We also do have Stephen Chirenga. Mr. Stephen Chirenga, you are equally most welcome. He's the head of product and business development, that is with FinTech. And our final panelist this morning is going to be Engineer Chris Pinas Onyancha, founder and CEO, Clinic Pesa. All right, you are most welcome. So I'm going to start with my extreme left and ask a very simple question. What is the service that you offer, and why do you offer that kind of service, and who's your target group when you're offering this particular service or product?
Okay. Thank you. Nice to have me here. We offer healthcare financing. As you all know that, of course, most people do not have access to health insurance. When you look at, for example, the insurance companies that are actually already operating in the market, is that the premiums are a bit high for the low-income segments. And when you look at our communities, they've not yet typically embraced the aspect of losing a premium once they've actually been able to purchase a premium. Now, with most of the people paying with out-of-pocket expenditure, what Clinic Pesa typically came into place to close was the gap to ensure that everyone has an option to actually be able to prepare early in time to be able to offset their cost of treatment at the healthcare center whenever they have actually fallen sick. And then, of course, for our expected mothers or those that are actually planning to give birth, we've typically looked at a very special product, most especially for the women, to allow them actually plan early in time and have be able to keep some money or receive contributions from the people they work with, from friends. Then this goes towards ensuring that they actually be able to meet their delivery costs at the healthcare centers. They're able to meet their transportation to these healthcare centers. They're also able to meet the necessities like birth preparedness kits and other costs that are actually necessary during the journey, the 9 months journey. And then also when you look at the healthcare sector, typically healthcare sector is left out in financial inclusion, and that's why Clinic Pesa has typically looked at innovating in that space. And today we also doing fulfillment as well in the healthcare sector, typically providing both credit and supplies to our network of healthcare centers. So generally, when you look at the services that we provide are simplified as savings. Someone is able to save on their phone. They're able to get a medical loan and clear their medical bill. And they're also able to receive this treatment at their next door healthcare center.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's turn to South Border and find out.
I guess the real question is what a ride-hailing company is doing on a FinTech symposium. Well, Safe Border provides affordable, quality, and safe rides, so getting you from home to work, to school, to everywhere you want to go around Greater Kampala. On top of that, we want to increase adoption of digital payments. So about 99% of our transportation is paid in cash, which means when you run out of cash, you're nervous in a taxi, or you're afraid the border guy will not accept your mode of payment. And so that's where the Safe Border cashless wallet comes in, to encourage users to be able to move money from their mobile money or the bank and be able to settle a driver at the end of the trip. Through that, we've come up with additional products really to just improve the livelihood. For our case, the most vulnerable group is our drivers. And COVID is a very good story where a driver lives hand to mouth. Every day that they work, at the end of the day, they spend most of that money. And so what we went ahead to do is build a savings wallet to allow that driver, if they make 30K, put aside 2K, build that behavior so that when the next, hopefully not, the next pandemic, last year it was a fuel pandemic, but whenever those economic shocks happen, they have put aside some money to help them through that. So that's why we're here today.
Okay, all right. Moving on to my doctor, Sharon Ambozo. I know that COVID-19 made it very, very possible for businesses like yours, especially in the health sector, to become a reality and to quickly be adopted by people. Tell us about that experience and the problem that you're trying to solve as my doctor.
Good morning, everyone. Unfortunately, I have a cold, but bear with me. At my doctor is a telemedicine service. We basically use FinTech to provide healthcare services to people at the bottom of the pyramid. As you well know, that whenever people are developing solutions, especially in the Ugandan market, there is a misconception that people at the bottom of the pyramid, the vulnerable people, are unable to embrace the service. So at my doctor, we are providing an affordable option. We are making sure that the benefits of telemedicine reach the very bottom person in our community. This can be seen in the services that we offer. For example, our maternity service, which is named Godmother, that provides, recently providing free maternal care for mothers in our area, in the community, and we also provide services that are traditional, So you can walk in and receive healthcare. However, there is also a telemedicine option where you can reach us over the phone, and it's affordable and cheap.
What's the remotest community that is currently getting your services?
I beg your pardon?
The most remote community that is currently receiving your services.
Currently, our primary health facility is in Nansana. So as we all know, I don't know whether many people have a clear picture of where Nansana is and where it is and how it looks like, but it's a very urban community. These people, most of them are not well-to-do financially, so these are the ones that we target. We also target mothers, especially mothers who are going through the pregnancy journey on their own for different reasons, either economic or because of different family dynamics or circumstances. So this is our target, the vulnerable and the marginalized.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. Mr. Chirenga works with his business. If you look at his socks, they represent all the colors of the currencies in the world. But with CenterTech, sir, tell us more about CenterTech.
Okay, thank you, Regina. I work at Centenary Technology Services, or I serve at Centenary Technology Services. CenterTech, as we shortened it, is the technology company of Centenary Group. And Centenary Group owns Centenary Bank, Centenary Foundation, Centenary Bank in Malawi. So those are 4 subsidiaries. So at the heart of who we are, Centenary, is we don't call them rural anymore. We call them last mile. Is the last mile person. And those last mile people, these look at down in the communities, and we try to see how we can impact and change their lives through technology. So this happens both here in Uganda, but also in Malawi. We are particularly proud that this year is special for us because it is 40 years of the Centenary brand. And 40 years of Centenary brand, I am at an event called 40 Days, 40 FinTech. This is the 4th season of High People. So really, I feel like it is written in the stars. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Chirenga. Okay, on to our deliberations for the morning. And I'll start with the 2 gentlemen on the extreme left, Christian and Engineer Chris Pinas. Giving us examples with specific FinTech solutions, have you seen any that have been successful at delivering affordable? And by affordable, I mean anyone that is downtown Kampala can easily adopt that service and use it in terms of financial products to the poor and the vulnerable groups. I'll start with you, Engineer.
Okay, thank you. So when we look at fintechs that have successfully delivered, let's say, for example, when we talk about success in delivering financial services, typically, from my own understanding, in success, I'll look at several aspects, including the reach. The reach, that means the accessibility, who is accessing the service, and does the person at the far end in the rural area or in up country also, is that person also included? So there is the level of scale as well. Typically, that's what I would look at areas of success. Now, when we look at today in Uganda, definitely we look at solutions like mobile money. Everyone has a mobile money account. And this typically enables most of the people who are in hard-to-reach areas, people in far distances, to actually be able to be included, and also gives room for other solutions that are actually very relevant in delivering value, such as, let's say, for example, Clinic Pesa, to be able to access these markets and be able to deliver this value, because not one player can actually be able to do it all. Generally, it's through partnerships and collaborations, and that's why when you look at successful fintechs, you would measure success in terms of the different services. You would measure success in terms of the reach, the geographical reach, accessibility, and the likes. So that I would, there are quite a number of them. I think I would I'll stop at mentioning typically mobile monies. That's because of the reach. And then I would say even Clinic Pesa, we are successful in delivering services.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Moving on to Christian. He has talked about accessibility, but we also have to put into consideration affordability, availability. You have to put into consideration adaptability by the users. And so when you put all those together, which ones do you feel are the fintechs that are speaking into those A's in terms of delivering to the poor and vulnerable communities?
I think outside of mobile money, I'll first give a pat on the back to my fellow panelists from Centenary Bank. A while ago, it was Centenary Rural Development Bank. Now it's arguably one of the top 5 banks competing against our international partners. Now, the story of Centenary Bank is very simple. It is you can actually make money from banking what is considered the poorest person. And a lot of the times in the fintech space, you hear the term unbanked. I think because of the story of Centenary, we have to question whether they are unbanked or just far from the city, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's a very strong success story. Today they are now a tech company, they're expanding, so it's a good story to tell. But I also think Safe Border as a fintech has done a lot. Go back 10 years ago, you needed to walk to a stage to order for a border. You could not estimate the fee you're going to spend. So you have to put some money in the pocket and hope that in the middle of the journey, the rider doesn't change his mind.
Mm-hmm.
But today, you can budget simply because a ride-hailing app went and blended some elements of finance, like predictability of your cost, the ability to settle without cash. So I believe as a fintech, we are a good story to tell.
Okay.
Out of Uganda.
In that regard of Safe Border, while you are definitely reaching out to the poor and vulnerable communities as your end users, on the side of the back end, and those are the drivers, how have their lives been transformed in using your services?
Well, that's a good question. I'll give one aspect of it. So drivers are considered high risk by credit providers for 2 reasons. One, the nature of their business means you don't know whether they will live to tell the story the next day because of the number of accidents that happen. Second, they do not track their income, so it's hard for you to tell if a driver says they make 1 million shillings, how do I verify that? What we have been able to do is convert their earnings off the platform, their trips off the platform, to actually be an income statement. So you can have evidence that if Christian is a rider and he says he makes $1 million a month, you can go back 6 months and have evidence of that. That's one. 2, we do track the accidents that happen. And we can comfortably tell you that out of 10,000 drivers on Safe Border, you possibly have 1 or 2 minor accidents in a month, which is the evidence you need to try and de-risk these customers and make credit providers like the banks more comfortable to lend to this community. And in the last 5 years, you have seen that many banks are doing asset financing. Many companies have come in to start targeting credit for these vulnerable people simply because there is now data and information to speak to their truth, what they've been saying for years, but did not have the evidence to back it up.
Okay, all right, that's interesting. Last year I had an interaction with a bank that was offering affordable solutions for housing, and they had a Safe Border client who was a rider who was able to build a house out of that business directly and in partnership with, the financial institution. So the relationship or the merger between all stakeholders actually goes a long way in mitigating this conversation, especially for the poor and vulnerable people. But looking at fintech companies and governments, the relationship between the two in creating a regulated environment, in one, promoting the fintech financial inclusion, but also ensure that the privacy and the fact that we must also look into security, especially cyber security. And Sharon, I'd like you to speak into this because medical and medicine or health, it's a very sensitive thing. That information is very, very sensitive and should be kept as private as possible. But, of course, at the end of the day, you must commit to your clients that you're going to have that privacy. How have you been able to do that? And on the larger scale, how can government come in to create an environment that enables you promise your clientele the data privacy and security?
The government, as the regulators of every business in Uganda, have a big role to play in regulating this environment. So there's need for collaboration between fintechs and government such that they can harmonize both their mandates. The government has a role to play, an obligation towards the citizens to make sure that every business, every financial product that they're provided is safe and they are able to trust it. So that's when regulation fintechs to innovate and create solutions, especially for the vulnerable. And yet this is an opportunity that fintechs offer to help the government dispense its mandate towards its people. So there is need for collaboration. There is also need for regulatory sandboxes where the government and fintechs can come together and experience working together in the same place. So this will help fintechs be able to innovate, improve on their products in limited conditions, where government can give them a sample, something small, of the regulation that they intend to implement, such that they can try out their products and see whether these can be sustainable in this regulated environment. Yes, please.
Okay, Stephen, having been in this business for a while in the industry, especially financial solutions industry, there are bills, there are policies, there's regulatory frameworks that presently do exist. Are they satisfactory enough to enhance privacy and security for fintech? If not, where are the loopholes and what are the adjustment solutions?
All right, yeah, thank you. So I think, and my thought is anchored on fact, that Uganda has one of the best regulatory frameworks in the world. Uganda, I think, was the second or third in Africa to implement a data protection and privacy law. I think after SA and probably Egypt. Now, the challenge I think that we have is that how many of us in this room understand that law? How many of us understand the penalties therein? Let me ask, how many of us here have licensed by the Data Protection Office? Hands, anybody? Data Protection Office on the panel? Okay, very good. Now, the thing about data privacy and protection is that if a behavior of trust is not being promoted, then I won't use your service, right? Now, this law is meant to provide a sanctity, or a sanctuary to allow for me to go to in case my rights have been violated. Now, where are we today? I think we have the right laws. My only thought is that from a fintech perspective, some of the regulations by the Bank of Uganda need to be adjusted, because I know that for fintechs, by your nature, they are lean. Now, some of the requirements from a perspective of financial obligations is very high. So I think there's an opportunity for the fintechs to have a dialogue with government in that perspective, because at the end of the day, regulation is meant to spur innovation and growth, not to stifle it. So I think that's an area that needs to be looked at. But by and large, I think Uganda has one of the best. And I think the fact that I think we're at about now 33 million mobile internet users in Uganda, which speaks to the adoption. And as I conclude, let me just share one stat that I found interesting. The UCC, which is a regulator for mobile networks, shared that the Uganda mobile money activity ratio is at 53%. So what that means is that of the registered 36.8 million mobile money users, 19 million are active. That's 53%. When compared against the world at a global view, you have a global mobile money activity ratio of 25%, which is 1.6 billion mobile money users across the world. However, 400 million are active. So you can see clearly that in Uganda, when you see those registered versus active, 50%, it speaks to a progression in the adoption of digital and financial services. However, it also speaks to a very big gap that I think fintechs can look to explore, especially around driving trust. So that answers the question around the reputation and privacy. So the government has its work cut out in seeing how they can spur the growth from this 50% possibly to about 70 or 80% activity ratio for mobile money, and this is across fintech and mobile money as a service. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Stephen. For those of you that are just walking into the room, thank you so much for joining us. Of course, it's the FinTech Landscape Exhibition, and this is a past panel discussion. We're looking at delivering affordable financial products to the poor and vulnerable communities using FinTech. Now, turning to you, Christian, in terms of FinTech companies ensuring that their products and their services are actually affordable to different people, especially the poor and the vulnerable, how can these solutions be scaled to reach more users?
The first is around collaboration. So last month, we launched our first pure FinTech rides-associated product, which was trip insurance. And how it works is the driver and the passenger get insurance while on a trip. But the challenge we faced at that point was we couldn't build that product alone. So we had to go and work with conventional insurers and a financial institution, a bank. And what we found was the only way to build the product was to include the driver and customer at the forefront, rather than go and get what you have on the shelf and say, this is what we are offering to you. Go to the users and ask them, what do you want from insurance? And go back and try and adjust your product to just fit that. We moved from
assuming,
yes, insurance, you're either paying for a month or a year. That's how it has been. To a customer who says, well, I think some trips are high risk. If I'm moving 10 kilometers, I am more worried about my life, so I'm willing to pay for insurance. So how do we think like the people we are building for, rather than getting them to understand the products based on our preconceived notions? That's really, really critical. And the second is accepting that we can't do it all alone. We are not masters of everything. The banks know finance, Safe Border knows the customer and the border driver, the insurer knows insurance. And in every sector you will find there are those institutions that have knowledge and understanding of the product they develop, and so collaborating with them helps us build the best possible version of every product we go out to build.
What has facilitated an easy collaboration environment for your business and your customers, but also the other sector players? Because I know in Uganda, people want to start their business and must be, I'm CEO, director, like everything must end, start, and be in the middle, their names or their ideas. So they never really want to shake hands with other people in building their businesses.
I look at it in three aspects. One, internally, as a business, you need to be open. Whether you're a director, whether you're the lowest possible person in the business, your contribution matters, and you need to be vocal about it. It's not that the decision will be taken at that point. It takes time for certain things. It might be that your idea is too early, even as a fintech, when you're approaching government. So being more flexible, being more open to taking risks internally. But even your customers, the more you engage with your customers, the more feedback they give you, the more trust they have with you. We launched cars last year, but it was off the backdrop of customers for Border saying, you guys have figured out the border industry. We are struggling with negotiations from other ride-hailing apps. Can you use your experience and your technology to come and solve this problem? And at that point, it wasn't a wild card that we are building a product where we don't know who the customer is. It's a customer telling you what they want. And my last one is picking the right partners. So not the partner with the most money in the bank or the biggest brand, but the partner who understands what you are trying to do. Because then they are with you for the long haul. They understand your vision. It's the most important part of selecting a partnership.
Okay, a shared vision. That's very true, because not the one who gives you the, the least affordable quotation is actually the best. So that's very interesting. Turning to Sharon, fintech companies, let's look at the levels of digital literacy. For example, with my doctor, how have you been able to ensure that the products and the services that you are providing are actually accessible, and then they're easy to use or translate for your first-time user, or the one that you want to attract to click on My Doctor, download the app and start using your products and services?
Well, at My Doctor, we identified that low levels of digital literacy are what are affecting adoption of our telemedicine product. So as a business, we invested largely in trying to have conversations with the communities that we are trying to provide a service for. So this is trying to, you talk to them and try to find out when you're building, what products would you want? How would you want to access this product? So you include them in the development of your product, such that when they receive the product, it's easy for them to use. I know that their thoughts were included in the product. Secondly, the low distribution of smartphones. So not everyone has access to a smartphone, but that shouldn't exclude them from accessing a service. So what we decided to do at My Doctor, you can call on a number on either MTN or Airtel, and you can directly access a doctor and get a consultation, and get a diagnosis and get a prescription thereafter. So someone doesn't have to have an internet connection to receive that service. It's offline and just with a call. Because we realized that there is a high penetration of phones, not exactly smartphones, but feature phones. So this is exactly what they use to access our service. So in doing this, we managed to attract people who are vulnerable, people who are poor. As long as you have a phone, you can make a call, you can access a doctor.
All right, for sure, it serves us the doctor's writings. No offense to the doctors in the room, but the way they prescribe things on the paper, it's like, and only the pharmacist can interpret what they're saying. So that goes a long way in actually dealing with some of these issues. But then looking at the fact that we don't want to leave the traditional methods outside, the socioeconomic inequalities still. Turning to you, Stephen, how can we ensure that fintech solutions do not perpetuate the existing socioeconomic inequalities?
Hello?
Mr. Engineer.
Yeah, super. I'm back on. Yeah, so I think many a times innovations or IT can be, instead of driving inclusion, it can, by its grandness, intimidate people from using it. So I think what needs to be taken care of is, number one, these days, the acronym that has been developed for us to use as a standard is called DIE: Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. So in the product development life cycle that you are undertaking as a fintech, what are you doing to ensure that you don't exclude people? The most basic in the Uganda use case is the languages. Many of us develop our apps or our solutions in English, but how many of our audience speak English? We know that across the nation we have various languages. Maybe just to try and relate that to what we're trying to do at Centenary is that we are looking out for partnerships, as an example, for firms that are using machine language-based language translation, and we've already locked in one of them called Sandbird. And the idea is that if you're using a Centenary service, it should be able to relate to what's convenient for you. If you speak Luganda, interact with our service in Luganda. If you speak Acholi, use Acholi. If you speak Swahili, etc., etc. The second one is how simple is it? If it's going to take me 10 steps to get a service, I'll probably walk to my nearest guy. We all have a guy, a border guy, a mobile money guy, and now that discourages usage, because the idea of fintech and why it has grown is that it is meant to disrupt what is usually normal. If you can't transact in 3 steps, then it's likely that I will move on. Then maybe just lastly is saying that, okay, so in all that we do and how we design our products, are we using what's available from a perspective of infrastructure? Many of us want to go for the cheapest hosting solution. So you host your application somewhere in, I don't know, Australia. Now, that means that whenever you're using the service, there's a bit of a long lag time. Have you considered probably looking at what we have in Uganda? We have data centers in Uganda that do virtualization, because then you're able to, from a perspective of design, keep your traffic local and ensure that when someone clicks on your application, on your service, it is instant, near to 0 or 1 second. And that's how you're able to ensure that you have a stickiness. Otherwise, the truth is that if you have a service that intimidates me, I will stay away. Yet, what you're meant to do is to change my life.
And we have services that intimidate special groups. We're talking about women. We're talking about minorities. We're talking about people with disabilities. And I'll turn to the engineer for this one. How can we ensure that fintech solutions or products are designed to actually meet the unique needs of these special groups and not scare them away, as it has been shared?
Okay, how can you make sure that the products we design actually don't scare the target customers that we typically looking to serve? Number one is typically to involve them in the design process. Of course, you might not involve everyone in the process, but the few selected, you can do like the sampling, typically involving the users to understand, to get their feel, their comfort of using the solution that you're planning to design, the interfaces that you're actually putting out. Number two is, of course, not designing boardroom solutions. So boardroom solutions typically end up scaring the people we're actually designing for. So it's better you actually go down to the customers and have these engagements with the customers, and you're able to design for them, and rather than designing for a market that you actually perceive. Then the other aspect is typically in terms of ensuring that the solution works end to end. There are no failures. So let's say, for example, it's a money solution. I put in my money, then all of a sudden I'm seeing that it's no longer working. My money is already in there, It's no longer working. It's a lot of money that I've actually pushed in. It means that I'm now scared to death, you know. I'll need to call everyone that I need to, that I know, or anyone who knows someone to be able to get that level of security so that I can be able to, I know that my money is actually safe. The other aspect, of course, is ensuring, of course, regulatory compliance. Typically, regulation gives the aspect of comfort, you know, gives the aspect of comfort. There's been a lot of scams in the market, you know, in the past, more so with high return investments, high return market solutions, and this, of course, scares away the customers. But with the solution that has already been designed with this in mind, it means that customers have the level of comfort. They are not scared when they're actually using this solution.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let me give an opportunity because your customers are among our guests this morning. Is there someone among you that has a query, question, or panel deliberations? Anyone? I take it. Okay. I do have a hand there. Could you help us with a microphone here? As that microphone is coming, Seth Boda, I want to find out why you removed the food element, because it was making some of us, our lives, very, very comfortable and easy. So why did you scrap that product off?
Well, you put me on the spot here, but it was a tough business decision. Not all products perform the way you expect them to. And Food and Shop was one such product. We quickly realized that we were delivering food from an informal merchant. So your Rolex guy is supposed to deliver a Rolex to you in time. You want to eat it in 15 minutes. But the level of technology we've built was not fit for the user.
Okay.
So I give an example. You are at a restaurant. You're about 10 people, you've placed an order, then like 10 safe boarders also arrive and want food. At that point, the person in the kitchen was not ready to get 20 simultaneous orders.
Mhm.
And so sometimes food would be late, sometimes the product is not there, but the rider has gotten there. And so it became one of those products that was just hard to continue maintaining a good level of service to the customer, to the driver, without stressing the merchant. So we put it on hold until a time where we feel that level of optimization is just right. The merchants have the right level of education and operation efficiency to deliver at scale.
All right, let's have the question from that side of the room.
Hello, yeah, it's hello everyone.
Hello.
My name is Johnny Vianney Waswa. I'm the co-founder of CNAs. At CNAs, we aggregate different investment options or classes into a single technology to enable fintechs to integrate them into their products without having to face regulation, compliance, and operational expenses. So here is my question, and it humbly goes to the entire panel. At times I look at the mobile money module. These guys are developing a technology. Mobile money is a technology, right? At least all of us can appreciate that. Mobile money has this one aspect. It's a technology that has an offline touch. What are we doing to make sure that our technologies have that offline touch? That anyone, even the underserved communities, can get to access our other services we offer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, the balance between online touch and offline touch of the services and products that are offered in FinTech. And as we offer our final submissions, we have to look into how best can we promote financial inclusion in ensuring that we reduce poverty, and what metrics are we using to assess the success of FinTech in Uganda? Let me start with you, Mr. Chirenga.
All right, thanks. So I answered the question and also my last words, right? Capabilities is a key concern for us, especially because, as I shared earlier on, at the heart of who Centenary is not, the word that we don't use anymore is rural, is the last mile person. So what we're doing is that we are exploring to see, because as an example, we've got a key focus for refugee camps. However, refugee camps are not commercially viable for your normal telecommunication companies because they can't make good money from there. So key payment providers who has a point of sale that has offline capabilities. So that, as an example, my colleague Beatrice is in the audience. Once Beatrice's team from the bank goes to Chiriandongo or to Bidibidi, they can extend a financial service within the refugee camp and then come back to where there's network in Adjumani, and it will automatically sync. So that's something that we are about to roll out, and that will help us, I think, try and alleviate that. On the larger scale of things, we're talking to the government of Uganda to say, okay, listen, as a government, you should be able to provide what is an enabling environment. Because the government, at the heart of theirs, is not profit. Theirs is more service availability, inclusion, etc. So we are saying that as a government, can you provide the infrastructure that is going to promote inclusion, equality, equity, and then us, we come in with our distinct or bespoke value propositions, and that way we are able to ensure inclusion. The reality is that for you in Kampala, you're having it well. The guy in the refugee camp or in the hard-rich place is being excluded. And yeah, so what are we doing about that as an industry? Okay. So I think that's the issue. And as my parting shot, right? Yeah. My parting shot is just very simple. I'll just give you a few numbers. 46,000 village and saving lending associations, 12,000 SACCOs, 7,000 agents, 4,000 schools, 264 hospitals, 300 institutions, 2.7 registered bank customers. That is the audience that Centenary has. We are not closing it out. We are saying that if you have a unique proposition, we can work together. We know that the only way Uganda can develop, the only way we can drive inclusion is through meaningful partnerships.
Well, you have been here for long, Mr. Chirenga, but my doctor has just entered the industry, but they also must ensure that they commit to the same clientele in terms of financial inclusion. So, Ms. Sharon Nambozo, in your concluding remarks.
Hello. I think to say something about the matrix for determining success before I say my party shots. At my doctor, we use qualitative and quantitative metrics to measure our success. So for quantitative, we use the volume of transactions and a number of people that have used our service. Since inception, the introduction of our service at my doctor, we've worked on over 1,000 people, which is a huge success for people that are new in this business. And for qualitative purposes, this is something that I would like to look at in the long term. Digital literacy and financial literacy among a community that we target is a very slow but progressive struggle. And this is something that we include in our products. We have conversations with people when they come to the facility and also when they contact us over the phone to tell them about the products that they can access when they continuously use our service. They can gain credit and also acquire small insurance so they can acquire health care service at a reduced cost.
All right.
So to close off, this is a very good opportunity for me and for our product, and I'm happy to be here.
All right. Christian is penning down a lot of things, but I wonder what they are. I hope they include the fact that you must balance the pyramid in fintech service provision.
So for us, I will start with Safe Border, and for me, I'll daringly attempt his question first. I think at the start you have to cut your cloth according to size. There is a huge market, and sometimes if you do not spend time understanding your customer, you will build for the wrong customer or a non-existent customer. So while trying to balance touch and technology, what we try to do is be technology-enabled and not technology-led. First, find the problem for your customer and then see what the right technology is. Try and consider ordering a border on USSD. How will you tell the GPS coordinates of where you are and where you're going? It would be such a bad journey. And so for such a thing, you're forced to say the best way to deliver this service is to go digital. For our financial services, we said, well, there's an agent. Mobile money has used agents before, banks have used agents. So use a third party who has a better level of technology to support the less tech-savvy people.
And your conclusion?
And in conclusion, I think for all fintechs, the large and the new, we have a collective responsibility to build trust. Trust with government, trust with our customers. Sometimes you want to cut corners and the excuse is, I am not big enough. But when you defraud a customer, that's another fintech's customer tomorrow. And you've created a lack of trust in a platform. So we all have the responsibility to maintain that in the community.
Okay, thank you so much. And finally, Engineer, your closing remarks.
Thank you so much. So, in attempting to to answer his question around touch, of course, for us, we look at this as partnerships. We typically, the offline we are typically in partnership, of course, with MTN, and this has given us a good mileage in terms of everyone is already using mobile money. So just to also include, because the services that we're actually offering are intertwined with other fintechs, what other fintechs are offering. So collaborations are very strong, and with that, today we are almost reaching the 1 million customers in terms of attach. Most of 90% of our customers actually using offline basis. That is typically USSD, as compared to those that actually use the rich and internet-based solution, which is mobile application and the web that we are providing. Still, in terms of the reach, it's about, I would say, stronger when you take the partnership direction, which for us, we've typically partnered with over 2,700 healthcare centers. And this now brings us down to close to the customers.
And in conclusion?
And we're able to serve them. Yeah. So in conclusion, for us, what I leave back here is that we all need to work towards closing the issue of trust. That is a big issue. It was one of the biggest issues when we entered the market at first. Customers actually choosing to select you. And then the other aspect is we should all embrace collaboration, because it gets us to the next phase that we should be able to reach at scale.
All right. A round of applause for our panelists this morning. Thank you so much for your nuggets of wisdom in that regard. Diversity, equity, and inclusion is what we must have embedded. And that inclusion is both for the service provider and the end user. This wraps up our first panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, shall we go outside for a moment?
Nice applause to Priscilla, Regina, everyone. Thank you so much for hosting this. A reminder, you can go and take a picture with the moderator. Priscilla, you can join them. Please, right after, Priscilla will be joining us for another second panel after a moment of photo shoot, photography, pictorial, whatever you call it. Ladies and gentlemen, how are you doing? Do you need to stretch up? Oh, yeah? Do you have claps? Fernand, do you have like cha-cha-cha-cha claps? But never mind, you will stretch up. So my name is Rita Cabanyur again. Always pleasure to be here with you. Finally, we've got some of you have been missing, though you came in a little bit late. If you were back in school, you knew what would happen, but never mind. At the back, we've got exhibitors, just to shout out to them a little bit. We have got Airtel exhibiting, so make sure at least you pass by anytime you're still here to get to know what kind of services, how can they be of help, and how can they improve their services if you have already used one of them, and to make sure you share with them any upcoming innovations. We have MTN Momo as well exhibiting at the back. Zofi Cash as well. AgriShare is exhibiting as well. Quick Post, and then Quick Ticket as well. And Sente, lastly, My Doctor. And in case of any other additional, I will let you know. But for now, how about I share with you the hashtags so that if you're here in this room, you know our CEO has always been generous, giving out some prize of that person who always retweets more or creates that content as much as possible. On Twitter or any other platform that you're comfortable using, the hashtags are two major: the Level 1 Project or the 40 Days 40 FinTechs. I see Priscilla. How are you doing? You're back for the panel already?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Smiling was too much.
Can you imagine? We call that bakabwetasha in our language.
Right.
They have not called you, you're here. She's here to kick me out. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Priscilla is here to take us through our very second panel. And I've just deducted 5 minutes on your panel. Is that okay?
That's fantastic.
All right, thank you so much. Enjoy.
Thank you so much, Rita. Now on to a second panel discussion, introducing the unbanked women and youth to the formal financial inclusion ecosystem with FinTech. Allow me to introduce the panel for the second discussion to you. We do have Mr. Stephen Kakoza. Mr. Stephen Kakoza, you are most welcome to the podium. He's the founder COW, and he'll be explaining to us why the localization in terms of name choice and what they offer. Joining him is going to be Masiangela Nantongo with Easier Greek. Masiangela Nantongo, you're most welcome. She's the product manager at Easier Greek. Also going to be joined by Winfred Nandaula, Regional Programs Director, Tawaza. Glad to have you, Ms. Nandaula. Tawaza's visibility is very, very awesome. And of course, they're going to be joined by Mr. Paul Zake with AgriShare Uganda. He's the managing director, focusing on making sure that the agri-businesses go to another level. And finally, we're going to be having this panel joined by Council Ivan Ojakol. Council, you're most welcome. He's a partner at Matrix Advocates, focuses in trade, in technology, covers tax, and he's also a sports lawyer. Okay, once again, you're most welcome. Let me give a minute to each one of you to introduce yourselves and what your service is, who does it target, what's the problem that you're trying to solve for Ugandans. I'll start with the extreme left.
Thank you, Priscilla. Winfred Nandaula, Regional Programs Director for Tawaza Digital Varieties. And we offer financial services and non-financial services to the informal women and youth in the rural areas, the underserved population, which sometimes is referred to as the unbanked. The problem we are trying to solve is reaching out to the Sustainable Development Goals, reduce poverty, and also make sure that these women are able to access more financing and financial services.
Asante sana. Moving on to the gentleman, you're most welcome.
Thank you so much. My name is Paul Zake. And Zake, of course, means fire. But there is no fire. I'm managing director, AgriShare Uganda. AgriShare, we are a startup focusing on farmers. And just from the word AgriShare, we focus on sharing agricultural resources. We all know Uganda's backbone when it comes to economy. It's still on agriculture, though there is hope that in the future we shall shift to oil. But currently we're still farming. So as we farm, these farmers lack key agricultural tools and equipment plus resources. Tractors, irrigation pumps, talk about land. That's our focus to ensure that these farmers access these resources easily, affordably, but also conveniently. Thank you so much.
What's been the adoption of farmers into the services that you offer?
Pardon?
How have the farmers easily adopted to AgriShare's services that you offer?
Oh, thank you so much. So currently, we have over 100,000 users with the AgriShare app, and these access the platform digitally, but also through other means. Thank you.
Let's move on to the next gentleman.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Kakoza Steven. I work with KAU. And there is a meme that has been circulating. I believe you've come across it. It says, nothing is hard as life after school. I almost thought of opening a police station. And we realized that this is not with a few people, but very many. So what we are doing at KAU is we are building a tool that enables young people to understand their finances, to take control of their financial future, but most importantly, to start saving while they are still in school. Thank you.
KAU, yeah, now it makes a lot of sense. I remember those days in school. I can see Daniel here is nodding. You'd have to borrow something in the hope that on VD they'll bring you the same thing and you pay it back. That's the earliest form of transaction and business for students in school. So that's a good initiative. All right, and then the lady next to him.
Thank you, Priscilla. Good morning. My name is Masi Angela Nantongo. I'm a product manager at Easier Greek, which is an agricultural technology company that has, since 2015, been building software solutions to serve farmers and every scale of the agribusiness sector. So with farmers, we're providing them access to extension services online via the phone. We're helping them buy agro inputs via an e-shop. We're giving them access to savings and credit, and things like insurance services through the app as well. And then we're also helping them get access to markets, favorable markets and profitable markets. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Masi Angela. And finally, Councillor Jakol, how do you come into this picture?
Thank you very much, Regina. I don't know why we are, for the second consecutive day, I'm meeting you at an event. My name is Ivan Ojako. I look forward to speaking at this event. It's my 4th year, I think, of speaking at it. And clearly, I must be doing a good job. But I'm a partner at Matrix Advocates, and one of our bespoke service offerings is the tech sector, especially with a focus on startups. So I'm always happy to come here and listen to industry players and learn from them, and also offer a thing or two from what I've learned from my practice in the area.
Okay, all right. Now on to our conversations for this morning. And let me start with Ms. Nandaula there. With Tawaza, in your interaction with communities and women, especially focusing on women and youths, what are some of those key barriers that have caused women to hold back in consuming and accessing formal financial services?
In my experience as Tawaza Digital Varieties, the barriers that are mainly hindering the women and youth in the rural areas to access formal financial banking and services is their levels of literacy and also the kind of products that are being offered by the formal sector to them. They also have a lot to do with social cultural norms, which hinder them from having the assets or having enough money to be able to get into the businesses that then would require them to go and access some of the services that are being offered formally. And probably also the lack of technology, because most of the formal banks and financial services are now having apps and USSD codes, but there is a low uptake on mobile phone app ownership among the rural women and youth, and also they are not exactly tech savvy. Those are the key barriers that we have found down there in the rural areas.
Then in comparison to the informal options that they have, where does the informal side beat you at enabling these women to be attracted to the formalization of financial solutions?
The informal side is that the fintechs are coming in and they're making products to solve the problem, not to offer just the service. Solving the problem means that I'm giving them an option to access loans with no collateral, because sometimes the kind of money that they need is probably the sort of money that they'll shy away to go and tell a formal bank that they need, probably 70,000, 60,000. That's the sort of money that they want to access because of the nature of their business. And when we create these sort of products that are flexible for them, and we put incentives for them to save even as little as 2,000 shillings, and probably just have 10,000 on your account so I can give you a loan without any collateral, that is something for them in the rural areas, for the women and youth.
Okay, of course we're focusing on women and youth, so let me first again drive another question to the other lady on the panel, Angela Massey. In regards to the barriers that she has mentioned, financial literacy being one of them, the social culture norms just talked about, the nature of products that are being designed. When it comes to fintech solutions, how can they be designed in such a way that uniquely meets the needs and addresses the issues of these particular groups of people, especially in developing countries like Uganda?
I think one of the things she just mentioned is quite key, and that's access to non-collateralized financial capital. So for me, I think as we know, many women, especially in developing communities, do not have their own assets or even wealth that they can claim. Usually it's tied to, let's say, a male party. But when you start offering these women access to capital or loans without them having to show evidence of assets that they own in their names, it goes a long way in helping them get included, because that then spirals into them accumulating their own wealth that they can then use to acquire personal assets. So I think that's a key thing that we have to focus on. Then I also think we have to pay primary focus on how do we design and offer financial literacy programs that are designed for women, which means that they're available in times that women are available, they're available in the languages that the women are speaking, because more often than not, they also, compared to the men in the society, they have less access to formal education. So how do we make sure that when we are designing and offering these products, they're really good and also very easy to access for the women? Yeah.
Okay, what I see in between there is a lag. How do you then enable a potential customer, because not everyone is presently financially literate, neither fintech literate. However, you can move them from the ignorant side and move them to the informed side so that they can then consume your product, because the fact is they need your product, right? So how have you been able to mitigate that gap in there to ensure that you guide or you work with this potential customer to then become a customer and use the services and products that you offer?
I think for us, a primary focus that has worked really well at Easier Greek is even when we're doing expansion of markets, but then also with the programs that we run, we actually have a component for financial education. I think the onus is on us as the players in the industry to get people that step where we want them to be. So for us, it's before we even sell your products, we make sure you're good with the basics, You know the benefits of savings, you know the benefits of access to capital, you know the benefits of all these different services. Even actually, in fact, getting people to learn how to use a phone is something that we do. So when we're onboarding, and let's say we want to have youth agents in the community, we have an entire session where we teach them how to switch on a smartphone, how to get it off, how to access different apps, how to update your apps. So we're helping them get that step closer to where we want them to be then be able to access our services. So I think that the onus is on us as players in the industry to make sure that we're doing that.
Okay, that's true, because that's where the informal sector is beating, the formal sector at. They will go right to the house of their potential client, sit down with them on a mat, get a person who speaks the local dialect and understand their customer before they offer them anything. And then they don't even offer them anything. They come back another time to offer the solution, having understood the customer directly. And so I think that's now when it comes to microfinance, digital payments, they need to also play a role in promoting financial inclusion. Mr. Zak, in ensuring that there's better service delivery for women and youths in participating in this digital space. How have you been able to merge?
As you AgriShare, we try as much as possible to ensure that women and as well youth benefit from the platform. We know on 100% of the farmers in Uganda, 80%, above 80% are women. So it's very critical. It's not just for gender inclusiveness, but also for business. It's very good for business. We use various aspects to ensure that they're included, but the first, I usually say, we use the slow approach, where with the slow approach is that being the S represents simplicity. So AgriShare, if you go and check on the AgriShare app, those ones have Play Store, just download the AgriShare app. You will find easy steps when you want to transact rent land, you want to list it, you have land, you want to share it to other farmers. It's very simple. So in that aspect, even if it's a woman or a youth, he or she can easily transact through AgriShare. Then another one is localization as much as possible. We know there's this biasness where we say we are targeting women. So we have the way we are including women. We are targeting youth. But there is a lot of diversity when you look into the women. They are educated women. There are women in the villages who are elites and know how to operate smartphones. Mm-hmm. There are women who don't know to use even a smartphone. So for us, we try to localize our AgriShare app as much as possible. We've gone ahead to translate it into 8 languages now. And that is for 8 languages in Uganda, whether Luganda, Luo, Lucholi, anybody can easily use. And that one focuses on that very vulnerable woman and youth outside there. But also, in addition, we have various options. So we know in the diversity of women, in the diversity of youth, there are some who are educated, some not educated. So some are able to use AgriShare app, but there are those ones who are not even able to use AgriShare app, but they need AgriShare services. So we've gone ahead to say, okay, to include these categories, we have established other options. And this is how we have used spotted leaders at the call center, plus other options, so that even these people who are not yet digital, they can use the benefit from the digitalization of agriculture. Mm-hmm. Then another aspect is the W on the slow. That's the working together. This one doesn't mean just employing women, but going to talk with this farmer outside there. Sit with the farmer, that's what we do. Sitting with the farmer, asking those questions. Which service do you want? We have various services. We have land, irrigation, tractors, but we have seen a variation when it comes to demand. We have seen, so when in that analysis, with that analysis, we say, okay, women want this service. So when we are targeting women associations, we focus on these services so they benefit more. That's how we are ensuring that we include as much women and youth as possible. Yeah.
Okay, it all comes down to focus. Okay, all right. Let me turn to the founder of KAO. you are targeting a group that is tech forward, and so inclusion may not be a problem. But then again, how do you get to attract the young women and the youth themselves in ensuring that they use the services that you're offering or the products that you're offering? Because if it's our money, we're very good at saving it. We only spend other people's money. Yes, but our money, we will budget for it and ensure that you save it to buy that chiwani. You get what I'm saying? So when it comes to financial inclusion for women, how can we ensure that these solutions are sustainable and also scalable?
Thank you for the question. I think most of the things I would have said, people inside this room know it already, but there is one thing that we are all skipping our focus and mind, which is very crucial, because if you look into yourself, you can ask yourself, when did you get your, for example, bank account? And when you answer that, then you can ask yourself why you got it, right? So it all boils down to one thing, that's your ability or your need to have that bank account. And what drives you there is the monies you have, right? So even if we try to make it as accessible as possible, when these women or youth don't have anything to put in these applications or bank accounts, they won't use them, right? Mm-hmm. So I think where the focus should be is on the earning, right? Because if you get, for example, 1 million every month, you're going to be automatically forced to probably get a bank account. And if you have, say, 1 million and you have an excess of 800,000, it's going to be very easy for you to save or for you to use it for something that is going to generate even more money. So our focus right now is to ensure that as somebody, for example, they are still girls in school, right? So these girls who are having some money, they can keep it for future use, right? So after school, somebody leaves school, they don't need to go and beg for somebody for capital. They have something to start from. And if you increase the potential of somebody to make a living or to earn, you will automatically have increased their willingness, their ability to access or need financial service. So I do think literacy is good, educating these guys is good, facilitating and reducing the cost is good, but what is most important is making them need the service in the first place. And the only way we can do that is by giving them the ability to improve or widen their earnings, to increase the amount of monies that they get. And we can do this by making capital accessible and affordable. And the most affordable capital is the capital that you don't borrow. So what you're doing is we enable them save. It doesn't matter how much you save, for as long as you save it, right? Mm-hmm. It accumulates, and with time, you can be able to start something of it.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, I think with his submission, it reminds us of what we earlier picked out from our first panel, that you ought to then have partners with whom you can address the different levels of problems for your potential clients or your current clients for that matter. Let's turn to the legalities of the matter, Mr. Ojakol. We know that we're dealing with finances as much as we're singing the song of inclusion, focusing on women and youths in terms of financial inclusion in the ecosystem with FinTech. There are risks. He has talked about capital, accessibility, affordability, and availability, but it all comes down to risks. There's some risks in actually getting into this line of business for the service provider, and also risks for the end user. Could you point to us some of those risks and how they can be mitigated?
Thank you very much. Well, as far as risks are concerned, of course, any normal bank, any normal fintech that is that wants to offer or enable women or youth be financially included will always require a certain level of KYC. And KYC, in as much as it's a very good thing, in as much as it protects the consumer, in as much as it protects the bank, in as much as it ensures certain things as far as the transaction is concerned, also comes with its own problems, especially in a country like ours, where, yes, you and I may have IDs, but you and I also know very many people that do not have IDs. And if you know very many people in town that don't have IDs, what of a rural woman, what of a rural youth? So, and that has been a stumbling block as far as things like access to credit is concerned, etc. I've seen a couple of trend developments, I think in the last 2 years. I think Nira, Bank of Uganda, and a couple of other banks tried to enter into some sort of arrangement, I think with a company called Labaramas, for an eKYC arrangement, but I don't think that has taken off. KYC for me, in as much as a good thing, but also remains a major stumbling block, and it's something that should be looked at from a legal perspective, as far as making it easier for the rural woman or for the women and youth, as far as access to the benefits that come with FinTech. Because, I mean, it's quite cumbersome and still very much a brick and mortar mechanism in our world. So, for example, someone can be allowing someone to borrow money with limited transaction value or with limited identification, etc. Things like those can be adopted. But importantly, for me, around all of that is the role of government. And the role of government, unfortunately, for example, last year, we had what I think is the greatest FinTech panel that I've ever watched or ever been a part of, having attended a number of them and spoken at a number of them in the region. There was a panel here of women from a couple of markets in Kampala who spoke about the real FinTech. No, we usually glorify FinTech from a very elitist perspective of interoperability, I don't know, data, eKYC, what. But these women spoke about the real FinTech and whether they have indeed tapped into the benefits of FinTech. There was, I think, a couple of initiatives around COVID between some of the e-commerce players and I think UNCDF and a couple of other international organizations that were meant to, enable these women be able to, because of the problems that have come with COVID, in order to enable people to be able to access products from the market and also for them to be able to transact and sell their products. But they came here and said that all of those things, however high-sounding they were, had not really impacted them because, again, of the logistical and just the problems that come with being in a country like Uganda. So FinTech, glorified as it is, and with all this capital raising we always hear about, someone's exiting for $20 million. I'm not attacking my very good friend, Mr. Natif, but I mean, it is still a very elitist thing. Even the National Payment Systems legal framework that was, yes, is a good law in one way or the other, but also has its problems, is still aimed at the big FinTech players. It's not really a financial inclusion-centric type of law. It is for certain big players to be able to pay us money as government because we think they are making a lot of money. As simple as that. And for us to have an eye over them so that they don't do things that we don't want. But you're forgetting the real original conceptions of FinTech, which was financial inclusion, which was bringing the lowest of the lowest in society to be able to also enjoy the benefits that come with FinTech. So, for example, again, we need affirmative action sort of centric FinTech laws. Thank God there's still room for regulations to be made. For example, we can come up with a national payments systems youth legal framework or something like that, or women-centric legal framework, in order to allow women and youth to be able to tap into these things. For example, just as far as the regulatory sandbox is concerned, a good way of incentivizing people who have ideas about things that could impact women would be, for example, under the current regulatory sandbox regulations, you only have a limit of 1 year to test your innovative product. But why don't you give them, people like those who think they can bring financial inclusion to the lowest of the lowest, more than 1 year for them to be able to experiment with their products or to show what their products can do as far as helping the lowest of the lowest in society. So things like those, we need more affirmative action in our laws, and also just things like KYC should, as far as I'm concerned, there should be more, one, government will, but also more affirmative action as far as they are concerned. Because you will say, oh, we are doing all of these initiatives, but on the ground, there's little or nothing that is being done. So for me, the legal framework should be more affirmative-centric towards financial inclusion, other than us making money off the big players there in the financial sector or in the fintech sector. Thank you very much.
With that submission, then I turn to the ladies on the panel. I'll start with you, Ms. Angela. In regards to what he's talked about, of course, you're now looking at how do you build trust and confidence in the unbanked woman to be able to take on these fintech services. In your capacity, with your experience, how have you managed to do that?
Okay. I like that he's talking about de-risking. I think it's important in order to get the underbanked or unserved populations that much closer to capital. What we're really focusing on with Easier Greek is we know we have this data on farmers in Uganda, on agro-merchants in Uganda and agribusinesses, and we know we have the technology to be able to use these data points to then figure out how do we get these communities to be more palatable, let me say, to formal banking partners. So for us, what we're doing is we have the technology, we're looking for capital funders to be able to access that, and we're helping them de-risk because we can show a history of transactions that they would not have otherwise had before because they didn't have access to formal banking services. With one of the products that we recently launched, which is the Buy Now, Pay Later facility, I know that we had done research and we knew, according to studies, that women are 9 out of 10 times more likely to pay a loan that they get. I'm not really sure the numbers are for men, but I imagine much lower. So for us, when we were rolling out the product, we rolled it out to our entire customer base, but then we also figured out how do we talk to women to get them to, take a bite. And I'm happy to report that for the partners that we've worked with, the agro-merchants that are women-led businesses, it's 100% loan repayment, which is not very rare in the industry, it's expected, but then because maybe formal banking partners have much longer lists of KYC that are more handed down from the institutional side, like Bank of Uganda and other regulatory partners, it means they may not be able to tap into that market yet, but then partnerships with companies like Easier Greek means that we are giving them alternative data points that could point to the same data, and then they're using that to then be able to figure out how they can, help women get access to services, help youth get access to services, but then also help farmers in Uganda, because they want the credit facility, but they don't fulfill, things like financial card. Yet it's something as simple as a loan of 100,000. So helping them bridge that gap and helping them connect using technology to, let's say, NIRA to verify your national ID, to NITA to do things like that. That's what we're looking at working with technology.
Winfred, how have you been able to ensure that the products and services offered are actually user-friendly for women, unbanked women and youths, in light of the fact that there's complementary things that are needed to support fintech?
The products that we are looking at as fintechs are usually very adaptable, and these products are having incentives in there that when a person is coming to you, they have failed on the other side. Most of the women that we are talking about and youth are having informal businesses. And because they're having informal businesses, they are having trouble fitting in with the rest of the people, and they would like to one day catch up with their dreams, to be rich and be out there and access maybe $1 billion one day. But because of the lack of formality of their business, we try to create businesses. We try to create, apps that are very easy to get them into the formalization of their businesses too. So being user-friendly means that it has to be quite simplified for them, that if I partner with another organization that is able to give me a record-keeping app that can be integrated into my system, then the person who is doing their business can also be incentivized by probably knowing how much for the first time they are spending in 6 months and how much they will be needing for the next 6 months. That sort of incentive that also goes down to their business and helps them grow, and also helps me as the someone who has gone down to partner with them to be able to access financial services, to be able to get a rounder picture so that we work together, not just as me providing a service as a fintech, but also as them who need the services to grow. So the whole thing is about simplifying, partnering with people who can give you the option and not reinventing the wheel, but also being able to make it very affordable, make it very accessible too. Thank you.
Mr. Zake, on that regard, measuring the success of fintech inclusion into the kind of services that you offer in the agriculture sector, what metrics are you using to do the measurements of success in people adopting fintech?
Thank you so much. Our measurement at AgriShare is at various levels. So we have this at output level or activity level where we just focus on how many users are using AgriShare, how many are transacting, because sometimes you can be having users on your app, but when those ones are transacting are very few. So we also track that one. But also track the transaction volume. But we know it's beyond that. What matters to our farmers is how our services are transforming into them getting more income, getting more yield. So we do also monitor what's the change in yield. If a farmer rented land through AgriShare and used our tractors, used our farm workers, is he or she getting better yield? Is he or she getting more income? Or is he or she continuing the hustle and getting digital loans, and then he'll be like, don't send on this number, send on this one, because the yield was bad. So that's our impact measurement goes beyond what to provide, but to the farmer, what he or she is benefiting.
Mr. Kakoza, are there tools that you have adopted in particular to focus on the unbanked woman or the young person to be able to use KAU?
Please pardon me?
Are there any particular tools that you've had to deliberately adopt in offering your services to the unbanked woman or the young person?
Okay, so I think we are a little bit adopting so many things that are not meant for our context. When you look at like most startups, everybody's just trying to build an app or something, but that's not what like some of these people actually need. What somebody cares about, for example, is I want my money to get to this, to move from point X to point B, and I want to do it as easy as I possibly can, and at the most affordable prices, right? So then I will come and tell you I have this KAU app, it will help you do this and that, but that's not what I care about most, right? So what we are doing right now is we've tried to look at the first principles and ask ourselves the so-called stupid questions, like what do students want, for example? All they want is they want their money to be safe, and they want a way for them to receive it easily. That's what they want. What do they need? They need to be able to have this money for more than just this period. That is not only in school, but after school, life goes on and they still need money. So what kind of tools can we build for them that they can use in the context they are in? Because when you look at students, they're in school environment where phones are not allowed, for example. So if you look at them and say, I'm going to build for them an app, it just doesn't make sense, right? So looking at that, we've been able to develop a few tools that we believe are going to solve this problem, like firsthand. So we've designed a card. It's called KAU Smart Card. It's basically, you can think of it as a Visa or a MasterCard, but that doesn't require special tools to operate it. So basically, a student can have their card, move in to their points of payment, for example, at the canteen, and then just swipe or tap their card at the machines we've specifically installed there. And we do this with critical looking at the context. Because when you look at most schools, they're set up in areas where network is very, very hard, right? So we've designed tools that work like completely offline, meaning you can just move in to any place with your card or something, tap it, make the payment, no internet connection needed. And we think it works like charm because the way we determine if somebody is happy or not is if they can give us a call and say, I have a child in this and this school, I've used KAU and I need KAU to be in this school. And there we say, yes, this is a happy customer.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Kakoza. Mr. Jakol, in regards to policies, frameworks, especially when it comes to tech, what would be your advice to people who have these kinds of services and products using FinTech to be able to have the assurance protection that they need to protect what they're offering to the customer, but also the customer to be protected at the end of the day?
Thank you very much. Well, for them to be protected, of course, look for a lawyer, number one. But importantly, there's a lot of protections in the law. For example, software is protected under the Copyright and Neighboring Rights Act. And that is something that people usually forget. People have dealt with a couple of disputes, software disputes, where software developer, because of people's, you say, I think of Africans not wanting to read, or just people just not wanting to read usually, and more interested in the clause that has fees or money. That's the only clause they read. So the software developer will hide something, a certain clause, and say the back-end technology remains with the developer. So at the end of the day, you're trying to sell your product, or you're trying to give it to someone or do whatever transaction concerning it, the developer comes and says, no, this thing is mine, why are you taking it? Yet you thought because you had paid him money, everything is now yours. So copyright comes in handy, but also the black and white letter of the contract. Please look for a lawyer to help you with that. Again, documentation. I'm not necessarily a fan, again, of cumbersome KYC, but yes, as a person who's offering this product, you may need to have certain KYC mechanisms in place in order not to be defrauded. I mean, yes, we are supporting the unbanked, we are supporting the lowest of the lowest, but even them can decide not to fulfill that part of the bargain. So, though of course I'd want an eKYC system, an efficient one. But importantly for me, do not be shy. Again, it comes with having a lawyer, but do not be shy to take on people in a dispute. As simple as that. I know courts can be expensive, etc., but the lawyers offer some pro bono services. So do not be afraid to take on people in a dispute. Because also importantly, and there are things that you sometimes go unnoticed. Unfortunately, Uganda does not really have, I've seen these discussions at Bank of Uganda and with some of the top FinTech players and with FITSPA, that we need to develop interoperability guidelines or standards. The big players do not want to share their technology. I've handled a couple of disputes at UCC concerning some of the ISPs and some of the big boys. And it's just sharing of infrastructure and technology. So there's something in the National Payment Systems Act which needs to be developed, maybe through regulations, about sharing of making your systems, your technology as interoperable as much as possible, which I believe little or very few have done so far. And that affects the small developer who perhaps has a solution for the underbanked or the unbanked, or, you know. So things like those should be ready for the fight, and you can go to the regulator, Bank of Uganda, and take them on. So for me, I'd encourage people to just know their rights and be ready for the fight, as simple as that, in case anyone goes against the law. But of course, we need, again, unfortunately, being a backwater that we are as Uganda, and being a developing country, some things are going to take a while before we reach certain standards as far as FinTech is concerned. But nonetheless, I've always believed that any industry can only be best developed through litigation. And I'm sorry to say that. That may be a bit of bad news to some people, but not be afraid to fight people in court. I've said it.
Okay. It's the reality, though, we have to adopt. Okay, we'll be closing this panel discussion in about 6 minutes. So allow me to then open closing remarks. What's the way forward, especially in ensuring that the unbanked woman and the young person is actually actively, formally participating in financial inclusion ecosystem with the FinTech? Let me start with Tawaza.
In closing, the informal sector, women and youth, contribute a lot in business, in our ecosystem, but I would like to encourage all the fintechs that the disruption is on. Let's continue solving these problems. Let's continue creating products that are going to be very useful and very accessible to the women down there. And also, let's create more partnerships. Let's go in and train these women. Let's translate what needs to be translated, and let us continue advocating for the more use for technology for them to be able to get out of the segment of the unbanked. Thank you.
Paul Zake, with your regional experience, you've been able to have a regional outreach, and how has that translated into what you're continuously doing, enabling the unbanked woman to step into a form of financial inclusion ecosystem with FinTech?
Thank you so much. Appreciation also, I think I would take first also to thank the panel. It's very inclusive. I was just having a third eye, then going back. Uganda, we are blessed at this moment, at this juncture. And FinTech actors at this point, especially 2023, you can say we are blessed because things are not as bad as they were previously. Currently, 95% of the phones which are active in Uganda are connected, have potential to be connected on internet, which means anybody can add on data and be able to use internet. So this means we are on the very right track, we are very timely. Taking on that, women and youth should not be excluded. As you implement your digital innovation, please prioritize including women and youth. Because like in Uganda, we are talking, let me just tell, because I'm a farmer, I'm into agriculture. We have 5 million farming households. Each household having about 5 people. These are 25 million people who are into agriculture and farming. 80% of those ones are women. So if your FinTech is dwindling with the numbers, know that you are excluding women and youth. So prioritize including women and youth. And remember, as AgriShare, we are always open for partnerships. I can say from the other FinTech, 40 FinTechs, we got more partnerships. We ended. I even know now, as we start on next week, we shall get more. Those ones will make a knock on our doors. We are the door to the farmers in Uganda. So think about AgriShare, but also join AgriShare, because AgriShare enables you to go into farming, which is the best insurance in Uganda at the moment. Thank you.
All right. Well, we do have beautiful soils, wonderful sun, and good weather, so you do make a point for yourself there. Mr. Kakoza, with KAU, when it comes down to ensuring that the solutions offered are actually effectively integrated to make it easier for the young unbanked woman to trust and later on pick up on this FinTech service and solution. In conclusion.
Okay, so as I conclude, looking around here, I'm seeing so many faces that are familiar with me, meaning you've been here more than once, right? So if we are to build trust into these people who are using our services, it's not going to be only upon the FinTechs, but also every other stakeholder, for example, everybody in the room here. So if you live here today, go teach somebody something small. Go help somebody to earn. Go do something. Because what I've realized is we really love talking about things, but we really do very little. Like, it won't make use if we just speak about these things and then you live here and then go back to your office or wherever you work from, and then you just sit. Because when you look at the number of people seated here, we are very, very few, right? So it means we have to put in the work to push this message outside. So if you were here last time, and then coming back today, when you ask yourself that, have I helped anybody earn, learn, or do something in FinTech, and your answer is no, probably you shouldn't come back the next time if you don't do it. Because you're doing, first of all, high people a disservice of not passing on the information you get from here to somebody outside there who might need it. So it would do us good if you stay there and then you get somebody else who can pass out the information. Otherwise, it's going to be work for us all to push this kind of information, because information is very, very vital if you establish trust with users. So I think that is it. Thank you.
They'll be back with the market players in the next one. Thank you so much for that challenge, Mr. Kakoza. Turning to you, Ms. Angela. Of course, this all comes down with the fact that we must deal with the illiteracy issue there, so which calls for training, and you have to build a financial literacy and capability to then be able to handle this unbanked woman to take on the FinTech services that are available. How do we actually get to move this unbanked woman to move from informal to formal FinTech solutions?
Thank you, and thank you for having me on the panel. So for me, in conclusion, and to answer your question, I think as the players in the room, he's mentioned we're very few, and that's correct. There's huge potential for us to be catalysts for change, but also for inclusion. We just have to figure out how to make it work. So as a product manager, my job is to collaborate and understand the customers and make sure I can translate their needs to the technical teams. I also think we can borrow that analogy and use it for the work we are doing. I like that Paul mentioned that AgriShare is open to partnerships. We are too, and I think bigger players in the room, so the MNOs like Airtel and MTN, the banks like Centenary and Stanbic and Equity, we could have a bit more collaboration in terms of there's people on the ground that have, amassed wide knowledge on how to deal with underbanked and unserved populations. How then do we use those partnerships that could be created to move it that much faster, to catalyze the change? So I acknowledge that we all can't be good at everything, and that also means that we can't be very good at every different pie, every different piece of the pie. So collaborating more as an industry, bigger players working with the smaller players who might know a bit more about particular markets, I think would get us a long way along that path. Thank you.
All right, and finally, Council Ojakol, you have said people should adopt the courts. They should fall in love with litigation because it gets to protect them anyway at the end of the day. What other ABCs do FinTechs have to have at the back of their mind while they're getting into this sector?
By and large, it revolves around the law because it's not a regulated sector. You should know, are you ready to roll the big boys? Are you ready to pay the quite steep minimum capital requirements under the National Payment Systems Act? Or do you want to first play small and take advantage of the sandbox regulations? Unfortunately, for the sandbox regulations, you only do it for 1 year, meaning you're going to play around with your innovative product for only 1 year. So those are considerations you can have. But by and large, again, have a lawyer specialized in the area or someone you think is a specialist in the area, so that when you are applying for a license, because it is now illegal to operate without a license or without approval from Bank of Uganda, so that you can get it right the first time. For example, as far as documentation is concerned, what documents are needed, what do you have to show, so that, when you go to Bank of Uganda, you can put up a good case for why you should have a license. So for me, you can no longer operate in this market as a FinTech, unfortunately, without a license. Yes, you may argue that you don't have the money yet, but as far as Bank of Uganda is concerned, they do not want to know whether you don't have the money yet. you must apply for the license. If you cannot meet the minimum capital requirements as stipulated under the National Payment Systems Act, try and take advantage of the sandbox regulations. Otherwise, anything beyond that would call for criminal sanctions against you. So for me, that is it.
All right, a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you so much. Matrix Advocates, AgriShare, Kawun, Easy Agri, and Tawaza for your wonderful input in this discussion. I trust that it has enlightened you, especially what the council has shared here. No matter what you do, you must be protected, but also protect the end user. Well, this brings us to the end. Rita will be taking on from here, but our panelists, we can have a moment outside after here. Thank you.
More applause to the panel and the panelists. Thank you so much, Priscilla. Ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you for coming through. Now, I just want to highlight that all the exhibitors, I just need one person among you, how you are in your group, to at least have their space back there. One person, because amidst us, the minister is already here. The guest of honor is already here. So I'm requesting that each one of us among Airtel, MTN Momo, Zofi Cash, AgriShare, Quick Post, Quick Ticket, Sente, and My Doctor to take a stand on your stall for now. Do not forget to share the live link. Hi people on YouTube is streaming, so you can share to the people home, you can share to your friend, to your spouse, that you're here and they're watching you greatly live and clear. My name is Rita again, and also we've got other panels coming through right after. You've had Priscilla taking on the delivering affordable financial products and also the unbanked women and youth around the formal financial inclusion ecosystem. We're going to have more, like I'll be informing you, as Chris will take on those panels. Ladies and gentlemen, for now, I applaud the media amidst us. I've seen Smart 24 TV. Yes, we've got NTV, Daily Monitor, Ladu there. We have got people who are streaming, helping us to put the picture out there. And that is the Energy Films. We have Fenon, the media personalities again that are here. We welcome you, everyone in your capacity. Thank you so much for coming. We have the one taking pictures, photography. Always reach out to Austin, Magara Steven, or Araga. I've seen him around. Aegis Radio, shout out to you as well for the audio productions. And also, Master in the building, taking phenomenal pictures. My name is Rita Cabanyor again. Do not forget the social media hashtags. The social media hashtags, Level 1 Project and the 40 Days 40 FinTechs. And now we're going straight to have a very keynote address from the State of Uganda's Communication Infrastructure and Network Connectivity. But before that, before Mr. Beronda James comes up on the podium, let's have a Uganda Network video play by UCC. Thanon.
Hi People is proud to present the 4th season of the 40 Days 40 FinTechs, an initiative under its Include Everyone program, which is leading the way in advocating for technology that promotes financial inclusivity. Since 2020, we've profiled over 100 FinTechs, and our latest season is shining a spotlight on those breaking down digital barriers and transforming lives for the better.
Sometimes it's the network. It disturbs us a lot. If they can improve via the network and so on.
Kati sente ezo zo kyandibadde kirungi zigirenga ku masimu naye ng'oluusi obweralikivu bugenda ku message bazisindise naye neetatuuka. Kati tubadde tusaba bongeremukko batereze sobole okufunanga message ezo mu budde.
Mpozi enkola eno njagala okubasaba abagikolamu nti sometimes waliwo osangamukko obuzibu. Network system emanyi okwekyanga-kyangamu. Oluusi n'oteekayo akasente ogenda otuuka ku banka okakola withdraw ne bakugamba nti tekaatuukayo waliwoko obuzibu bwa network system.
Some of the challenges that we have got, of course, is the IT infrastructure.
We also, you find that some areas we totally don't have internet, or internet is on edge.
Some of the major challenges were actually network. Because when you see where we come from, Oyam, deep there in Icheme, some of those villages, you reach when actually there's no network. So the process of engaging the farmer into the system would become a problem.
Most of our farmers in the underserved area are actually digitally excluded. Before we financially include them, is it possible for them to also be digitally included so that the financial included services almost 90% work on internet? So if they can't have those infrastructures in place, then they will never be included financially.
Join us in this financial inclusivity revolution, presented in partnership with Level 1 Project, Cyber PLC Academy, Cross-Select Technologies, FinTech, Ideation Corner, and the Modulo Foundation, with generous support from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Follow hashtag 40 Days for the FinTechs, hashtag Level 1 Project to learn more and get involved in creating a brighter financial future for all.
Thank you. Morning once again, good afternoon. My name is Nicholas Kalunja and I'm the Head of Operations, High People Foundation. Welcome you again for coming today. We're happy to have you again. As you have viewed on that video, in this year's 40 Days for FinTechs, we traveled across Uganda. We went to Rengo, Katasof Fueling Technologies. We went to Oyam to meet Hamwe end users. We were in Nakasongola, we were in Nakaseke, in Luwero to meet AgriShare team, in so many places. While this is a FinTech project, we discovered that the biggest challenge to embracing FinTech in villages, in rural areas, is actually technology. Most farmers, traders are saying they are willing to use FinTech products, but they always fail because he wants to send money somewhere, the network is off. He wants to check his balance or her balance on her phone, the network is off. So they are not able to access these services because of network challenges. We know for the fact that Uganda has a fairly good network connectivity. But again, from our fact-finding mission, we discovered that there were issues around network. And because this is a FinTech landscape exhibition, we want to address challenges that are hindering the adoption of FinTech. We invited Uganda Communications Commission to take us through the state of Uganda's network connectivity. Where do we have network? Where don't we have network? What needs to be done? But as we wait for that speech, ladies and gentlemen, let me inform you that our guest of honor, the Honorable State Minister for ICT, Owekitiibwa Mukyala Joyce Nabusa Sebugwawo, has arrived and she's going through the exhibition at the moment. We welcome her. We are happy to have her. We have a couple of exhibitors. We have MTN Momo, we have Airtel Money, we have Zovi Cash, we have AgriShare, we have Quick Ticket, we have Sente, we have FlyHub, we have Sente, we have My Doctor, we have Clinic Pesa, and quite a number of them. The minister is going through the exhibition to see what you are offering, what solution you are addressing. While this is happening to the rest of us, allow me welcome Mr. James Belonda, the Head of Technical Services at Uganda Communications Commission, to give a keynote on the state of Uganda's communication infrastructure and network connectivity. We believe that his presentation will answer the question that is, can we achieve financial inclusion without achieving digital inclusion? Thank you very much. James.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good afternoon. My name is James Beronda, and I'm the head technical services for the Universal Access Fund for the Uganda Communications Commission. I'm privileged to be here, and I bring you warm greetings from UCC. Listening to the earlier part of the morning, I listened to so many users talking about the different solutions and the different challenges that come with, especially when working with the rural areas. And it then occurred to me that this is what we've been doing for the last probably 20 years as Uganda Communications Commission, especially under the Universal Access Fund. I know I was invited to give a keynote on the state of network infrastructure, which I'll do to give you a highlight, but I thought I would also tell you more about what UCC does, especially with the Universal Access Fund within or under its mandate. There are things I would want to talk about even before I indulge into my presentation. And these are things we've been doing, especially, or we're still doing at the fund within the commission. And those are things around innovation. How do you create a critical mass of users? What sort of value proposition do you give to users? What are the adoption and usage issues? And more recently, there's a digital trust issue. For that group of people who you're saying are marginalized, do they trust the digital technologies you're bringing up? How much trust do you have, and what do you do about those? And then there is also something called the infrastructure rollout. And the classic example I'll give you, or what normally happens at UCC, you get a request from a specific location where they say they want a tower for service. As you're still trying to absorb that, you get another letter from the same location telling you how much they do not want the tower. That's a conflict, isn't it? You want the service, but at the same time, you do not want the infrastructure. But rightly, because sometimes people are not informed, or there are conspiracies against technology being deployed. But how do we deal with those kind of issues? Allow me to under the Uganda Communications Commission, there is this entity called the Uganda Communications Universal Service and Access Fund. It has been there since 2003. And what has been its role, or what is its mandate? Formerly, maybe some of you might be aware, this was what was called the Rural Communication Development Fund. And we've since rebranded it to the Uganda Communications Universal Service and Access Fund. I think the framers at the time, in 2003, why they called it the Rural Communication Development Fund, it so happened that the rural areas were those areas that lacked infrastructure or lacked communication services. And then it was set up to take communication services to those areas. But as time went on, we realized that worked as well. I'm not saying it didn't do much, because like I'll tell you exactly what was done. But as we moved on later on, we changed the narrative to actually stick to two keywords, which is unserved and the underserved. And I'm pretty sure, or you know very well, that you can't be in the urban area but still be unserved. So for equity and to bring out the universality principle, we had to change it to the Uganda Communications Universal Service and Access Fund, that you can as well be in Kampala, maybe Kalere, but you're probably underserved. The USF has gone, or UCSAF, if you allow me to call it, has gone through 3 cycles since 2003. The first one, which was largely around infrastructure and sensitization. Second was built on top of the first one, was more of demand-led content development and expansion of connectivity. And of course, the most recent one, which we've just finished, which is, it ended actually last financial year, because we're in a new financial year now, which was majorly around broadband connectivity. If I may go back to the first one, if you recall the early days of MTN, MTN largely was concentrated within the urban areas. They were unable to go, or they didn't have reason to go to the rural areas because they thought there was no business case. And what did we do then? We came in very, very handy to do, we set up GSM sites in the rural areas. And why we did that was to try to show them that there is actually demand in these areas. It's some sort of proof of concept that if you actually put up a site in the rural areas, demand will be there. But also it's at a time when we were coming from where people knew nothing about computers or about digital technology. We did a lot. That's what we had introduced. That's when the times of the internet cafes and etc. If any of you ever used public payphones, if you remember, I don't know that we still have them, but the public payphones, if you had them in your villages and in your areas, all these were provided under the UCSAF unit or UCC. Then we progressed with demand in UCSAF 2, where we started bringing in a lot of content in schools. We built now, people started demanding for more data connectivity. And though the speeds were low, but we concentrated this around the district headquarters. And then, of course, 3, where the demand has really shot up and we've had to do a lot more. So what's the purpose of the fund, or what do we try to address as a commission under the universal service? We want to address issues of access, or even before we get to access, we have to address the issues of connectivity. We cannot talk about access without connectivity. So we must ensure that we have at least a fairer coverage across the country, and then provide accessibility, and those are the devices, and devices can come in all sorts of forms, through the mobile phone, or through desktops, or any other devices. But we're also saying that service must be affordable, or devices must be affordable, so we try to address affordability issues, but also ensure that there is equity for all Ugandans, and this includes for persons with disabilities and vulnerable groups. So over years, like I said, we facilitated extension of voice service in the underserved locations. We supported points of presence, or what we would call POPs, at district headquarters. That's at that point in time. More recently, a bit like 3-4 years ago, we were trying to upgrade 2G sites to 3G, and to be very specific here, we upgraded sites for MTN from 2G to 3G. We've also tried to test out new technologies, because as you may be aware that it is a bit hard to deploy technology in some of, if you're very much aware of our country in some of the most topographic challenged areas. Like if you go to Ntoroko, like the site you see over there, we are trying to set up a GSM site, but having backed up by satellite without using terrestrial communication. We do this, the pilot was a success, but probably the business model wasn't working. So we do that all the time to try and test out new technologies. And whichever is appropriate is what we advise to be deployed. More recently now, we're also doing some new green sites. The green sites, I mean, where there's absolutely no coverage at all. For example, now we have put up, or we are going to do over 70 sites, greenfield, where there are absolutely no network coverage. And I'll show you how we probably deal with this. But we do not stop at only addressing the infrastructure problems. As a fund, we are aware that when you create this infrastructure, if you don't create the demand, that's the first reason, that's the reason anyway, why the telecos do not go there. So you've sort of got to stimulate demand. And we've done quite a lot over years in addressing demand issues, and these include digital skilling. I've heard the previous speakers all talk about digital skilling. I know this is a space we can't exhaustively address as UCC, as UCSAF. I know there are other players like MasterCard, UNCDF, and the likes. They're all trying to address a similar challenge. Digital skilling, and we've done it across so many verticals. We've done digital skilling for farmers, digital skilling for small, medium enterprises. We've done digital skilling for PWDs. We're doing digital skilling in schools. If some of you have been part of our National Communications Conference, I think you've been able to see that. And we now trying to look out for more partnerships even. I think more recent, we trying to sign up a partnership with Safe Border to see how they can do digital skilling for cyclists, say, for example, across the whole country. Because the truth is, if you do not create a critical mass, then you're going to still have some challenges like what has been said here. So how do you create a critical mass? For us to create a critical mass, then we need to educate our masses on some of digital devices, and at the same time, you also have got to create an enabling environment for them to trust digital technologies. How do we do this? Internally, we do some sort of monitoring. We get all the coverage maps from the telecos, and we overlay them against some other, through GIS, we overlay them against population and coverage. For instance, if you look at the map on the left-hand side, on my left-hand side, that's a 3G coverage map as of, that's the end of last year. You realize in the northeast, that's where we have coverage issues. And the sites I've just been telling you about are actually majorly going to cover the northeastern part of Uganda and some of them in the northern area. But however, you also realize there are some gaps in between the central locations. And this is because previously we are only dealing with population coverage. But the new licensing regime now requires the telecos to address geographic or 90% geographic coverage, and we expect to see a better improvement probably in the next few years. And more recently, even if you've been following in the papers, we are allocating the 700 and 800 megahertz. That has also been conditioned, that for us to give you that service, that resource, you must address the coverage issues that are actually happening. Now, and this is what we also do monitor on a daily basis, because that's what we do. And every time we find quality of service issues, we meet with our partners, the regulator, the MNOs, to tell them what they need to do. On my right-hand side is an analysis tool which we use. For instance, where you see the purple and the blue dots, it tells you where the towers are. But it shows also a gap in between the white. You might not be able to see the blue dots, but the blue dots on the left-hand side, that's the population. And telecos naturally will go where the population is. That's where the money is, and they will try and go there. Whereas when you see the gap in between the green, there is no population in there, but it doesn't mean there are no people or there are no people that go through it. So whereas you're surrounded by towers, there is a gap there, and that becomes an interest to the fund. That's what we want to fund, and that's where we want the next tower to be. So we analyze this for all locations across the country, and we give these locations to the tower companies, where we give them what we'd call a subsidy. What we're saying is, we know you're unable to make money into these specific areas, but what if we gave you a certain subsidy of what would have been your cost of deployment in these areas? And you translate this subsidy to the MNO in terms of reduced rental fee, so that that place becomes attractive. Because naturally, the telecom operator will not go there because there's no business case. But remember, for us, we're saying there are people there, they might be few, but they require service. So we shall offer you a subsidy, please provide a service. So we do that sort of analysis internally as UCC to determine those locations. For example, this is to be more specific. This is the 70 sites I told you about. You can easily tell where they are going to be in the yellow dots, or the yellow portions you see on the map. Forgive my map, but I was trying to plot coverage across the country and where there's no coverage. So the yellow dots is, for example, where we're going to provide 70 masts that we're actually currently rolling out. There is another 130 sites coming up under the World Bank, which are meant also to address issues of, especially in the refugee settlement areas, northeast Uganda, and to cover some of the black hotspots we might have across. Now, I thought, since they gave me very few minutes, I thought I should talk about something called quality of experience. And these are some of the things we normally, or the questions we get at our call center, or the questions that are presented to the MNOs. We have what we call a NetQ Uganda app, which you can download on iOS, on the Play Store and Google Play Store. What is it meant to do? It's a self-administered tool which you can use to independently do instant checks, monitor the quality of internet service. You can monitor your usage and your data bundles, because we normally have people saying, I do not know where my data is going, but actually when you use that app, it should be able to tell you what is actually eating up your data. It also tells the quality across the different areas. So when you run it, you will actually see what sort of quality your network is. And if you see what the quality is, then you're able to make a decision how to contact your network provider. But also, we also have a feedback mechanism built into it. If you have an issue, go through the app, take a screenshot, and send it back to UCC, or within the same application, you can send a message. For example, this is me trying to do it yesterday. I tried to test my speed wherever I was. It gave me 48 megabits per second as my download speed. Probably I was the only one on the tower, I'm not sure. Then the second gives you a summary. Now, that summary gives you what sort of device you're using. It also tells you your current location, and it will give you other technical parameters which might not be of making sense to you, but if you shared them with the operator, they will be able to understand. And of course, the third, like I said, this is meant to show you the different applications that are actually taking up your data. And then the third, which is a feedback mechanism, which you can interact with. If you have coverage issues, if you have data issues, if you have voice issues, you're able to send feedback, and we'll be able to receive it at the back end and engage the operators. I didn't want to talk much, but I guess I would give you an overview of what we're trying to do at UCC, and maybe to give you a summary of what the current statistics are in terms of geographic coverage and population coverage. Right now, I think we'll agree that almost every part of the country you go to in Uganda now is covered by 2G, almost to a tune of 97% in terms of population coverage. 3G is still at about 81% in terms of geographic coverage, but about 90% on population coverage. And then, of course, 4G is still a bit low, we're still around 26% in terms of geographic coverage, and to about 61% in terms of population coverage. Of course, we'd love to have these figures improved, and that's what we strive to do under UCC from a regulatory perspective, but also from using the universal service as a regulatory tool. This doesn't also mean there are not gaps in there or quality of service issues like dropped calls and etc. And like I said, this is our daily work of what we do at UCC. Identify those bottlenecks that would hinder the kind of products and services you're offering out there to be able to operate. I think that's all I can share, unless I can get a few questions from you which I could answer. Thank you very much. Yes, please. Yes, you can. I don't know who's moderating it.
Thank you so much. Quick questions. Is the monitoring tool public? That's one question. Another one, can you be able to share also data by sector? I read your reports, but sometimes if you ask a question, how many farmers are using smartphones? So that I can get investors for AgriShare who are targeting farmers. That's still a gap. The third one is on the fiber network when it comes to rural areas. Some of the startups are based in rural areas. There's still a key gap when it comes. Can you also subsidize for them like you do for other like masts, so that also the fiber network is widely distributed? Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're talking about the tool. No, the tool is not public. That's our internal planning tool. And the second question was about, sorry? Data by sector. No, we're very sensitive on that because we're very aware of what do you call them? Not to share a lot of market statistics, but we do offer integrated sort of results. We can't give you sort of segmented results. And then subsidizing on fiber, and there is a World Bank project which is coming up, and I think it is meant actually targeting those specific areas, extending fiber beyond what it is covering right now. But then maybe what the subsidies you're actually talking about, as UCC now, we have a project which is a device project, which we are giving to households. And here we're targeting actually farmers, PWDs, and people that are marginalized. We've so far given out just about 10,000 tablets, and we hope we continue to do this. And as part of as we continue to do this, we also onboard them. We do digital literacy and also provide internet connectivity for about 6 months. But the whole purpose is try to see how do we increase on adoption and usage and integrate people like farmers. Interestingly though, when we did the study and we were working out with farmers didn't have a problem buying smart devices. They actually could afford buying smart devices. However, what we found was that we did not provide a value proposition of why they should actually have smartphones, and most of them were very comfortable owning their cartouches and so. And again, like what I had said earlier on, and from the discussion that I've seen here, when we're designing solutions, I think we need to use a sort of a bottom-up approach. Who are you designing these solutions? And make the users as co-designers, because most of the times we've designed solutions and actually they did not meet their needs. They probably need something very, very different. I'm not saying you don't scope it within ICT, but at least going from using a bottom-up approach would be a better way. Maybe to also inform you, sorry, take part of your time, UCC has also launched another program where we're inviting anyone who has got a solution that can address society needs in the unserved and underserved locations. You are free to apply. If you go on, there's an ebooster.co.ug where you'll see the eligibility there and what kind of solutions we need, and you never know, one of your solutions could be the one to be supported. And the whole idea is we are looking for that solution which we can give some sort of traction or to gain traction in these areas, to give it a small sort of boost or tweak your business model to serve into these locations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beronda. A round of applause for the gentleman. Thank you very much. For any other questions that you would like to address to Mr. Beronda and the Uganda Communications Commission, I suppose they are lines of communication that have been opened by high people, and that later these questions can form the gist of discussions on one-on-one chats. I am Chris Higeji. I am honored to be part of this very important discourse on FinTech and the efforts that are underway by young, innovative and energetic entrepreneurs in solving the critical issues and the entrepreneurial problems that we face today. We have in our midst the State Minister for ICT, Oweekitiibwa Joyce Ssebugwawo. We are honored. She has specifically accepted to speak later. She was supposed to speak first before the next panel goes on the podium. That is significant. We don't take it for granted, given the nature of tasks that she has to get on doing for the rest of the day. So that she has given us her time, that is very beautiful. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I'm Chris Higenyi. I am a seasoned broadcaster and host of the Morning at NTV show, where we discuss issues of lifestyle and what's making the news any one day. And today, we can ably say FinTech is making the news. My panel, I think all of us are here with us. Vincent Tumwijuche, the co-founder and chief executive officer of FutureLink Technologies. I would like to usher you onto the podium. Vincent Tumwijuche, yes, a round of applause there. We're also going to be hearing from Dan Edoma, the Vice President, Growth and Expansion, Maitalo. Please make your way to the podium. Joel Mohomuza, Chief Executive Officer, FlyHub, make your way to the podium. Mrs. Beatrice Lugalambi, General Manager, Corporate Communication and Marketing at Centenary Bank. And last but not least, John Mark Chivumbi, Senior Manager, Product Development and Innovations at MTN Momo. Thank you very much. Lady and gentlemen, thank you. I'm glad to meet you and be part of this very great conversation. While financial inclusion has improved in recent years, there is still a significant gap in the number of people who have access to financial services and those who actively use transactional accounts. Encouraging people to use transactional accounts is critical for promoting inclusion, as it allows people to save, borrow, and access other financial services that can help them manage their money and improve their economic well-being. The discussion this afternoon on FinTech solutions such as mobile apps and USD-based innovations have the potential to drive the uptake of transactional accounts by making financial services more accessible, affordable, and user-friendly. These solutions can help users manage their accounts, conduct transactions, and access a range of financial product services through their mobile accounts. Each of us will have an opportunity to speak about what your organization is doing and the transformational efforts to that effect. I would like to ask if there is any opportunity from the people responsible. My height is working, so I have to bend. All right, let me begin on my immediate right. Again, and what the organization is doing in as far as providing fintech solutions is concerned.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Mark Chivumbi. I am the Senior Manager for Product Development and Innovation in MTN Mobile Money. What are we doing as MTN Mobile Money? We've mastered the basics. We are being good at the basics, and currently we are now advancing the basics. And by advancing the basics, we're pushing for our ambition 2025, where everybody deserves a modern, connected life. That's what we are towards, financial inclusion for the marginalized and everyone in Uganda and Africa as a whole. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Vincent Tumwejuche. I'm the CEO of FutureLink Technologies. We are a community-driven marketplace for financial services. So what we do is we enable the unbanked and underserved to access community-responsive financial services on different channels and give them the power to choose the most relevant and affordable financial services provided by hundreds of financial cooperatives on one platform. And we use their choices to be able to influence the design, the delivery, and the pricing of these financial services.
Thank you very much. The gentleman next. Thank you. Just pull it closer.
Thank you. My name is Dan Edoma. I wear two hats at Maitalu, one as CEO of Uganda and Tanzania, and then most importantly as Vice President for Growth and Expansion. At Maitalu, we do a couple of things. One is we focus on cross-border payments. Secondly is embedded finance platform for institutions, organizations that want to plug in and just get started for their payment aspects. And then thirdly, we offer what we call virtual cards. This especially is for folks who want to do online transactions, don't want to use either their debit or credit card, or don't have either of those, but want to do online transactions. Offer that solution. You're able to create a virtual card and then do the transaction. We do offer what we call multi-currency wallets. So this works for people who travel regularly. You want to have UGX, Kenya shillings, USD, Euro, as well as pounds, among others. And then lastly, we also offer a solution to do your day-to-day bill payments. So in short, we are trying to create a one-stop center for your payments. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joel Muhumuza. I'm the CEO of FlyHub, and FlyHub is the technology subsidiary under Standard Bank Uganda. And maybe to expound a little, Standard Bank in 2020 decided to move towards a holding company structure so that we could get into things like real estate, wealth management, of course the innovator, the incubation hub, which supports small businesses, particularly in the oil and gas sector. And then you've got us as the technology subsidiary. So to answer the question, the work that we're doing is really to support our primary customer, which is the bank, in building a lot of their technology services and extending them towards different sectors. So the three main sectors are SACCOs. We're looking at women entrepreneurs, particularly in the SME sector. And then we've got FlexiPay, of course, which is our wallet solution. We're quite proud of it because about 700,000 people are now using FlexiPay, and about 98% of them are using it on USSD. And the benefit is that you can use it to make cross-platform payments, you can use it to move money from bank to mobile, to make bill payments, and all of that is free of charge except for the mobile money side. And the biggest win, I think, for us on that is you don't need to be a Stanbic customer to be able to enjoy this. You can do it from your feature phone. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Beatrice Lugalambi, the General Manager, Corporate Communications and Marketing, Centenary Bank. Our mission is to transform lives at the grassroots, offering sustainable financial solutions. We are a fully fledged commercial bank, but we go down to the rural areas to ensure that we transform people out of poverty. We use various solutions to be able to do this. My partner has been here from FinTech, who enables us to be able to calibrate and craft solutions that get down to our marketplace. So our services we offer through mobile, agent banking, cards, among others. So thank you. That's what we do.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Beatrice Lugalambi. Now, the designers of the podium could have not put into consideration aspects including optics. I would like to ask Mr. Dan Edoma and Mrs. Beatrice Lugalambi to switch seats. It is not to put you on the spot, but that our pivot in the conversation is anchored by a lady. Thank you very much. I'll ask the very first question, and it goes to Mark and Joel. We shall use 3 minutes to share a perspective on how the challenge of limited digital literacy is being met when designing mobile apps and USSD-based innovations in service delivery. Mark?
Thank you. So we are approaching this at mobile money in what we call a 3-phased approach. Number 1 is simplicity. I highlighted earlier that we started with the basics, right? All the way from 2009, we've moved a journey where our first product as mobile money was just on the wallet, cash in, cash out, and P2P. We've been doing a lot of advancements over this, and as per UCC report dating 2022, about 79% of our market are still USSD based, right? So the world is moving, we are building, but we're not leaving the USSD behind. So number 1 is simplicity and clarity in our product designs. Number 2 is language and localization. MTN as a group, and to be specific, MTN Uganda has about 9 languages on USSD, right? So mobile money for someone in Katakwi, mobile money for someone in Chenjojo and Kampala is seamless because we are localizing through what we call customer-centric design. So just to note, we no longer do boardroom designs. We actually go down to the markets and get customer input, and then we build. Lastly is we guide, right? And as we are guiding, we're giving tutorials, not only above the line, but even below the line. We've partnered with so many fintechs across Uganda to push the guidance of our customers. And with this, we are not leaving out any margin of our population, right? So we are moving away from USSD to the app. The app is the new thing, but based on statistics, my previous speaker here from UCC highlighted that most of the sites are still 2G, about 97%. So as we move with regulation, we move with partners, and we're building for both margins. That's the USSD and the upcoming digital applications.
Okay, thank you very much. Joel Muhumza, as Chief Executive Officer at FlyHub. FlyHub is a subsidiary of Stanbic. That is, yeah. As a banking institution already, the application of USSD-based innovations has been ongoing. Now that the need for designing intuitive, user-friendly, and accessible platforms is needed, could you take us through how FlyHub is helping the bank on that particular front?
Yeah, so I think maybe there are 3 avenues, one of which is often it's us sitting in a room trying to understand what someone in a certain situation is trying to do. And I think we've now thrown that away. We have to be in the midst of the lifestyles of the different customer bases that we're going to. So for instance, if we're building for a SACCO, some of the propositions that we thought were the members of the SACCO want to have individual wallets, or they want to have their information solely protected, and they want to be able to send their money only to the SACCO and stay where they are for convenience. But when you speak to the SACCO, they need to have those physical meetings because it's part of the way they assess each other. So I think a lot of the time the technology is good, but it's misapplied to the solution that you're trying to create for the people that you're trying to reach out to. The other is, are we building to keep people where they are or building to move them to the next level? So it's a question of, all right, we're meeting your need at this level, but how do we get you to use the app? How do we get you from when you've started with FlexiPay, not having an account with us, to saying, well, we have insurance for you. We can help you even understand your business advisory. If you have a small business, we can help you, move through the different levels. So it's almost having a customer journey. And on top of that journey, you're saying what has to be happening in the back end. I just want to touch on what the previous speaker was talking about in terms of USSD. So even the USSD sessions for us, it's been, how does it make sure that the experience you have is almost similar to what you have on the app? So things like the number of characters, how many things are going to be on the session, error handling, all those minute details make it such that the experience of the consumer, they don't have to think too much as they're engaging with what you're doing. The last bit is the human contact. Interestingly, I had worked on that project with MTN at some point on the language piece. And one of the things I found when I went to the field was even people who might not speak English, because a lot of the things they consume are given in English language, you'll find someone may speak a language but doesn't read it necessarily. And even the way you interpret it could, it can become very formal in a manner that someone is not quite conversant with. But what we found is key is the agent. So the agent is the face of our organization. So since agent banking, for instance, for us is about 40% of the volumes, we look at the agent as part of our customer because that's a trusted member in your community. You'll trust them more than Sam Joel with his salt and pepper beard trying to lecture you about financial literacy. You'll trust the person who you buy bread from every day more than myself. And if we can educate that agent can then give information. One last thing, we also forget that we think digital literacy is about the people at the bottom of the pyramid, but the people in this room, you're supposed to be literate for the environment you're going to go to. So for instance, we run some phishing emails within the organization, and you'll be surprised it's top management sometimes that go, yes, let me click this link, and all the information goes. So the humility to be able to say, I think I know enough, but do I know enough for the kinds of environments that I'm going into? The kinds of applications we have. Having a smartphone is a very dangerous thing, and most of us take it lightly. You click and accept cookies, and you're not sure why you're getting certain ads. If you ask someone, why are you seeing all these promotions? I mean, when you get onto Facebook, it's tracking you across all the different browsers that you're going to, but do we know that? So I think it's having an appropriate amount of information for the kinds of interactions you're going to have in the digital space.
All right. I believe that within our audience, the amount of knowledge, especially on digital literacy, is enormous. Though, like you say, knowledge is never enough. We're glad that you've been able to share that. I would like to go to Vincent and Dan and talk about the super apps that are all over, especially we just heard that a smartphone is dangerous, and then it has all these super apps. And then there are those that are grappling with financial inclusion who are already illiterate. How are you managing the intersection of interventions here to ensure that the product is fine and usability is smooth?
Yeah, I think that in terms of designing for the people that have, for many reasons, been left behind, we need to clarify our mission. That's where it all begins, because with so many choices, you need to be able to make it easy to actually make a choice as to what do you actually pick, how do you actually design, what are your values, because then you help the customer also make sufficient choices. So one is to clarify our mission as innovators. What is really our social commitment to the people that we are serving? Is it just about money? And so if you have clarified your mission, for example, FutureLink, we have decided that we are going to make a contribution to the development of Uganda and Africa through community. That's why we say we are a community-driven marketplace. So the community has to actually have space to be able to make a contribution. So when you see M-Circle, for example, the people themselves feel it. They feel it is their own. So they are able to actually take it on. I had an experience when one circle manager was telling me the members know that this is their product because, you know, the circle starts with M, so they thought it is their product, and that is what we love. We don't really care about, you know, whether you're going to talk about FutureLink. So the first point is clarify the mission and your purpose. The second is to using, you know, design thinking. How do you actually continue to help the customer's experience get better? Once the customer has been able to trust you, then they regard you as a guide, the guide to the sector, and you'll be surprised by what that trust can do, because then you make recommendations in terms of policy, in terms of strategy, and the people actually come along. So the many apps is really not a problem. But I think that as people who have commitment, social commitment to transform society, we need to actually re-examine our why. Why are we actually doing this? Then with so many choices, it will still be very easy for the customer to make the right choice and move on as we become their guide.
Dan? Just to add on, super apps are taking over the traditional payments of debit, credit, and cash globally. Give an example, in China, it's according to Wall Street Journal, 92% of residents in urban centers are actually using WeChat and Alipay for their payments. So coming back home, why can't we do the same? Why can't we incorporate super apps in our daily lifestyles? All right. For example, if I am going for a social life in evening, I don't need to carry cash. All right? The aspect of carrying cash will be dropped. I make sure that all I have is my phone. All right? Go and be able to do the transactions. If I'm going to the market, I shouldn't be minding about my cash. I can go to my charcoal seller next door and be able to do the transaction. So in a nutshell, what we are doing as Maitalu particularly is to ensure people who are moving from one country to the other, you don't need to go to a forex bureau to convert cash. That all you do is just ensure that in your multi-currency wallet, have it. So when you move to Kenya, Kenya shillings there, you're able to do transaction. It doesn't have to interrupt your lifestyle. So to add on what my colleague has said earlier on is, most important, you need to understand the lifestyle of your users. Who are your users? How do they behave? What do they do on a daily basis? All right? And then that way it will help you to approach it with ease and ensure that you are actually affecting their lifestyle by making their lifestyle seamless, not taking us back to where we used to go. I remember a couple of years ago, line in the bank to pay school fees, or go to pay 3,000 water bill in a bank, line for 30 minutes. That has changed, and that needs to be refined. And then this doesn't need to happen in urban centers, but also in rural areas. That, for example, my grandmother can be able to do payments at the comfort of her kitchen, not necessarily going beyond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, for Centenary Bank, over the last 10 years, has positioned itself as offering financial services to a section of the population that is widely seen as on the lower pyramid. That means literacy is a problem, perhaps, for some of the customers to be able to use the plethora of products, paying for water, paying school fees, of late, being able to order for a meal or two. What is the experience like when it comes to rolling out these transactional accounts to population and markets like yours?
Thank you very much. For Centenary Bank, we've been in the market for 40 years. So our journey, we are marking the 40th year this year. And we have been serving our population progressively as we also improve the technology across the divide. By virtue of the fact that our mission dictates that we should be able to serve the rural population, we have taken deliberate steps to be able to do three things. Be simple, provide simple products that are customizable to the rural populace, that have simple language in nature, and that enable them to be able to transact. To date, we have about 2.7 million customers, as already indicated in the audience by my earlier partner. And of these, we are progressively moving these people onto the digital journey. Through the transaction accounts that, that we hold in the bank, we have introduced progressively mobile banking, which we call Center Mobile. And our customers to date, we look for the things that they need most, in the priority in which they need them. And for us, we have discovered that in the priority status of what our customers need, they first need to save. We link them to the bank. They save, they get access to credit, then they can have a lifestyle of engagement. So with that in mind, we look for the purpose. What do they want to do most? When we look at what our people want to do most, is to pay, to be able to save for maybe education or school fees or engagements like that. So when we were developing the transaction accounts and enabling them to go on mobile, we looked at the correlation between the account and then we put on school pay onto that to enable our customers to be able to pay school fees and drive the transactional account. So in driving the transaction account, our customers got a need to be able to use their account. Definitely a surplus is the telco companies. The telco companies come into play by giving a generic feature which is adoptable across the banks, and then we are adding on features. So with the transaction accounts, how I've been able to do that. With our Center Mobile banking USSD and app platforms, we have also added on agent banking services so that we do linkage banking. Linkage banking, which is able to link you from the MNO into the bank and into their informal space. So with that, it enables the transaction accounts to grow. So when you go into our Center Mobile menu, whether you're going onto the USSD or onto the app, you will see that we have Center Mobile onto phone banking and then Center Mobile onto agent banking. So it enables us to be able to open up space for investment clubs, for circles, for women, for groups, and for engagement. So transaction accounts and the way we are driving engagement is in that space. When you go onto linking, you can now be able to go from your Center Mobile, be able to drive a voucher, and then cash it at the agent banking place. So even at the agent banking place, you're able to initiate a voucher. So we are interlinking all these points. You're able to be able to push from your Center Mobile and be able to push money onto a prepaid card to enable people to go and transact on e-commerce. When you are at the agent banking point, we have also additionally added services that are for customers and for the general public. So you will find that one of the key things that is happening as a correlation, most of our customers are using USSD, which is a major function. The apps, we have about 40 1,000 using apps. It really speaks into the national statistics of the app usage and the USSD usage. So as we progress into the general public, the lifestyle, we first look at the needs that aspire to the public. We put the transactions and the accounts that we open are tailored.
We do face the similar challenges that Centenary Bank is grappling with, and the approach in crafting the solutions could be pretty much the same or similar. Take us through how FlyHub and the Stanbic Bank approach it.
Yeah, so first of all, I as a Ugandan, I need to first congratulate Centenary Bank.
There's what?
They're taking, I know there's going to be a Centenary Bank in another country soon, which means...
congratulations.
In Malawi, so I think they deserve a hand. It's a good thing
A
as a
round of
Ugandan
applause. Yeah.
to have a franchise going Africa-wide. So maybe not to rehash certain points, I think the constraints that we deal with now typically have to, the speakers before were talking about, for instance, KYC. How do we collect the KYC information? And a lot of that has been handled at the agent position. But the barrier to entry for us was so high. You know, when you come in and you have to sign all those papers, and we sort of put the regulator in a bad spot because we say, well, you know, the regulator has said we have to do this. So it's almost like no one wants to engage. We're doing it because we are forced to. But the truth is, there are concerns around anti-money laundering. There are concerns about counter-terrorist financing. There are data protection interests that we have to cater for. So I would be remiss if I don't put some kalango to *291#. That's *291#. The reason we made it...
Hi, people is preparing a voucher for you.
we made it very easy for people. All you need is a national ID to get into the ecosystem, to start doing transactions. Similar to what my sister here was saying, the goal is to say what's the most immediate need that the average person has. Now, for us as bankers, we want to get your deposit and we want to get interest income. We want to be able to lend to you. But what's your major interest? For me as a customer, the first thing I usually need is give me some money to do something. I need credit. But below that is I want to be able to do some payments. So by giving you FlexiPay to be able to see the payments you're doing, we get an understanding of what your profile is. To say, well, what amount of unsecured lending can we give to you as that initial point of contact? Then we'll see you have a business. If you have a business, we can take you through the Stanbic Business Incubator, which gives you free advisory services. How do you get registered with URSB? How do you get your advisory board together? So that when you come in for a large amount of credit, we already know you, we've seen your footprint as an individual, but we've also seen your business. For instance, with Stanbic for Her, we've said women-owned businesses should get a preferential rate because we want to encourage that. So typically, I think it's about having the full lifestyle journey. As a bank, we have been really good at the corporate and investment segment, like that high-end segment, because it's something that's familiar to us. And you know, if we're to speak from an African point of view, a lot of the technologies we use, a lot of the products that we reproduce have come from a certain setting. They are built to deal with a middle class that is urbanized, that is salaried, that gets their money through. Their money comes electronically. So the money starts in the bank. Here, most money doesn't start in the bank. So all of our competition is cash. Everyone here will talk about we're trying to digitize, but we're trying to digitize someone who has cash. As a Ugandan, I can never leave my home without cash.
What I gather there is there's a whole lot of challenges that you are grappling with. You spoke about the whole lifestyle journey, which of course includes a regulatory framework that is in place, which sometimes sees tension between the policymakers as they execute some of these policies versus your need to advance your product portfolio and be able to deliver promptly and in time. Let me begin with Dan. With regard to your product and services portfolio, what is the common point when you meet policymakers when it comes to regulation in order to advance the kind of business that you're doing?
Dan, do you mind if I take 1 minute?
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, I just wanted to make 1 point on that,
That means I'll
piece.
choke down his time.
Yeah, so I'll buy him food. I think because we also have the Honorable here with us, and I think the tone that we take sometimes as private sector players is we're trying to be like students when the headmaster comes in and we try and clean ourselves up. But every time I look at my phone, for instance, I'm very alive to the fact that most of the technologies on this phone were not invented by no, you can't name who came up with GPS. You can't name who came up with Wi-Fi. You can't name because the public sector plays a role of co-creating with us. And so I think for us, the engagement that we're starting to have personally, because we're regulated by NITA, is that engagement is now more proactive in terms of what can we co-create that can help you understand that we're trying to get better eKYC. The rules are for where we were 5 years ago, but where we are now, and we work together to make them better.
All right, thank you very much. All I see is lunch for a month.
Thank you.
It's taken up a lot of it.
Absolutely, Joe. I'll come back for my lunch.
Quickly, the regulatory framework, how the syntax can be achieved in ensuring that you do your work.
About 3 or so years ago, the sector was not regulated fully. Remember, the National Payment System Act came in 2020, which then was able to streamline the process of acquiring the license. Before that, it was a little bit gray. That's why now, as Joel mentioned earlier on, we have the aspect of NITA-U, which predominantly focuses on aspect of data. So what I've seen is 2 things. One is, as a player, before you come in and plug into the system, you need to have the regulatory approval from the beginning, all right, as a player. So once you have that, then you can be able to move in and showcase or get to your users. But before that, I think the biggest problem I've seen is the process is quite lengthy, for starters. Fortunately, we have the minister in charge here can take back our feedback. There is lengthy process. If that can be streamlined, it will make it easier for upcoming startups to easily plug into the system. That's one. Then 2 is just like if you look at the financial services, they have different categories of licenses. All right. Earlier on, we have in the earlier panel a person in legal background saying, for example, the capital requirement is high for certain startups. All right, having the minimum of 250 million is high for someone who is just trying to plug in and get the idea and roll back the market. So if we can be able to streamline that and ensure that there's tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, it helps it easy for a John or a Dan who has just graduated from Makerere is becoming entrepreneur, want to see if you can make a contribution in advancing financial inclusion in the country and beyond. So let it support us who are starting to take it to the next level. We like the fact that they're there as a father figure to see us, but also as a father, you need to ensure that is your child crawling, is your child walking, is your child running, and ensure that all those policies are taken care of, the process of the child's development. Thank you.
All right, Dan, I'm afraid the clock has turned its attitude towards us. I would like to ask Beatrice and Dan to take us through the trust mechanism in place. MTN Momo, there are times you receive, well, messages, sometimes it's as gruesome as calls, and these gentlemen don't have the best of vocabularies. You might get shocked when he calls and begins to ask some of the questions. So the issue of trust and confidence in transactional accounts is something that we need to address. The banks, I'm sure, are up to something we do not know. Please.
Much on the issue of trust for transaction accounts is very key for us. First of all, how do you provide the trust? One of the things we do is we sell trust. So by selling trust to our customers, there are certain key things that we need to do on the accounts. First of all, safety is very important. When you're driving the digital agenda and you're also getting to use the USSD and the apps onto the transaction account of customers, it is important to be able to use various methods to be able to encrypt some of the apps or the USSD such that people are comfortable, and you communicate your security measures, how you're using the chip and pin maybe for your card, what kind of level of security you're using, the endorsement with the regulator is very important. Apart from encryption, the two-factor authentic method is also very key in also as we drive internet banking, as we get onto our accounts. So as we are putting out all these solutions to our customers, in order for them to feel, and they always feel that the banking into banks is safer, still safer than all other engagements out there. We still have to be able to drive that trust, and that's what we do. For example, like for SACCOs, in order for us to serve SACCOs and also on our investment apps that we put onto the account for access to money, for savings and for borrowing, we also ensure that we have the 3-pin authentication. The 3-pin authentication enables the SACCOs and the investment clubs in the ecosystem to feel safe that they can approve, they can be able to transact, they can be able to send money, receive money back, and do the payback and the payment systems. Okay. Apart from that, now maybe the last one, I know there are very many others in driving trust. The way we communicate to the public about digital engagements, about our accounts. In the era of cybercrime, one of the key things we have done today is to be with NBS on the Tom Ferrer campaign and teach the public digital financial literacy. On NTV, we teach. In the field, we are always in the sales, in the field. We teach our customers how to be able to hold accounts, how to be able to transact, and how to also be able to remain with their PINs and not share passwords. So trust is a key issue for us, and it cannot be underscored, but the level of digital financial literacy is still something that we need to work on as a whole system.
All right, thank you very much, Mrs. Beatrice Lugalambi. Dan, I'm going to have to compress your time and address the issue of those gentlemen and women quickly so that Vincent can sum this up on those people who do not have mobile phones or smartphones but need these services and they need to use these apps. Should they, well, find the money by their phones first?
So, as we push for digitization, I just want to maybe go back a step back.
Can you please just address the concerns of trust and confidence in
yeah,
Protocol
just
Out?
a step back to one of her submissions. So she mentioned trust, but digital finance is based on 2 key factors, right? So trust and convenience. If you can sell trust, then you can sell convenience. So how are we doing this in mobile money, for example? We are adopting proactive fraud checks. We have 24/7 anti-money laundering schemes that are actually now incorporated with AI algorithms. So we can actually detect and stop because mitigation is a bit expensive. This is helping us with the market because we are reducing on our incident reports and counts regarding fraud in the market. And as part of the media sensitization, we're also pushing programs like Better Steady campaign. We've partnered with NBS and other reputable organizations to push this trust basically in the market. Secondly is about having frequent and established security checks as a platform. MTN has partnered and gone into collaboration with auditors, big audit firms, big pen tests, and we've even done closed user group testing to enable us curb anything that could make our customers churn. Now, the other thing that we're doing to curb trust is basically we're being open, right? When there's a fraudster, something has happened, there's been a fraud, we come out to say it because here we're being transparent and we're gaining the trust of our customer, and in turn, they're gaining trust of our product, and then we can sell them convenience to use mobile money as the subconscious choice for transacting.
All right. Vincent Tumijuche, you're going to have to wrap this up by telling us how financial inclusion can be achieved, especially when aspects like cost of technology means there are those who can't access smartphones and as such cannot use some of these transactional accounts and super apps.
Yeah, I think that one amazing trend is that, technology every 18 months really literally doubles. So what you had as a cost of an item, you can be sure that within the next 18 months, it will be half the cost. So we see that Africa needs to continue to leverage the simple feature phone, very, very basic in terms of features. So the USSD comes in handy, and then of course you have also the group banking. That also becomes a key element in building community financial resilience, because you have groups. So if at least the chairman and the treasurer have a phone, they can still facilitate group transactions. And then of course not to forget that the market that we are serving is literally unaware of the risks. So as practitioners, we need to be aware, for example, of the different regulatory framework, the people that are here. It's important, for example, to know that there are about five legislations that you need to be aware of. There is the NPS, there is the Electronic Transaction Act, which NITA is in charge of. There is the Financial Intelligence Authority, anti-money laundering, and then of course lastly there is the whole idea of personal data protection and privacy. So if you are able to address that, you are able to demonstrate to the user how you are taking care of this, it's also another element that we can build trust in the market. Thank you.
Vincent Tumejuche, co-founder and CEO, FutureLink Technologies. Many thanks for those wrapping remarks. Many thanks to you too. Dan Edoma, who is Vice President, Growth and Expansion at Maitalu. Joel Mhobza, CEO, FlyHub. Mrs. Beatrice Lugalambi, General Manager, Corporate Communication and Marketing at Centenary Bank. And of course, lastly, John Mark Chivumbi, Senior Manager, Corporate Development and Innovations at MTN Momo. Right now, a round of applause for our panelists for the amazing perspective. I'll now hand over to Ms. Caballero for the next announcement.
Thank you so much, Chris. Please, you can join them for a moment, pictorial moment, memorable moment. Applause for the panelists again and the moderator, Chris. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, you're still stuck here with us. I hope you're tweeting and retweeting. Good afternoon again. A warm welcome to Honorable Minister Owekitiibwa Joyce Nabosa Sebugwawo Tukwaniriza. Thank you so much for being in the building. And the Airtel Airtel Managing Director of Momo. What's wrong with me? I deserve Chiboko. Okay, right about now, we're going in for another presentation by the Managing Director, Airtel Money. He's going to come and give his thematic presentation. Thereafter, we shall have St. Kawoya, the COI people, to welcome Honorable Minister, and we'll be sharing with you what is next. Thank you so much.
Let me actually introduce myself properly. I'm Jafet Tarido. I'm the Managing Director for Airtel Mobile Commerce Uganda Limited. I know Momo becomes, because Momo stands for mobile money, sometimes there's that confusion. So it's Airtel Mobile Commerce Uganda Limited. I'm actually humbled to be presenting to you today because I know we started some journey well. I need the click for me to move very fast. I'm given 5 minutes. I will try to capture the key messages that I wanted to share with this team, so that we don't keep Minister waiting for a long time, because I know she has a very busy schedule. I think for me, what I wanted to present to you today is purely what we have been able to create to enable you to innovate. Because at the end of the day, if I look at what we do today as mobile money operators, especially mobile money that started through telcos, is to create an environment that anybody can ride on to develop services. Therefore, the thing that I'm going to share with you is the ecosystem that we have built. Today, we have 7 banks that are integrated where you can walk in and deposit the money to buy float or to liquidate float so that you can get cash. With that, we have 660 franchise partners. These are dealers that enable us to create a distribution network in Uganda today. And that's why you find a lot of efficiency when it comes to making cash available, making float available in the market. Over time, we have built 2,500 branches. I think for me, when I'm presenting to the Honorable Minister, what I want you to look at is actually how many jobs in the process of driving financial inclusion. How many jobs have we created in the ecosystem? Because we have 2,500 Airtel Money branches. Each branch has a minimum of 2 employees. In addition to that, today, as we talk, we have surpassed 200,000 agent points. These are the places where a customer can do a cash in and a cash out. Again, if you go to those agent points, you find employees, people who are actually able to earn a living through that ecosystem. And then, for the innovators, you look at 14 million wallets that are today in Airtel Money. Today, you have 14 million potential users that can pay and receive payment through your system. This is the journey we have walked. It's been an amazing journey. And for this, I want you to see only 2 things. In the first almost 6 to 8 years, our business was driven by just building a distribution network. That cannot sustain any mobile money business today. The future of the business is being driven by partnerships, and that's why we welcome everybody who is in this board on board here today, or anybody who is in either online or physical here to join us, because that is how we are going to build the future. That is partnerships, innovations, and the ecosystem. Because all of you sitting here, you have an ecosystem. Either you are serving schools, or you are serving some farmers, you are serving some circles. When you come into us and we plug together, then that expands our business for the future. This is actually a bouquet of services. And I know there's one passionate thing I want to capture here. I can talk about the things that we have done in the past, but what for me is giving me a lot of insights and the excitement today is the hospital center. And I will tell you why. Hospital center, which is part of our insurance, is our last product we have launched. But when I look at over 300,000 people who have already subscribed to the hospital center, where now, if they are hospitalized, their livelihood, the money they would have lost if they are hospitalized, is paid back immediately they leave the hospital. Claims are being processed within 12 hours from the time you leave the hospital. This, for me, is the most amazing thing that I could never imagine this could be possible anywhere. You can imagine for 1,000 shillings, you can get a cup of 40,000 for every day you are in hospital. For 2,000, you can get 60,000 for every day in hospital. For 3,000, you can get 100,000 for every day in hospital. And then in the unfortunate event, anybody passes on. You know how the family goes through a lot of pain. You can get 2 million if you're on the basic one. You can get 3 million if you're on the one for 3,000. And you can get 4 million if you're on the 3,000 premium. For the border riders, you can imagine how many accidents we get in this market. How many of them have lost the border after they had an accident? So for me, I want to just give you insights of what can be done if we come together. That product could not be done without Pride Microfinance and Turako, who is an insurtech. Again, all the people in this room are innovators. Come to me, let's discuss together, let's look at solutions in Uganda and solve them together. So this is an example of how we will drive financial inclusion. And I don't want to go into detail because majority of the people here actually are in partnership with us. And I know some of them also in partnership with MTN. But what we want to demonstrate in this scheme is most of the services are only offered through partnerships. For example, if we have to offer savings, you can see the product we launched with KCB. And again, we are open. We are not restricting to any any partner, we are open to many other partners. You can see that we are working with MSACO, trying to deepen the financial inclusion and drive the service in the rural areas. There are a number of things that you see here where we are also offering loans, which traditionally were not possible in mobile money, but through, again, FinTech and as a licensed bank in Uganda, we are able to offer these services. I would just want to just share quickly so that we move. Social environment, you can imagine the things that have happened in Uganda, courtesy of mobile money. Today, many things that, for me, even the most important thing is the broad decision that was taken by the government to say there is no scratch card. I might not even need to go through the slide. You can imagine how many trees are cut for us to produce scratch cards. But a decision was taken to say all airtime has to be electronic. We saved a lot of trees, we saved the environment. So for me, there are some things Uganda has done which keeps me awake, and I can tell the things that are happening. I was discussing with the minister today, and it's very clear Uganda is the fastest growing FinTech industry in the region and even beyond, which is, for me, I am very happy to be part of that history, because when it's written, many of us will feature in it. So I want also to tell you what we did. And this one, you allow me to take a few minutes, even if I extend my speech by an extra 1 minute. Let me tell you what we did for us to think in this direction. We went into the market, and we were talking to the small traders. And actually, majority of them were using P2P to collect money. But what was happening in Uganda that time was, when people pay, they used to leave the outlet and reverse the money. And the majority of them were losing money, and the trust was eroded. We asked them whether they can afford to buy an extra device, an extra phone, so that we put them on a merchant pay, Airtel Money Pay. They said we can't afford. So we decided on the same SIM card, the wallet where they are having their personal life, let's create a secondary wallet where they can separate their business transactions from their personal transactions. That's the time we say they separate their Kameza money from their other money. You see, we didn't want them to mix it. This today, as we speak, we have, I don't know whether the number is there, we have over 600,000 traders that today can accept Airtel Money digitally through Airtel Money Pay. I think we deserve a clap for the work well done there. But why I'm sharing this, and I'm very passionate about it, is some solutions, we have to localize them. There is no other market that has taken that bold step to digitize the informal traders. But we have taken it, and we are passionate about the success we are seeing so far. And then I wanted just to share, this might be my last slide, what we have been able to do in the last couple of days. We have opened our platform to our innovators. We have enough open APIs. Today, you are no longer limited to what you can do in our platform. And I'm telling you, I've seen young developers who within 2 days can actually do a complete integration and start collecting money through Airtel Money. And this is something that used to take 6 months, sometimes 1 year, and we used to have a lot of complaints. So the whole idea is, to the team that is here today, Airtel Money platform is very open. We are very clear. You can actually go to the website to do most of our steps, follow the steps, do the test. Then when you want to go live, you can come, and we'll put you live. Should we also want to put you on our menu, we have also enabled you to be able to come on the menu without having to go through a lot of process. So you can put you on star 185 using another API we have built called Biller Portal. And again, it doesn't take the long time it used to take. Majority of you who have collected money in Airtel Money will bear me witness that you have a problem of liquidation. When you want your money to go to the bank, you used to have a problem. We have enabled you to do self-liquidation. You no longer need to come to us. You no longer wait for the system to run. At any given time, you can be able to pull money. You can be able to transfer money to the bank without having to call anybody from Airtel. And then, in addition, for those who are offering both collection and disbursement services, you can actually take the money that is in the collection account and transfer it to the disbursement account without having to exit it, without having to push it to the bank. You might lose some time. Again, all these things are being done in the realization that we need to move faster and we need to be a bit agile. Then we have built an enterprise portal that enables you to administer most of your things, reports, and other things. So as an innovator now, you are no longer limited. I know the time is not on my side, and I would have loved to speak more. And I know I've spoken very fast. But I will remain available to answer any question. I want to thank the organizers of this event. I know it is not easy to bring all these great minds together. I want to congratulate the organizers, and I look forward. I'm a strong partner in this. I will never miss any of the sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's now my pleasure to invite Mr. Kawoya, my Lord Mayor Kampala. Clap. Is it okay? Thank you. CEO Hi People, Mr. Kawoya, the FinTech father, please.
Thank you, Rita. Technology almost denied me an opportunity just now. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'd like to start with something funny. A few of my good friends usually ask me to refer them to nice, successful men. Yeah? And I would like to introduce you to one today. I would like to introduce you to my good friend Vincent Tumajuche. Please stand up, Vincent. Vincent, please come and sit with the Honorable Minister. The bad thing is that he's married. Eh? Yeah, but I'll introduce you to one, so please don't ask anymore. He's a good man. He's a good friend of mine. The last time I met him at his office, he was coming from church. So for those who want God-fearing men, he's God-fearing, but married. Eh? Yeah. Vincent, please sit with the Honorable Minister, not at the same row, please. So you can imagine I'm excited about seeing all of you here. I'll start by thanking all of you for making time to be a part of this. For everyone that has been here for the last 4 times of the FinTech Landscape Exhibition, you're a superstar. Thank you for being a part of this. But I'm excited about 3 things, and I'll talk about each one of them in a sequence. One of them, the Honorable Minister, who has served for a long time in this country of ours and has been a mother to so many people. She's actually mother to one of the most popular queens after the queen who passed on, may her soul rest in peace, the Navigator of Uganda. She's a mother, and we saw her when we were young being in charge of the biggest wedding that we've ever seen happen in Africa over the last 2 decades. I'm not sure if you've seen any other. I don't think I can beat that myself, so there's no competition. But Honorable decided to cancel 2 other appointments, very important ones, to dedicate time to be here. Yeah. Well, because she keeps telling us that we are doing a great job, Honorable, we don't take it for granted that you make time to be a part of these conversations. I remember there's a time, about 2011, when I had a good conversation with a mentor of us. He calls us Ndugu, Right Honorable Rugunda Ruhakana, who was Minister of ICT by then, and he allowed the Minister of ICT to take on patronage for high people and support us in making sure that we accelerate our advocacy efforts. And he appointed someone to help us. But we even failed at the starting point that he asked that person to write for us a letter, and the minister signs it, and we have never gotten it up to today. So you can imagine how funny it is, yeah? But Honorable allows every single thing we ask her to do. This year we made a record for the first time in the world to have a poster that has a minister in it, eh? Yeah? For the women in FinTech. No one believes in women like she does. So we thank you, our mother. We call her mommy all the time. I call her mommy because she's truly a mother to us and to this country of ours. Thank you for making time. but also to all of you that are innovators that are working so hard to make sure that you use your hands and your minds to serve people and to make a difference in life. So Honorable, just a second on your right is a very young man. Stand up, Stephen, yeah? Yeah, so I'm very proud of him personally. I mentored them and they offered to give me shares in KAU in their early stages when I was mentoring them. They offered to give me 45%. Was it 45? Yeah, more than 45% of shares so that I can mentor them. Yet High People offers free mentorship, and I didn't take the shares. But I'm very happy that they are serving more than 27,000 people in a period of 1 year, right? Have we made a year? And I'm happy to be part of the board. And I mean, there are many of them that have done so much. He's just 23 when you see him. And when I see him, I remember myself when I was 23 writing and disturbing the governor to give us loans. May his soul rest in peace. But innovation takes bits of that. Innovation takes a bit of breaking some rules. Zake, Mr. CEO, I was happy to see the progress, to see farmers testifying using your solution. I've seen a lot of what Vincent has done, so I shouldn't talk about it today. He's already seated. He has his maid already seated with the minister, so I can't give him any more for today. But for all of you, our good friends, our generous partners and sponsors, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Mojalu Foundation, Level 1 Project, FinTech, Cyber PLC, Ideation Corner, and all of you, the FinTechs, the digital financial service providers, the banks, the MNOs, the regulators, and government that we regard to as our esteemed partners, we thank you for always making time to be a part of these conversations. Before I invite our mother, who I'm sure all of you know and regard to as your own mother, I would like to share some encouragement to some of those that are struggling in this innovation space. I'm sure some of you have seen My Doctor, and I'll tell you a story about My Doctor. We first innovated My Doctor. I have shares in My Doctor, so you should know, for purposes of clarity. So we first innovated. The first time I came up with the word My Doctor was 2009, and it wasn't anywhere on the internet. But it has taken us 15 years to get to the market. But keep doing what you're doing if you are among us here today. As long as you keep believing in it, someday you make a difference. Today, My Doctor as a solution has served thousands of people. And every single month we take care of more than about 850 HIV patients. I can't be more proud of the innovations that technology has brought and enabled us to serve. But importantly, today we are also excited to celebrate not just what you have done as the innovators, but also that these conversations we've had for the years have caused real transformation. Just on the 4th this month, our central bank officially announced an open international bid for the first of its kind national payment switch, because we had these discussions here for years. We should celebrate that. So for all of us that have been speaking interoperability, we have taken the first and the most important step. The Bank of Uganda cannot take away that bid back anymore. Now, it is time for us to tell them what we want, because they are building it for us, not for them. Unlike Joel from FlyHub, who moves out of home with cash, me, I've spent a whole month without a single cash note, and I have no debt, basic debt, because I didn't move with cash. So, and I'm a believer, and my team as well, I don't know where Doreen is, but we've been able to teach people a culture of being digital, being accountable, and practicing what we preach. So ladies and gentlemen, I know I might ask for too much, but I would request all of us to stand up. And we're going to stand up for some good time. But first of all, is for us being fit, minus the Honorable Minister. Yeah, please. Yeah, thank you. So, and please, let's do it with joy. Let's, first of all, celebrate the no payment switch because it's going to happen. Yeah. And secondly, until when the Honorable Minister is here speaking, let us keep clapping for her. Honorable, we welcome you, please. People clap. They will not clap for your children. Eh? Here, Honorable. Please, let's keep clapping for Honorable. She has started speaking. No, here. Yeah. Let's keep clapping for Honorable. Yeah. Thank you so much. So you learn to work hard and become ministers. Eh? Thank you so much, Honorable. Please. Please, let's have a seat.
Before I speak to you, there's a question which I want to put to you, and I need an answer from you people. Could you come here, please? My question is, what do you think he is? What do you think he is? I need answers from you people. Pardon? Uh-huh. Maid of God, yeah. Is that all? Yes? Yes, thank you. Yeah, thank you. More about him. Yes, you have a hand there. Come again. Mentor. I think you have answered my questions. Thank you very much. More, you have more answers?
A superman.
Thank
A
you.
super being.
That's what you are. And congratulations. You can go and sit. It's very difficult to achieve all this. It's not easy, but he has done it. Dear founders and sponsors, respected MPs, I don't think they are here, innovators, partners, and founders, all protocol observed. A very good afternoon to you all. I want to use this chance to celebrate the amazing 43 financial technology companies that took part in the 2023 40 Days 40 FinTech Growth Program. Also, a big thank you to the High People team. You help us believe in a world where everyone is included. I'm also pleased by High People, who recently did a great job representing Uganda at the Global Innovation Event in Kigali, Rwanda. You made us very proud. We congratulate you very much. Our journey to use more digital technology has been a wonderful and long one. As a nation and continent, we have moved from using wired telephones and voice-only mobile devices to small handheld banks. These allow people to pay for things like bills and services from the comfort of their homes, their bedrooms, their workplaces, and offices. I'm aware that many users and creditors have concerns about the high cost of internet and the lack of it in many rural areas, which is true. But as a Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, we are working with other government agencies, donors, private investors, and innovators to make sure that the internet is easy to use, accessible, and more affordable for everyone. For example, what cost 60,000 shillings for 1 GB of data in 2011 now costs only about 5,000 shillings. And I promise you, this cost will continue to drop. We also promise to keep making rules and policies that help better the environment for the startups, financial technology companies, and digital financial services across the economy. I'm sure you have noticed the wide range of creators from this year's program that are helping to solve problems in nearly every part of the economy. We applaud you for this and promise to keep supporting you as a government. On my behalf, and on behalf of the Ministry of ICT and National Guidance, and the government of Uganda, I want to congratulate those who took part in the fourth session of the 40 Days 40 FinTech initiative. In a very special way, I want to thank the CEO, my son, the High People team, the organizers of this program, and their partners at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Level 1 Project, Moja Loop Foundation, FinTech's Ideation Corner, and Cyber PLC Academy for putting together such a great event and a wonderful program we are seeing today. We are delighted about the positive changes you are making, and we are very, very proud of you. We thank you so much for turning up in a big number and participating in this event. I promise that we shall work together with you, and I promise you, my dear son, that we shall always be behind you because you are a great man. We thank you so much. May God bless you all and have a very good evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mama, and thank you for staying up here. It's now time to give participants certificates for participating. We shall be following a list here, whereby I'll be reading up the participants, and then you will come pick your certificate and shake hands, have a photo moment. All clear?
Thank you, Rita. We thank you for your time. We are going to be reading out participant by participant. You come take a photo with the minister. We are joined with Innocent, the High People CEO, and Damali Sali, who is both the Chief Programs and Projects Officer at Private Sector Foundation Uganda, and also the founder of Ideation Corner, who are among the sponsors of the 40 Days 40 FinTechs Initiative and FinTech Landscape Exhibition. Thank you. We start with Merchandise Uganda. Merchandise Uganda. Merchandise Uganda to be followed by Zukuka Finance. Zukuka Finance does something very interesting called Islamic banking. Very interesting offerings they are doing. Zukuka Uganda. Followed by FinTech. 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 Please come for your certificate of participation. Thank you. To be followed by Zovi Cash. Zovi Cash just a few weeks ago got a $1 million investment, $1 million US investment from a Nigerian investor. They offer loans to people working and have monthly salaries. So instead of you waiting to get a salary advance from your company, you can get it from Zovi Cash immediately and instantly. Zovi Cash. To be followed by AgriShare Uganda. AgriShare all the way from Luwero, doing wonders in agriculture. We all know Uganda is an agro-based economy, and everything to do with agriculture is always welcome and wonderful. That is AgriShare. FinTech, yes. To be followed by FinTech, Zovi Cash, AgriShare. Thank you. On standby should be Easy Tickets Limited and Kyle Microfinance. Easy Tickets Limited and Cray Microfinance. To be followed by Payclyde, Easy Ticket, Cray Microfinance. To be followed by Payclyde. We have Kasaiba Technologies. Kasaiba Technologies. We have Berry Beauty. Berry Beauty. Then Maitalu. The team from Maitalu, where are you? To be followed by AutoCheck Uganda. AutoCheck. To be followed by Kau. Yes, Maitalu, AutoCheck, then Kau. Then we have EcoLink Technologies. EcoLink doing a lot of things, also having an element of Islamic banking, which is a unique thing, fairly new in Uganda, but very progressive. Thank you. EcoLink to be followed by ETG One Stop Solution. Kau. Kau. Maitalu is also there. Maitalu. Kau. Maitalu to be followed by Kau. ETG. Let me also have the certificate for Kasaiba. 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 EcoLink. EcoLink. ETG. ETG. Yes, Kasaiba. EcoLink, then ETG. ETG to be followed by Tawaza Digital Varieties and Easy Money. Yes. Easy Money. Tawaza Digital. That is ETG. ETG, your certificate is here. Yeah. ETG, then Tawaza, then Easy Money in that order. To be followed by Is Agric. Is Agric and Chanes. This is Easy Money. Is Agric, Chanes, My Doctor, Aspen Technologies, Is Agric, no, a moment, Is Agric, that is Chinese. This is the certificate. My Doctor, Aspen Technologies, Chinese, My Doctor, Aspen Technologies, then Pesajet, E-Moments team, Pesajet to be followed by Peleta, Pesajet, Peleta, Quick Post, and Social End Africa. Quick Post and Social End Africa. Quick Post, Social End Africa, to be followed by MTN Momo, come for a certificate. MTN Momo. Thank you. Mark Chivombi, MTN Momo. MTN Momo to be followed by. Okay, no problem. MTN Momo. Airtel Money is doing wonders and FutureLink is also doing very well. Thank you, gentlemen. Also have representation from FITSPA, the Association of the FinTechs in Uganda. Thank you for coming through. We have also we have representation from Kenya, from Nigeria, and so many other countries. Thank you for coming through. We have a few to go, like 6. MTN Mobile Money, MTN Momo. Great work they are doing in enhancing financial inclusion. Both MTN and Airtel Money are doing wonders. To be followed by Airtel Money, represented by the MD himself. He came at 11. He said he will wait until when everything is done. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the time. Thank you, Airtel Money. We are blessed. Senai Technologies and Senai Bank. Senai Technologies and Senai Bank. Senai Technologies and Senai Bank. Yes, I have been informed that the bank will pick the certificate on behalf of their technology company. Yes, thank you, thank you. To be followed by Clinic Pesa. Clinic Pesa. Clinic Pesa, thank you. To be followed by Izera Education. To be followed by Hamwe East Africa. Hamwe East Africa is doing a lot of work countrywide. We engaged with their users in Oyam and they said so many good things about them. Actually, as we are, Izera to be followed by Hamwe. A moment, Hamwe, Izera first. Yes, I was saying the basis of today's keynote was around whether we can achieve financial inclusion without digital inclusion, and that basically came from the feedback we got from Hamwe East Africa. Thank you very much. Hamwe East Africa, Stella, thank you for honoring our invitation. And lastly, FutureLink Technologies, the people behind M-Circle, Uganda and most probably East Africa's biggest digital marketplace for circles, M-Circle, FutureLink Technologies. FutureLink Technologies, represented by the MD himself, Vincent. Thank you for your time. Vincent was traveling up country. He was informed that his panel is between midday and 2 p.m. He was supposed to travel at midday. He said he will first complete this engagement and will find his way, whether by border or by foot. He said he will first finish what is happening here. Thank you, Vincent, so much for your time. Maitalo, he already got his certificate. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. As we wind up this, I have certificates of the team that made this happen. I request the minister for just 2 minutes to finish this. The team behind all of this are very fast. Doreen Namfuka. Doreen Namfuka, she's a lady in charge of most of our office work. She's in charge of the coordination. She's in charge of coordinating who is the guest of honor. She's the one responsible for making sure the minister is here on time, and she made sure everything happened. Thank you so much, Doreen. Rebecca Nagasa. Nagasa Rebecca, she's in charge of our field activations. She makes sure all our interviews are done on time. Everything happens as it's supposed to do. Thank you, Rebecca. George Kasacha is our lead developer and part of our technical team. George Kasacha. Stephen Kimuli, our senior director production. All this artwork you see, all the videos you see, all the animations are done by Stephen Kimuli and his team. Thank you, Steve. Heidi Businje. Thank you, Heidi. She's part of our communications and digital team. Heidi, thank you very much. Nicholas Intulume, who is our digital manager, digital community manager. Mark Mperire, aka DJ Extreme, is our head broadcast and production. Thank you, Mark. We have Derek Kasasa, our logistics manager. Derek Kasasa is always as clean as snow, as white as snow. You will see him, the person who is in a shirt that is as white as snow, is our logistics manager, Derek Kasasa. Thank you. Yes. Derek, thank you. Yes, DJ Mark. Joseph Chimbowa, our events manager. She's the person in charge of coordinating and making sure we have a good venue, you get good breakfast, you get good food, all those things. Chimbowa Joseph, well done. Arthur Mwesigwa, from our logistics and transportation team, he makes sure everyone who has transport home, they reach safe before he finally goes home. And away from that is our official, I'm failing to get the right word, but he's our pastor. He's in charge of making sure, he's our resident pastor, Arthur Mwesigwa. Matthias Kitio from our production team. Richard Norton, production team. Richard Norton. George William from the production team. So, for those that took part, I believe we saw George everywhere. He made sure we had the best videos. Thank you, George and the team. Kevin O'Team, part of our production and execution team. Sunita Namujumbi, part of our production and digital team. John Kennedy Sebaduka, part of our logistics team. Emmanuel Mwanje, part of our communications team. Emmanuel Mwanje. And lastly, we have Shout Neza, who's our FinTech events manager. She is in charge of all our FinTech events. As you can see, most of our key departments are led by women. All these events are spearheaded by ladies. It is Shout Neza and Doreen Namfuka. Thank you, Shout. Thank you for the great work. Thank you so much. Yes, now that all the certificates have been given, as we conclude, your lunch vouchers are being served. Let us have one group photo of all the participants with the minister before we go out for our lunch break. Let us have a group photo. All participants, please come in front with your certificates. All participants, Japheth from Airtel, thank you so much for your time. We are so much humbled for your time. Everyone here, we are very much honored to have you today. This program continues. When the minister leaves, you have an even more exciting afternoon session. Please find time after lunch to come back. We continue from where we have stopped. So many amazing things are going to happen. You are down, the participants, stand down. Let us stand down. Mm-hmm. official FinTech Wall of Fame. We are taking a photo for Uganda's official FinTech Wall of Fame. It only happens at high people organized events. Whoever misses here, misses being part of the 2023 Uganda FinTech Wall of Fame. Thank you. As noted, we are going to have a break for lunch for 40 minutes. We return at 3 to start our afternoon session for another 2 hours, 3 to 5. We expect to see all of you back in the afternoon. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation. Thank you so much for improving Uganda. Thank you so much for developing Uganda. Exactly, we should be happy that we are among the few people that are developing Uganda. We are among the people leading Uganda's digital and financial inclusion. We are among the few people transforming Uganda to a first-class country. We should be very happy for our accomplishments and achievements. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's a 40 minutes lunch break, then we're here for another afternoon session. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for taking part for the morning session. The lunch coupons are going to be served from where you are. Just take heart. My name is Rita Cabanyoro. So ladies and gentlemen, just in case someone missed, you can always direct them to go onto the social media platform. That is YouTube channel at High People. They will find the link for this particular event. to come back here. We have a 2-hour session after our lunch break. I'm just requesting you to come back so that we can conclude on what we have for you. Once again, the coupons are coming. Please do not leave without lunch. Do not leave without making that body happy. It has sat there for some time. Even if you're not smiling now, I know after maybe you'll smile for me, yeah? I just wanted to pass that, okay? Make sure we come back in this room for another session. We as well expecting another guest of honor, actually. I know some of you have been taking pictures. You'll be provided with a link as usual, okay? Don't worry about your memories to be left behind. The link will be sent to you. At least we have contacts of your group. Everyone who is here, we know who you are. We have your contact. So as usual, you will get the pictures. A link will be sent to you. Good afternoon. Happy hour.
Hi People is proud to present the 4th season of the 40 Days 40 FinTechs, an initiative under its Include Everyone program, which is leading the way in advocating for technology that promotes financial inclusivity. Since 2020, we've profiled over 100 FinTechs, and our latest season is shining a spotlight on those breaking down digital barriers and transforming lives for the better.
My name is Brenda Sekabembe Mulema. I'm the proprietor of Bake For Me Limited. I'm Akaturia Linda, working with Friends Supermarket, Accounts Department, Head Cashier.
I'm Japhet Arido. I'm the Managing Director for Airtel Money, a company that was registered almost now 2 years ago under the name Airtel Mobile Commerce Uganda Limited. Traditionally, the mobile money was purely a money transfer business with the customer working to an agent, depositing money, sending to another person, and the other person going to another agent and withdrawing the money. But over the time, the product has matured in that space, and we have actually diversified the product. Today, there are more flagship products that I would like to share to send some light. And if I look at them, there are areas that are going to transform this economy and also the going to benefit our customers in a big way. One of them is the quick loan, which is a checkout loan that enables you to complete a transaction. Many times people don't understand that before this product, over 35% of the transactions would fail because the customer maybe is sending money and is short by a shilling, 2 shillings, 3 shillings, sometimes 10 shillings. The whole concept of this product was to enable the completion of that transaction without having to stop the customer from completing the transaction. And when the customer gets money, they pay back and they are able to get a better experience. Then hospital center, looking at the life of a person. When a person is hospitalized, what do? We discovered that actually, by just coming up with a product that can pay 40,000, 60,000, and 100,000 per day, every day you are hospitalized, you can solve a life of a border person, a life of a trader, who usually when they are out of business because of hospitalization, they are not able to earn a living. Then, over time, we have also discovered that the market is shifting. People have started adopting P2P. Initially, P2P was being adopted a lot for payments. And by this realization, we discovered the market is mature now to launch what I would call Airtel Money Pay. Airtel Money Pay is purely to enable businesses to accept payments over the counter. If you look at the payment landscape, traditionally it was domiciled by cash in the country, and then very few people who are privileged to have bank accounts used to use card, which is Visa, MasterCard, and the like. Most of our traders are not in the level that they are not in that formalized structure. And the Airtel Money Pay is nothing but simply a means of enabling or a way of enabling a customer to be able to pay for goods and services to a business, to a trader or a business, or enabling businesses to be able to receive payment digitally from the customers. You no longer need to take a cash out. You no longer need to risk your money in your pocket. You no longer need to worry about being able to buy when you're in the market and you run short. If you run short of money, today you can actually ask a friend to send you money and you can be able to pay.
We had an incident where we lost money to a staff member. This money was stolen from our phones, and then we were told, of course, in trying to solve this problem, for it not to happen again, we were told that we can have Airtel Money Pay where money hits the phone and is sent straight to our account. I heard about Airtel Pay about 3 years ago. That's when we started using it.
In terms of the value that has been paid through this ecosystem in the last 1 year is over 700 billion. And this value for me is expected to continue to grow. In terms of unique users, if I look at the total unique users of people paying businesses, is now closer to 2.4 million every month. And that for me gives me hope. Some of them, obviously, there are those who are also paying electricity and other things, but that's the number I'm looking at. If I look at the corporate sector, and especially the big businesses that have adopted the Airtel Money, is in the tune of 40,000 plus, where now these are accepting the payment. If I look at the micro merchant, which is a product that was launched less than 1 year ago, we are already talking about 600,000 traders that have already adopted the Airtel Money Pay.
Firstly, Airtel Money Pay is able to receive so much money. I don't even think there's a limit, which wasn't the case when we were using normal numbers. You get to a certain amount of money and then you're told that you can't have any more transactions for that day. So it was a big disadvantage at that point. So that's something that Airtel MoneyPay has solved very well. And then secondly, of course, the fact that the money goes straight to the bank. You don't have to worry about it being stolen. Say if you send someone to bank it and then they could even be part of a racket that plans to have it stolen. But this is a nice software. You get a message on your phone showing that so much money has left the phone and entered your account. And the charge is not very big compared to the risk that you're fighting. So you get to pay EFT charges for the bank, which is fine. I think it's about 3,500 shillings a day. But when you compare it with the risk that you would have undertaken if you decided to carry this money physically to the bank, it is so worth it.
Airtel Pay has been good. It has really been good because it has been aiding customers on paying promptly, cashless. So we haven't had any reconciliation issues because reports come in instantly, so which is a win-win on our side.
I'll confidently say that we haven't had that much of a challenge, apart from sometimes some of our clients are a little uncomfortable when they've come across it for the first time, because the general public knows about sending money from one personal phone to another. So when you're giving them a merchant code, some of them are a little bit hesitant, and you have to teach them what they should do and get them to buy. But apart from that, we've had a swift time. We've had a very smooth relationship with Airtel. It was only once that I think there was a slight problem with the system and money wasn't getting off our phone, Airtel Pay gadget, to go into the bank. But we could see it. We were sure that our money was safe because we kept seeing the balances increasing, but they were not going off. But we reached out to Airtel, and I think it was something that was affecting other customers as well. And like any technical glitches, it was solved and everything returned to normal.
We have faced network challenges, mainly over the
go to the hotels, the restaurants, and be able to use the service.
I started hearing about MomoPay in 2020. That was around COVID time, and that was still around the same time we opened this business. Being in such an area where there are not so many businesses, it helps our clients pay using MomoPay, and you find that it's saving us from issues of looking for change for their hard cash.
The hotels,
also when bill is high,
the restaurants,
it makes it easy for the client to pay.
To use the service.
I started hearing about MomoPay. They can easily pay in 2020. That was around COVID time, and that was still around the same time we opened this business. Being in such an area where there are not so many businesses, it helps our clients pay using MomoPay. And you find that it's saving us from issues of looking for change for their hard cash.
The hotels,
bill is high.
The restaurants,
it's easy for the client to pay.
To use the service.
I started hearing about MomoPay in 2020. That was around COVID time, and that was still around the same time we opened this business. Being in such an area where there are not so many businesses, it helps our clients pay using MomoPay, and you find that it's saving us from issues of looking for change for their hard cash.
The hotels,
bill is high.
The restaurants,
it's easy for the client to pay.
The money remains within the ecosystem. So what we are trying to drive is we're ensuring that these informal merchants, when they collect money from a consumer, right? So what we are driving is that informal merchant should not cash out the money. So we want to drive that cashless ecosystem where we loop and make sure that every informal merchant is mapped to a formal merchant to ensure that we remain cashless.
It helps us in a way that we are able to buy our drugs from the wholesalers using the balance we always have on our MomoPay accounts. So it's easy for us to pay the wholesalers in an instant.
So what we are driving is that informal merchant should not cash out the money.
Let's say we have to go
so
to the
we want
bank,
to drive that cashless ecosystem
where
we
just use
loop
their
and make sure that every informal merchant is mapped to a formal merchant to ensure that we remain cashless.
So it helps us in a way that when we have a lot of cash, we are able to buy our drugs from the wholesalers using the balance we always have on our MomoPay accounts.
There are many ways of
so it's easy for us to pay the wholesalers
by inputting
in an instant.
So what we are driving is that informal merchant should not cash out the money. So we want to drive that cashless ecosystem where we loop and make sure that every informal merchant is mapped to a formal merchant to ensure that we remain cashless.
So it helps us in a way that when we have a lot of we are able to buy our drugs from the wholesalers using the balance we always have on our MomoPay accounts. So it's easy for us to pay the wholesalers by inputting in an instant.
So what we are driving is
save a lot of time. Our drugs from the wholesalers using the balance we always have on our MomoPay accounts. So it's easy for us to pay the wholesalers by inputting in an instant. Save a lot of time.
Called social engineering. They get to know one or two things about you, call you and pretend to be someone they are not, for you to either authorize a transaction or for you to give them their PIN. I emphasize, never ever share your pins with anyone. Be it a Momo pin, a bank pin, a one-time password. No service provider or the bank, including credit or any ever ask social engineering. They get to know one or two things about you, call you and pretend to be someone they are not, for you to either authorize a transaction or for you to give them
up. So I get interested about it. So she gives me the number, because you literally get the number, save it as Ida, and then you send a message to Ida, and then it responds.
Initially, when we developed the academic personal assistant, that is Ada at Makerere University, it was a free trial for a whole year for the students, and we had a number of 200 users. And those were the students at Makerere University. Basically, we started with courses
So I get interested about it. So she gives me the number, because you literally get the number.
When we reached the year 2023, we added a payment gateway where students initially when we developed the academic personal assistant for the services they access per month, since we are dealing with students, we didn't want to complicate for the students this whole process for them. That's why we narrowed down 200 users. And those price that is really favorable. Basically, we started with courses
So I get interested about it. So she gives me the number, because you literally get the number.
When we reached the year 2023, we added a payment
gateway
where students initially when we developed the academic personal assistant for the services they access per month, since we are dealing with free trial, we didn't want to complicate for the students this whole process for them. That's why we narrowed down 200 users. And those price that is really favorable. Basically, we started with courses
So I get interested about it. So she gives me the number, because you literally get the number.
When we reached the year 2023, we added a payment
gateway
where students initially when we developed the academic personal assistant
phones using IDA, which we can access on our WhatsApps.
Once you click on a service, it will check if whether that service, or if you're already subscribed or logged in. And then if you're not logged in, it will require you to provide login credentials. And then after you agree that as you're providing, it will tell you consent that you are going to use this information to access your services. Once you consent, and then you accept that, yes, I want IDA to have access to my personal account,
which we can access,
it will automatically log in. If you subscribe, then it will give you the service that you want. If you're not, it will tell you that you're going to have a subscription. And then if you're not logged in,
Hi People is proud to present the 4th season of the 40 Days 40 FinTechs, an initiative under its Include Everyone program, which is leading the way in advocating for technology that promotes financial inclusivity. Since 2020, we've profiled over 100 FinTechs, and our latest season is shining a spotlight on those breaking down digital barriers and transforming lives for the better.
So my name's Dimad Shah. I lead Craft Silicon as the Chief Executive Officer. Craft Silicon is a fintech that was established in year 2000, so we're 23 years in business. Our focus predominantly used to be on microfinances. Of course, we've evolved into now commercial banking, Islamic banking, digital banking platforms, payment solutions, anti-money laundering solutions, and our recent innovations in micro-lending and buy now, pay later platforms. We started with our core banking suite. So core banking solutions for microfinances, which is something we excel at. We're probably the #1 microfinance.
Hi People is proud to present the 4th season of the 40 Days 40 FinTechs, an initiative under its Include Everyone program, which is leading the way in advocating for technology that promotes financial inclusivity. Since 2020, we've profiled over 100 FinTechs, and our latest season is shining a spotlight on those breaking down digital barriers and transforming lives for the better.
My name is Kamal. I'm the founder and Group CEO at Craft Silicon.
My name is Nyawira Maina. I work for Little Limited and I'm the country corporate manager. Little is a company that offers technological solutions for transport, allows individuals to move from one point to another using a digital platform. So we have a variety of products ranging from both retail and corporate. On the retail perspective, clients can enjoy aspects such as ordering groceries, paying for utility bills such as water and electricity, airtime as well, ordering a ride, a boda, or rather the two-wheelers as well, and delivery. Then on the corporate front, we also have multiple items that we're able to add, whereby companies can be able to order taxis, shuttle, courier devices as well, and also logistics, which is a bigger vehicle category. So Little being a technological company, everything is basically technologized. Anything we think of in a manual way, we convert it into a technological way. So you think it in your mind, we employ it in terms of technology. A couple of things have definitely come into our mind. For example, on the corporate front, right now, instead of using biometric, which we cancelled, employees can now be able to log in through scanning a QR code. Also, in reference to booking for your big vehicles, such as shuttles, such as logistics, you can pretty much just order directly from the application. Also, another innovation that we added is companies that have their own fleet of vehicles. We can basically sell to them something that's known as a SaaS, which is software as a service, for you to manage your own fleet of vehicles through our technology. So we currently serve 1,900 companies in the database of Kenya. So out of 42 banks are currently serving at least 39. We have the privilege of also having the largest employer in the country, who is KRA. In reference to the retail front, we're currently at 1 million plus users that are onboarded in our system. So day in, day out, we keep on growing and the numbers keep on evolving.
We are with Stephen, a user of Little app. Stephen, please tell us about your experience. How does Little help you better your lives and your service?
I'm a driver with Little Cab, and it's quite impressive. Doing business with Little is a very nice business because they calculate every minute spent on the ride. The rates which the driver receives at the end of the trip is quite impressive. So even if you are stuck in traffic, your hours are compensated. So we appreciate for that.
Some of the challenges that we faced as scaling up would things like getting the right talent, for example, adopting to the changes that the market is, and scaling up. Obviously, scaling up was a big challenge. You start small, you have 1 or 2 customers, which is good, but as you want to scale up, as the customers start adopting to the newer technology, you need to scale up, and scaling up, I think, has been a challenge. Before COVID, I think there were some challenges in terms of customers adopting new FinTech technologies, but I think COVID has really changed the way people adopt technology. So that those challenges have drastically reduced now. People are willing to adopt newer technologies, people are willing to try out new things. So as much as it was a challenge at some point, now it has become an opportunity.
The level of technology penetration is not very good in all countries. We're privileged in Kenya at least to have a 92% penetration, but in other East African countries, technology penetration is not quite high. And also data bundles, internet bundles, accessibility to technology does not come cheap. And when accessibility to technology does not come cheap in reference to purchase of data, it makes it also a little bit hard for people to keep on innovating. Then finally, also in reference to just the literacy level of technology, it's still only common amongst the urbanite areas. So you would get maybe in Kenya, it's quite strong in Nairobi. If you'd go to Uganda, maybe strong in Kampala. If you'd go to Tanzania, maybe strong only in Dar. But then again, when you begin to break it down into the other countries and narrow it into the cities and the towns, technology is almost a non-existent conversation, and there's still a very strong use of what we call the kabambe phones.
What has happened is because the retail mass market has really grown along with the FinTech, a lot of SMEs are also doing the business as a retail consumer. And that shift from making a business as a retail customer to start making business as an SME customer is, I think, taking some time. Obviously, it has some challenges in terms of ensuring the KYC of SME is done correctly. But I think the pieces are now falling in place, and with time you will see a massive growth coming in the SME FinTech relationships.
And I would like to tell my fellow drivers who have not been enrolled to Little to come join us, because they have a lot of clientele. You can't stay in an area without getting a client. So most of the time you get clients and you are fairly compensated for your time. The other thing which is very good about Little is you have a chance to cash back your money. You don't have to wait for a week or a month to get your money. Once you have done a number of trips, probably don't have fuel, you can get your cash add fuel or you cater for your expenses?
40 days in the 40 FinTech analogy or theme is usually meant to empower the technological space entirely. So the hackathons, the aspect of developers to be able to come and just amalgamate on the different innovations, it empowers a proper brain boost, whereby innovation does not slur and innovation keeps on coming. So such initiatives empower innovation. They reduce cost on things that can be able to be replaced with technology as well.
40 days, 40 fintechs is a great initiative. It's adding a lot of value in for us to understand what is happening in the market, what other fintechs are doing. I think also the localized engagement is very important. You know, as much as there is an engagement that happens at the end of the event at a certain location, but every country, wherever you guys are, if there is a localized engagement with a localized expert coming in and guiding, providing some hints in scaling up the business, that would definitely add the value.
If you'd like to sign up and enjoy the beautiful services, please visit our website on www.little.africa.
Join us in this financial inclusivity revolution, presented in partnership with Level 1 Project, Cyber PLC Academy, Cross-Select Technologies, FinTech, Ideation Corner, and the Moduloop Foundation, with generous support from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Follow hashtag 40 Days 40 FinTechs, hashtag Level 1 Project to learn more and get involved in creating a brighter financial future for all. Hi People is proud to present the 4th season of the 40 Days 40 FinTechs, an initiative under its Include Everyone program, which is leading the way in advocating for technology that promotes financial inclusivity. Since 2020, we've profiled over 100 FinTechs, and our latest season is shining a spotlight on those breaking down digital barriers and transforming lives for the better.
My name is Kamal. I'm the founder and Group CEO at Craft Silicon.
My name is Nyawira Maina. I work for Little Limited and I'm the country corporate manager. Little is a company that offers technological solutions for transport, allows individuals to move from one point to another using a digital platform. So we have a variety of products ranging from both retail and corporate. On the retail perspective, clients can enjoy aspects such as ordering groceries, paying for utility bills such as water and electricity, airtime as well, ordering a ride, a boda, or rather the two-wheelers as well, and delivery. Then on the corporate front, we also have multiple items that we're able to add, whereby companies can be able to order taxis, shuttle, courier devices as well, and also logistics, which is a bigger vehicle category. So Little being a technological company, everything is basically technologized. Anything we think of in a manual way, we convert it into a technological way. So you think it in your mind, we employ it in terms of technology. A couple of things have definitely come into our mind. For example, on the corporate front, right now, instead of using biometric, which we cancelled, employees can now be able to log in through scanning a QR code. Also, in reference to booking for your big vehicles, such as shuttles, such as logistics, you can pretty much just order directly from the application. Also, another innovation that we added is companies that have their own fleet of vehicles. We can basically sell to them something that's known as a SaaS, which is software as a service, for you to manage your own fleet of vehicles through our technology. So we currently serve 1,900 companies in the database of Kenya. So out of 42 banks are currently serving at least 39. We have the privilege of also having the largest employer in the country, who is KRA. In reference to the retail front, we're currently at 1 million plus users that are onboarded in our system. So day in, day out, we keep on growing and the numbers keep on evolving.
We are with Stephen, a user of Little app. Stephen, please tell us about your experience. How does Little help you better your lives and your service?
I'm a driver with Little Cab, and it's quite impressive. Doing business with Little is a very nice business because they calculate every minute spent on the ride, the rates which the driver receives about the end of the trip, is quite impressive. So even if you are stuck in traffic, your hours are compensated. So we appreciate for that.
Some of the challenges that we faced as scaling up would things like getting the right talent, for example, adopting to the changes that the market is, and scaling up. Obviously, scaling up was a big challenge. You start small, you have 1 or 2 customers, which is good, but as you want to scale up, as the customers start adopting to the newer technology, you need to scale up, and scaling up, I think, has been a challenge. Before COVID, I think there were some challenges in terms of customers adopting new fintech technologies, but I think COVID has really changed the way people adopt technology. So that those challenges have drastically reduced now. People are willing to adopt newer technologies, people are willing to try out new things. So as much as it was a challenge at some point, now it has become an opportunity.
The level of technology penetration is not very good in all countries. We're privileged in Kenya at least to have a 92% penetration, but in other East African countries, technology penetration is not quite high. And also data bundles, internet bundles, accessibility to technology does not come cheap. And when accessibility to technology does not come cheap, in reference to purchase of data, it makes it also a little bit hard for people to keep on innovating. Then finally, also in reference to just the literacy level of technology, it's still only common amongst the urbanite areas. So you would get maybe in Kenya, it's quite strong in Nairobi. If you'd go to Uganda, maybe strong in Kampala. If you'd go to Tanzania, maybe strong only in Dar. But then again, when you begin to break it down into the other countries and narrow it into the cities and the towns, technology is almost a non-existent conversation, and there's still a very strong use of what we call the kabambe phones.
What has happened is because the retail mass market has really grown along with the fintech, a lot of SMEs are also doing the business as a retail consumer. And that shift from making a business as a retail customer to start making business as an SME customer is, I think, taking some time. Obviously, it has some challenges in terms of ensuring the KYC of SME is done correctly. But I think the pieces are now falling in place, and with time you will see a massive growth coming in the SME fintech relationships.
And I would like to tell my fellow drivers who have not been enrolled to Litro to come join us, because they have a lot of clientele. You can't stay in an area without getting a client. So most of the time you get clients and you are fairly compensated for your time. The other thing which is very good about Litro is you have a chance to cash back your money. You don't have to wait for a week or a month to get your money. Once you have done a number of trips, probably don't have fuel, you can get your cash at fuel, or you cater for your expenses.
40 days in the 40 FinTech analogy or theme is usually meant to empower the technological space entirely. So the hackathons, the aspect of developers to be able to come and just amalgamate on the different innovations, it empowers a proper brain boost, whereby innovation does not slur and innovation keeps on coming. So such initiatives empower innovation. They reduce cost on things that can be able to be replaced with technology as well.
40 Days, 40 FinTechs is a great initiative. It's adding a lot of value in for us to understand what is happening in the market, what other FinTechs are doing. I think also the localized engagement is very important. You know, as much as there is an engagement that happens at the end of the event at a certain location, but every country, wherever you guys are, if there is a localized engagement with a localized expert coming in and guiding, providing some hints in scaling up the business, that would definitely add the value.
If you'd like to sign up and enjoy the beautiful services, please visit our website on www.little.africa.
Join us in this financial inclusivity revolution, presented in partnership with Level 1 Project, Cyber PLC Academy, Cross-Select Technologies, FinTech, Ideation Corner, and the Moduloop Foundation, with generous support from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Follow hashtag 40 Days 40 FinTechs, hashtag Level 1 Project to learn more and get involved in creating a brighter financial future for all. Hi People is proud to present the 4th season of the 40 Days 40 FinTechs, an initiative under its Include Everyone program, which is leading the way in advocating for technology that promotes financial inclusivity. Since 2020, we've profiled over 100 FinTechs, and our latest season is shining a spotlight on those breaking down digital barriers and transforming lives for the better.
My name is Kamal. I'm the founder and Group CEO at Craft Silicon.
My name is Nyawira Maina. I work for Little Limited and I'm the country corporate manager. Little is a company that offers technological solutions for transport, allows individuals to move from one point to another using a digital platform. So we have a variety of products ranging from both retail and corporate. On the retail perspective, clients can enjoy aspects such as ordering groceries, paying for utility bills such as water.
Hi People is proud to present the 4th season of the 40 Days 40 FinTechs, an initiative under its Include Everyone program, which is leading the way in advocating for technology that promotes financial inclusivity. Since 2020, we've profiled over 100 FinTechs, and our latest season is shining a spotlight on those breaking down digital barriers and transforming lives for the better.
My name is Nicholas Kalungi, and I welcome you to the 4th season of the 40 Days 40 FinTechs initiative. 40 Days for the FinTechs initiative is a platform that shines a spotlight on prime stories in FinTech that are transforming millions of lives in Africa. And on the 4th day of the 4th edition of the 40 Days for the FinTechs initiative, we are glad to speak to Sente.
My name is Lintu Kay. I am the head of PR and marketing at Sente. Sente is a financial technology company that helps businesses, companies, organizations automate company finance. We do this by having a platform where companies are able to log on and actually have an account where they're able to make bank transfers, disperse mobile money, airtime, data to their teams, beneficiaries, staff, you name it. And we also have our anchor product, which is the Visa card, where people are able to actually issue out these Visa cards in their businesses. And as they spend, whether it's online or offline, they're able to see in real time and get exactly the reports they need to do business. Sente has been in existence since 2017. And what we are doing is actually helping businesses that have beneficiaries, staff that they need to facilitate. Now, we have seen in recent times where people are actually still using brick and mortar locations or walking to a mobile money agent to send money to someone in a remote area. What happens is if you have to send to almost 1,000 people, for example, you do not need to walk to that mobile money agent. All you need to do is get onto our platform and you're able to send to as many as you want, and regardless of which platform you're on, either it's MTN or Airtel, if you're sending mobile money, airtime, and data. And this is very, it comes in handy, especially for businesses that use a lot of time and money just trying to make these transfers. The other thing with online payments is most of us find ourselves, especially when you're operating in small businesses, that you are actually using your personal card to make online payments. Maybe you're paying for Google services, or you're paying for, advertising on Facebook or Twitter. And if you use your personal card, you find that at the end of the day, you're going to have problems or issues with accountability. But at the end of the month, every service that you have paid for online actually comes and cuts off that money. So we avoid such issues by making sure that you're able to issue as many virtual Visa cards as you want to your employees. And as they spend, you can see in real time. We are being used by over 1,000 businesses like NSSF, Jumia, TPO, IJM. All of these businesses are actually serving millions of clients. They're actually serving millions of people, partners, beneficiaries, be it even employees. They're using these soft services of ours, and they're able to actually save time and money while making sure that there is real-time reporting and accountability.
I understand around last year, you got certified by Bank of Uganda. Could you please speak to us more about this Bank of Uganda certification
and what it means to Center as a company, and why certification is important for fintechs in a country like Uganda.
Center is very proud to be regulated by the Bank of Uganda. That's the central bank. We are very big on compliance, and that is why we have got this license. For example, is the payment systems operator license. As you can see, it's usually abbreviated as the PSO license. And what that means is we are licensed as a payment system operator here in Uganda. And the other license is actually the one that is called the issuer of payment instrument. Now, with this one, it simply means that Center is licensed to issue any payment instrument, such as the Center Visa card that we have been talking about.
As a licensed operator, a licensed fintech, what do you see is the state of Uganda's fintech industry? Where do you see the opportunities, and which are the key challenges to the industry?
I see fintech in Uganda growing very steadily. I see a lot of uptake, especially now that people are actually trying to see that there is no harm in trying to make your life easier. You have these systems that are coming up, and they are basically helping you to make your personal life easy. So it's all about just making the awareness that we need. Of course, the challenge is always there about, especially when it comes to the mass uptake, do people actually have the gadgets? Do people have the telephones to take this up? Are the developers enough to come up with software that we can be able to use for our daily lives, tailored for us Ugandans? So, but I believe the big thing here is that the market is there and the value is there, especially provided by Ugandan fintech companies, because we know our problems. And if we develop tools that are actually helping us overcome these problems, it comes in handy. It all comes to how you market it, how you communicate it. And I believe with that, we'll be able to see even a much more growth that we can always make sure that is impactful to all Ugandans at large.
What do you think has been the contribution of the 4 Days for the Fintechs initiative to growing the fintech industry, and what else needs to be done?
40 Days 40 Fintechs has been really helpful, especially in elevating the fintechs in Uganda, what they're doing, how they're helping, how their systems work. It's very important. I mean, it's part of the problem that I talked about earlier, where I said there is not so much awareness being done, especially if you go to these rural areas. Why do they need this phone? They do not know. But if you actually amplify the message of why they need these services, then it actually comes in handy. So 40 Days 40 Fintechs is really doing a great job, especially when it comes to creating awareness. But also the fintechs themselves need a platform where they're able to actually try and talk to people about what they do. And this is what we have been seeing, especially with the participation that we have done. And it really gives us a huge platform where we are able to not only meet our investors, our partners, but also be able to communicate with our target customers.
As a person who is interested in using Send, how do I get?
Hi People is proud to present the 4th season of the 40 Days 40 Fintechs, an initiative under its Include Everyone program, which is leading the way in advocating for technology that promotes financial inclusivity. Since 2020, we've profiled over 100 fintechs, and our latest season is shining a spotlight on those breaking down digital barriers and transforming lives for the better.
My name is George Murage. I'm the Chief Technology and Operations Officer for IPSL.
My name is Faisal Omar. I'm the Chief Product Officer of IPSL, Pesalink.
My name is Gateko Kireka, and I get the pleasure of leading the Pesalink team as a Chief Executive Officer. Pesalink is a real-time payments platform, and we are able to enable transfers between bank accounts of individuals and businesses as well. We do that through a switch that is connected to multiple banks, fintechs, and also telcos. Yes, we do have one telco that's connected to us today. Consumers, users of Pesalink, access Pesalink through their bank's mobile banking platforms, be it apps, USSD, and also online banking platforms, which are provided to them by their banks. And the same thing with telcos as well. So with telco solution, you would be able to access PesaLink off the telco wallet. Being a real-time payments system, funds get credited into recipients' accounts instantly, therefore providing a lot of efficiency and benefit to consumers who are requiring to move funds any time of the day, 24/7 throughout the year. So to be able to use PesaLink, the sender will require to access PesaLink on their digital banking platforms or their telco mobile money platform. And that can be done on both USSD and apps. So a consumer would go into the platform, find PesaLink. From there, you'd enter the recipient's bank account number or recipient's mobile phone number. So we offer a service where we map consumers' mobile phone numbers against their bank accounts. And on entering a consumer's mobile phone number, we will pull up the bank account details. And as soon as the consumer confirms the details of the recipient, then they'll just proceed with the transaction and effect it.
IPSL initially was started off as a platform that allowed customers to send money between accounts within our participating banks in Kenya. And it has remained that for quite some time. We are now able to look at some of the data that the transactions are flowing through the system, and we are able to analyze that a lot of the transactions are actually high value and low transaction counts. PesaLink today has an active user base of about 200,000 active accounts, which vary from month to month. But the total user base that on our network today is about 6.3 million customers that are registered to use the service. We currently process roughly about 500,000 transactions per month on average. In total, we have processed over 16 million transactions since our inception, moving close to 2 trillion Kenya shillings through our network between banks.
The East Africa fintech industry is doing very well. And especially what has been happening over the last few years is we've seen a lot of specialization. I think probably a decade ago, a decade plus, what you found were players trying to do everything across the fintech space, aggregation, switching, lending. But now what we are seeing is a lot of players that are specializing in one of these areas. And also what we've seen is a very supportive regulator who has encouraged innovation, innovative approach to problems in the financial services sector, while at the same time urging all the players to be very thoughtful around risks that come with financial services and the digital solutions that we are providing.
Traditionally, before PesaLink, the ways in which consumers could move funds domestically is through the clearinghouse, and which supports EFTs and checks. As we know, that process can be quite slow and tedious as well, and it's also prone to errors and requires consumers to verify a number of things and make sure that they are actually transferring funds to the right person. And it's also, as you'll appreciate, labor intensive, quite manual when it comes to writing checks and having to manage checkbooks, etc. With PesaLink, you're able to transact in a very efficient way. We also have introduced a service where, using a bank account number, the sender can be able to verify the recipient's bank account details and therefore ensure that you're actually sending money to the right person. This is a service that we are very happy to have introduced with the migration to a new switch and a new messaging protocol that we did over the last 12 months. And we're very happy to have been the first to get the country onto the ISO 20022 rails.
To further move towards the concept of enabling everyday payments, we are building a PesaLink wallet, which allows our industry players to offer this as a service to their customers. And I think that will be a significant development for us, because that will open up many use cases such as merchant payments, such as payments at the point of sale, and also allow the customer to do low value transactions at a much cheaper cost. Secondly, we are looking at building an ecosystem that enables our customers to have a unique identifier So the problem we have on our network today is many customers need to share the account numbers to receive payments. And what we're trying to facilitate is to build aliases so that customers can send money to an email address or a phone number, or it could even be a KRA PIN in the case of a business. So the ideal is to try and make the payment experience as frictionless as possible, regardless of which channel the banks offer their customers, as well as our own existing channels. To enable some of this functionality, we also need to build our own service channels, because the more transactions that we pass through our system, we will need the facility for customers to be able to engage with us, to be able to re-download receipts, look at the last 5 transactions, look at how their linking is working within the banks, and to be able to change that. So we're building products where customers can now interface with us directly, but then still facilitate the transactions through the bank channels that they're currently using.
40 Days, 40 FinTechs, it's a great initiative just to get the message out, articulating especially the benefits that consumers can get from using services such as PesaLink, and what they stand to gain. So I do believe just getting the word out is a very positive step in the right direction, and highlighting the fact that the fintech space is very heterogeneous in its nature, that there are a lot of services at play, there are a lot of benefits that one can be able to take advantage of, and that it's growing. And we believe that this is going to be the future, not only of East Africa, but of Sub-Sahara Africa in general, by just solving the problem that we have, that a lot of our value chains are cash heavy, but fintech such as PesaLink and others are blazing the trail in digitizing these cash heavy value chains, which will enable them to be easier and more flexible for people to transact on a digital platform.
For more information on PesaLink, you can visit our website, ipsl.co.ke or pesalink.co.ke.
Join us in this financial inclusivity revolution, presented in partnership with Level 1 Project, Cyber PLC Academy, Cross-Select Technologies, FinTech, Ideation Corner, and the Modular Foundation, with generous support from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Follow hashtag 40 Days 40 FinTechs, hashtag Level 1 Project to learn more and get involved in creating a brighter financial future for all. Hi People is proud to present the 4th season of the 40 Days 40 FinTechs, an initiative under its Include Everyone program, which is leading the way in advocating for technology that promotes financial inclusivity. Since 2020, we've profiled over 100 FinTechs, and our latest season is shining a spotlight on those breaking down digital barriers and transforming lives for the better.
My name is George Murage. I'm the Chief Technology and Operations Officer for IPSL.
My name is Faisal Omar. I'm the Chief Product Officer of IPSL, PesaLink.
My name is Geteko Kireka, and I get the pleasure of leading the PesaLink team as a Chief Executive Officer. PesaLink is a real-time payments platform, and we are able to enable transfers between bank accounts of individuals and businesses as well. We do that through a switch that is connected to multiple banks, fintechs, and also telcos. Yes, we do have one telco that's connected to us today. Consumers, users of PesaLink, access PesaLink through their bank's mobile banking platforms, be it apps, USSD, and also online banking platforms, which are provided to them by their banks. And the same thing with telcos as well. So with telco solution, you would be able to access PesaLink off the telco wallet. Being a real-time payments system, funds get credited into recipients' accounts instantly, therefore providing a lot of efficiency and benefit to consumers who are requiring to move funds any time of the day, 24/7 throughout the year. So to be able to use PesaLink, the sender will require to access PesaLink on their digital banking platforms or their telco mobile money platform. And that can be done on both USSD and apps. So consumer would go into the platform, find PesaLink. From there, you'd enter the recipient's bank account number or recipient's mobile phone number. So we offer a service where we map consumers' mobile phone numbers against their bank accounts. And on entering a consumer's mobile phone number, we will pull up the bank account details. And as soon as the consumer
our great questions are being answered by young men and women in FinTech. And that is where the amazing work, nature of whatever you're doing is. If you haven't been appreciated enough, I'm going to work on becoming a minister, like you told us, so that I can do the work of appreciating you guys a little bit more.
Okay.
All right.
Nice, nice.
I have
Thank
a
you
task
so
I have to
much.
complete. You told me to make you smile. Now,
Please do
guys,
that.
that's a hard one. If she ever tells you, make me smile, that is when anything you have ever learned that can make a woman smile completely goes out. All right, let's stand up just for a few seconds. We shall get back to our seats, no doubt. Stand up, ladies and gentlemen.
I hope that's not part of me smiling.
Interesting. I'm trying to be as strategically creative as possible.
So the standing up, we're trying to get freshening up.
All right. For those who might have a little bit of difficulty understanding or speaking Luganda, we shall work out something after this. Look at your immediate neighbor and hold their hand. Don't shake, just hold their hand like a European does. For us Africans, when you're told, shake hands. Oh, you go into all those Europeans, do that. Please, there's a lady there. I haven't told anybody to say anything. What are you talking about? All right. Gamba muno nti kulike mmere. Please. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. You can take your seats again. Now, if you didn't understand Luganda,
that was a nice one. You made me smile.
We are simply telling people that it's been one hell of a job getting the sugar levels up again. But welcome back from lunch. I hope we are energetic enough and ready to go. We have a panel that is coming through. I would love my panelists, wherever you are, to not make your way.
Okay, before you call your panel, Chris, let me leave the podium. Before you call your panel, amidst us is the patron high people, and that is Honorable David Karwanga is amidst us. A warm applause for him. Thank you so much, Honorable, for giving us your time. Now, you see, even if I take my leave from this podium, you're good to go, man. All the best.
All right, thank you very much, Rita Kabanyoro. I would like to request the gentleman who is responsible for the mechanics of sound to ease my work by bringing me a microphone. I don't want to go to the doctor after here. Please, as the gentleman does, the next panel will be looking at modernizing lending models and improving affordable and timely credit with FinTech. The issue is lending. Many of us have encountered that word, both in theory and in practice. If you haven't encountered lending in practice, put up your hand. In any form, lending, the word lending. You guys are not lending money. You guys are not going to the bank. Hello? Wow, I want to join the FinTech world. That is amazing. That is going to be the gist of our conversation. I will take this opportunity to call on the panelists. Paul Chirungi, are you in the house? Paul Chirungi is a founder and CEO at Zofi Cash. He's making his way. Please put your hands together for the gentleman. Put your hands together too for Flavia Elena Kasenge, who is the Chief Operating Officer at Easy Money. Whoever is not clapping, tugenda kusasuza emmere. Okay? You've just eaten food, you must be very strong right now. Geoffrey Achini, I hope I've pronounced that name right. If I haven't, please come to my rescue and whisper to me so that the rest of us can also benefit from that knowledge. Please, you are the regional CEO, East Africa, Flow Global. Keith Namara Charuzi, a partner at Matrix Advocates, banking and finance law specialist. Keith Namara Charuzi, please make your way. And, John Mark Kivumbi is supposed to be back on the podium. John Mark Kivumbi. Okay, there seems to have been a, thank you. You are not John Mark Kivumbi. Please come over and rescue me. All right, the gentleman is Dennis Musinguzi. There was a switch. Apologies for that mishap. The vagaries of technology and this work sometimes sees us getting to such anomalies. But thank you for making it on the podium. A big round of applause for them. Great. Now, access to credit is critical for economic growth and development. Yet many people, particularly those in low-income communities, still lack access to affordable and timely credit. Traditional lending models have often failed to meet the needs of these underserved populations, leaving them with few options for financing and their businesses, as well as personal needs. FinTech solutions have the potential to modernize lending models and make credit more accessible, affordable, and timely. These solutions can leverage technology to streamline lending processes, reduce cost, and improve risk assessment, enabling lenders to offer loans to people who would have been deemed too risky or costly to serve under traditional methods. I would love to throw this at you, beginning with the gentleman on my immediate right. What you do, your company, and the services that you roll out in pinpoint language.
Good evening, everyone. Okay. Thank you very much, Chris. I'm called Geoffrey Chini. I'm the regional CEO for Flow. Flow is a fintech that is democratizing access to credit for small businesses. We work with mobile money agents with operations in Uganda, Rwanda, and Madagascar.
You're going to have to be a little louder, so in 60 seconds, please. Again. I didn't hear.
Yeah, I hope I'm louder now. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'm called Geoffrey Achine. I'm the regional CEO for Flow Global. And Flow Global is a fintech that is democratizing access to credit for small and medium enterprises in emerging markets. We have operations in Uganda, Rwanda, and Madagascar. To date, we have provided credit to close to 10,000 mobile money agents.
Okay, thank you very much. Lady?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Flavia Eleno Kasenge. I work with Easy Money. We are a technology company dealing with both financial and non-financial services, and our passion is really targeting the people at the bottom of the pyramid. We are unique in ourselves. We hold 2 licenses, payment system provider and operator. That's it.
Thank you. The broadcaster in him simply got underway. Okay.
Thank you so much, Chris. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Paul Kirunji. I work with Zofi Cash. Zofi Cash, we like identifying ourselves as trailblazers who are convicted that the 30-pay-day cycle is a drug. It's killing our economies, and as so, we are changing that narration. We are making every day a payday by partnering with companies, and we pay their employees any time of the month. Then we get paid at the end of the month.
Wow, getting paid every day instead of waiting for the 30th. All right, lady, sir, Hey, what a
Good
man.
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Keith Namara Charuzi, and I'm partner at Metrics Advocates. Metrics Advocates is a fully fledged law firm, commercial and corporate law firm. We do advise our clients in areas of tech law, intellectual property, trademarks, copyright and neighboring rights, and everything to do corporate and commercial. I'm glad to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dennis Musinguzi. I am the head of BankTech at MTN Mobile Money Uganda, an organization that provides payment services, digital wallets, and overall payment systems operator.
All right, thank you very much. I've been told by the team that is responsible for the tech, sound, and visual that the screen right there is embedded with the dynamics of camera. So as you speak, you can focus on it too. That is when the best picture or interaction will come forth, especially for those that are joining us on the live stream. I would like to begin with Dennis and Geoffrey and engage you on enhancing credit worthiness assessment. And that is down to the fact that leveraging data analytics is part of the solutions that are fintech-based. Risk assessment and underwriting is problematic. Geoffrey, how are you approaching that within your frame of work?
Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, that's a very important aspect of lending. When you talk about data and analytics, when you're trying to change the status quo and trying to be innovative in how you provide access to credit, you're going to have to overcome certain barriers. Now, one of the main barriers is the lack of credit histories, especially for small informal businesses. Now, the way data and analytics and technology in general can enhance the whole process of risk assessment is that using technology, you're able to comb through huge sets of data and do it in an efficient and very fast manner. Now, some of the challenges that come with that, of course, is that it's data. So there are also data privacy concerns that come into the mix. So it's all about being responsible with how you use this data as you do the assessment to make sure that, one, the data of the users is very well protected.
Dennis Musinguzi, BankTech, that is MTN Momo. When I look at the litany of options, for example, where you can get some money if you are in a tight spot on MTN, I see Momo
Advance.
No? Advance, Momo Sente. Then sometimes if you get one, you don't get the other.
Yes.
You know, is it down to the fact that you guys have quickly assessed my credit worthiness and I do not deserve it, or just take us through that?
So it's a bit of yes and no. So it's not that you don't deserve it. What we've done, and just adding on to what the gentleman said, you have to use additional data because we do work in an environment that is largely cash-based, largely very informal. So even from a bank perspective, when a customer goes into the bank to withdraw cash, the bank does not know what the customer is going to spend that money on. But they still have to try and provide loan services and credit score that customer. But the data is limited, so that's the challenge. One of the things that we've done to try and plug the gap from an MTN mobile money perspective is we use additional alternative scoring data. So building a large ecosystem where customers can deposit money on their wallet and pay for goods and services, pay school fees, pay utilities. That's additional data that feeds into a credit scoring solution that would be of interest to any other financial institution or lending partner. That's what we're sort of bringing to the table. To your question where you will come to MTN, because we do offer multiple credit services. There's one called MoCash, MoSente, Momo Advance. All of them provide you credit in some form or another. Where you will get a loan from MoCash, of course, we won't permit you to get another loan from another service that we offer, because we also want to address the issue of being over-indebted as a customer. So it's sort of enriching the credit scoring to ensure that, yes, you're eligible for the service, but you also have some obligations. That also protects the customer from getting into overdebtedness and also, in the end, throwing away your SIM card. So everyone loses. So it's best that customer protection is not just the data, but it's also protecting the behavior and ensuring that they get the best service available that we offer.
Okay, thank you very much. Flavia Elena Kasenge, underserved populations are still depending on banks. Sometimes banks also express frustration that there are so many of the unbanked in an environment where advances in technology are seeing those that are banked or in urbanized communities being able to access some of these services. How do you partner or create synergies with established financial institutions to ensure that these particular population segments are reached?
I think as fintechs, we need to think about universal services. It would be awesome to walk into an Airtel service center and you're able to access MTN services, Easy Money services, Zoficash, Flow. So I think we need to be able to think about that, because then we are going to run a mile more than what we are doing alone. We'll be able to reach the population of the underserved. Then we, also the government, if need be, they need to help us reduce the taxes on gadgets, such that everyone, even the underserved, are able to afford a smartphone. Once you have a smartphone, then you're able to access the services that are already existing. But the challenge is people not having smartphones because they are taxed, so the people who are selling them also sell them at exorbitant prices. I like what M-Kopa is doing, because right now they're trying to get funds to give them to underserved people so they can be able to access smartphones and you pay in installments. And then what we can do to partner with the banks already have a lot of information, historical information that we are trying to look for. As fintechs and the traditional financial institutions, we can come together to be able to synergize and have this information. That way we're able to know who a credit worth lender is, and then a borrower is able to extend this service with a lot of energy and, you know, a lot of enthusiasm to them.
Okay, thank you very much. Paul Chirungi, Zoficash. I have gotten an opportunity to visit some of the addresses online, the platform. It looks to me like you are a digital lender. I don't know whether it's exactly that, but there are so many people in factories that are paid on a daily basis, 3,000, 5,000 Uganda shillings. And then there are those in the corporate sector who are either on retainer salaries and waiting for the end of the month. How possible during this time that you've been in business is it to achieve universal access to pay, for example?
Right. Thank you so much, Chris. Universal pay, how is it possible? The answer is it is possible, right? And this is why I say that it is possible. I always give this kind of example, exactly like where we are today. Those ones who were able to make it early in the morning were able to get free breakfast, right? I mean, would say that it's free, but it wasn't free. Someone paid for it, right? We just had a wonderful lunch. And again, someone paid for it. If we had to pay for it, right, most likely not all of us would have been able to have it, simply because we haven't been paid. We would have to wait for end of month to get paid. And guess what? The hotel would have lost out on so much revenue, right? Because we're not able to make those purchases. And the people who work here will not be able to get paid, right? That's how bad the situation is, and that's how or why we need to fast track multiple or frequent paydays. Now, the thing is, if you walk to the hotel today, most likely this event is paid up 100%, right? And most likely They even paid it like about a month ago. Wow. Right? Why do the employees here have to wait to get paid at the end of the month? The hotel's making money on a daily basis. Right? When we walk in, we pay. Walk out, we pay. Everywhere you go, you pay. Right? The resources are there. We just need to have the will. We just need to know that the current times do not match the past times that we've lived.
That's right. Yeah. Interesting there. Access and availability of money when and how you need it is exactly what we are trying to solve here. Interesting. I'll be coming to you shortly. Let me go to Keith Namara Sharuzi, partner at Matrix Advocates and banking and a finance law specialist. For you, we need a whole day. Bank and finance law specialist. The question is, how or where are some of the regulatory and consumer protection considerations that need to be taken into account when deploying fintech lending solutions, and how can they be addressed to ensure that borrowers are treated fairly and transparently?
Thank you very much for that question. In fact, when I got invited for this event, those are some of the thoughts that were ringing in my head. I thought about fintech and this sort of fintech revolution that has sort of erupted in the country. It's going on a fast pace, and people don't pretty much know what to do with it. And that is to do even with regulators. And that presents a challenge to both borrowers, regulators, and the lenders who are into this game. And true to your point, the consumer at the end needs some bit of protection. That's why you have seen regulators beginning to come in and bring in a bit of regulation to this whole fintech lending aspect. And I can think of some of the risks, because this is business. At the end of the day, it's competition. So you don't know what lender is going to do what. And that's why you get unscrupulous lenders who are out there to take whatever it is that the borrowers have. Some people call it predatory lending. So you have a regulator who will come in form of Bank of Uganda under their National Payment System Department to require a few things of these fintechs. And some of them are, what is your capital worth? So that at a point where you're going under and you need to pay back borrowers, what are you going to get? So you have Bank of Uganda requiring you to have some capital to be able to start lending out money. You have other regulators like Financial Intelligence Authority, which are interested in making sure that you're not using the fintech for money laundering, financing terrorism, illicit financial flows, and stuff like that. So for me, those are some of the risks that sort of get into my mind when we're talking about fintech revolution.
Before I go to the next question, just allow me deliberate a little bit more on that. Has there been effort that is targeted towards easing the framework that is legal around fintech? Because many of the players, especially the innovative and young women and men, are often stifled by the fact that the policy rollout, execution, and that some of the people don't actually want to understand. I won't say they don't. Some don't want to understand that fintech is actually now the frontier tool to economic growth.
Yeah, and that's true. You can imagine the approach that the regulators would have on fintechs. I was having a conversation earlier during our lunch break, and we were talking about how fintech innovation is always ahead of regulation. So you get into a space where you don't know what rules to set out there to be able to slow down the innovation or even protect the consumers at the end of the day. And so innovations by Bank of Uganda, like the sandbox that was introduced, are exactly to cater for that. You sort of design the rules and regulations of an innovation as it grows. And for me, those are some of the safeguards you would want to put in place to be able to balance innovation but also regulation. You don't want to over-regulate and stifle the innovation, but at the end, you also want to protect a consumer at the end. So indeed, yes, there has been some attempts by regulators or even lenders in some spaces to ease out this balance.
All right, thank you very much. I'll go to Flavia and Dennis. With regard to fintech being an anchor for economic growth and development. Across the continent, you can see tremendous effort being undertaken by young men and women. Nigeria is at the forefront with so many startups, and when you look closely, you can actually map out their trajectory when it comes to growth. I do not know whether the picture is more flowery that side than it is here. What is happening that shouldn't be happening the way it is, or what particular trajectory can FinTech take in being the anchor for economic growth and development? First, Flavia, and then Dennis.
You see, the beauty about the gadgets that we hold is they're open 24/7. They never close unless your phone has gone off, battery has gone out, but you can as well charge it. So as FinTechs, we must be able to appreciate what we already have. Already we are seated, as FinTechs, we have an engine of wealth of data. So we are able to use this data to segment the number of people that we have and the customers, and be able to put them in segments of the circles that we have, the teachers that are available, using the information that we have in order to be able to do strategic lending. So we have to be able to be open to the idea that once we have this data, we can be able to use it to our advantage to be able to offer strategic lending to the people out there. And then also we can be a channel for liquidity, you know. If someone already has a gadget, we are well informed they are well informed and they can be able to use what is already existing. And FinTechs, we are able to do strategic lending and give liquidity to the people out there. Yes.
Dennis Nsinguzi, MTN mobile money, that is to say, is one of those that are driving the cash, the ability for transactions to go on. And if you dared, for example, issue a decree, if you were a head of state against mobile money, we would arguably collapse, wouldn't we?
I wouldn't say as dramatic as that as collapse, but I don't think you would also even have the ability to make that decree. But to the point earlier, I wanted to say to economic growth.
That's right.
I think FinTech is one of the biggest drivers for that, especially in these developing economies, where you do not, like I said, you do not have your traditional financing institutions or reach of those finance institutions to the masses. A very big informal sector dependent on cash, but also still need credit, need access to funds, and are looking to, develop their own capabilities. And from an MTN mobile money side, we've taken on that challenge as one of our biggest drivers for changing people's lives. So, like I said, the woman in the market, a market vendor who's selling her produce, is able to now receive digital payments through MTN Momo Pay. We've done that, and that she doesn't need to pay for that service. That's completely free to access and involve. And that grows her business. It grows her reach. So she's not necessarily dealing with customers who are physically at her door, but now her market has grown to anybody who wants to buy from her. They can pay using that. I don't necessarily have to be there. Just as one example. So that's sort of how we're building our sustainability models for the informal sector, allowing them to grow their businesses, but also providing affordable credit for them. Because, again, same lady who's going to use MomoPay to receive payments for her product, her produce, is building a credit-worthy behavior through those transactions. That's going to feed into our analysis to say, okay, if we were to give her credit to boost her business, working capital, we have data on that. And I think my colleague from Easy Money also mentioned something about devices. M-Copa, right. That's also the same thing. Okay. They've taken the behavior I have elsewhere. How do I pay for my school fees? How do I pay for my Umeme National Water? How does money enter my mobile wallet? To say, okay, this customer, we're able to give them a smartphone. What is that going to drive? That is going to drive the digital revolution that we're looking for, where you want a smartphone in every person's hand, moving away from USSD.
I think that's achievable. Smartphones are increasingly becoming user-friendly and affordable. Paul Chirunji, when you look at the various solutions that are rolled out in FinTech. Lending, for example, it's risky business. And being able to facilitate a movement of money from one entity to another, and in your case as Zofi Cash, the ability to have the employer come through when you need, not necessarily when he can, has a lot of risks to it. What are they? You can share with us, and whether there has been effort, for example, to harmonize that with the legal framework.
I think we are an early nation when it comes to FinTech, which is a good thing. It means that we can model lending in a way that it makes sense with the current kind of lending. Back in the day, if you had, for example, to get a salary loan, you'd have to, or maybe any loan, you'd have to go to the bank. Even now, some banks. Most recent, I found it so funny that if you go to borrow money from the bank, they'd ask you to draw a road that routes you to your place, so that in case you default, they know where to find you, right? Wow. How viable is that, right? Today, with this phone, we can develop technologies that can let us know where our users are in real time. MTN has that. They have a robust API that can let anyone who's building any credit-enabled business to use that, you know? That's one of the ways that we can leverage technology. But I mean, there's a lot of data sets which is seated out there that we can. Now, the big deal that has to come in play right now is the traditional institutions stop looking at fintechs as competition, but rather potential partners, you know?
Collaborators.
Exactly. They have a lot that fintechs can learn from them, but also fintechs are bringing a lot when it comes to technology and exposure and access, which somehow they fail to do.
Okay, that is something that can mitigate the risk. And earlier, there was a panel where we heard from FlyHub and how that syntax is being worked on. Geoffrey, within your portfolio of services and roles, the aspects of risk are solutions for the people. Are you looking at your safeguards, because you also need to be protected at one point?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. When it comes to digital lending, when you're on the other side, not realize that actually go through a lot to innovate, right? Lending, first of all, remember you're giving people money. And when you're inclusive in how you do your credit, there are so many things that you're going to have to bypass. For example, now cannot collateral. Now, if you give someone a collateral, that you get your money back. So there are quite a number of risks with these fintech lending solutions. And one I can talk about is adequate risk assessment, simply because also many of these segments are very informal and there's very limited data that we can actually look at to assess. So in a case where there is limited risk assessment, then it's going to be very hard for you to lend to a specific segment. And then when you somehow overcome that barrier and you're able to assess the customer, then the next thing that should come to your mind is how do you ensure that the customer is not going to be over-indebted at the end of the day? Like you mentioned, there are so many providers out there. Someone gets more cash, they come and get Flow, they get more Sente. So how do we work together to ensure that the consumer is also protected from over-indebtedness? And some of the solutions out there is, for example, using the CRBs to ensure that before you provide credit to anyone, you run a check and see, do they already have existing loans and what is their payment pattern out there? Another thing that we underlook and people just jump in and give credit after doing assessment is that there is a huge gap when it comes to borrower education. There are very low levels of digital financial literacy. So people will take these loans and they misuse them. So as providers, you need to ensure that somehow you embed literacy as you provide your solution, because it's in your best interest that the person you're giving credit to knows how to use it and they're going to use it responsibly. So again, this is where we can work together also with, for example, the regulators to implement very robust risk management practices, and also enforcing consumer protection regulations so that the customer is protected. In addition to that, just to add is, like I've already said, education is very important. An educated customer is a good customer, right?
Okay. So that boils down to literacy at all levels, be it digital or the usual literacy levels that we have in the country. The legal framework, when it comes to data risk, there are some fintechs, especially on the lending front, that have too much information to themselves regarding consumers, what their footprint is on the digital platforms, and they use it sometimes to harass. Who is protecting them? For example, I've had one person say they got a loan from, what's that, Mango something? And then the date that they were supposed to ensure the payment is made, they were given calls 36 hours before, and it was relentless. You know, how is that being worked on in terms of protecting the consumer?
Thank you for that question. And this points to a risk of compliance. In that regard, because fintechs deal with so much data. If you think about the big data concept as an example, so as data subjects, as regulators, then you must be concerned on what they use this data for. I'm glad that Uganda recently passed the Data Protection and Privacy Act, and some of the requirements of that act is that you should, for instance, collect data that you need. If there are any excesses, then you don't need that data. That's where you get some of the fintechs who are not in this room misusing that data. So it's important then to be very compliant in terms of what your data protection and privacy expectations are. You recognize that there are institutions like the National Information Technology Authority that are interested in what mechanisms do you have to protect the data that you collect. In fact, I think the law gives them authority to conduct audits, IT audits on your systems to see that they match up in terms of data protection. But also the requirement to report a breach. Do you have data privacy officers, for instance, in your organization? What happens when a breach comes to your company? How do you handle it? What is the recovery mechanisms and the business continuity plans that you have for your company? So there is a lot that has to be considered when you're protecting data, because data is the biggest asset that fintechs have, come to think of it. And so the protection of that data in itself needs to be that robust, in my opinion.
All right, thank you very much. Let's come to Flavia and Paul. Quickly take us through loan origination and distribution. As a broadcaster and one who is not buried in fintech, I might struggle to get to the basics of loan origination and distribution. Flavia, help this man from Butaleja.
Okay, I think before we disperse the loans, we also need to look at the fact that we don't have linked identification. Paul earlier on mentioned drawing a road to your home. So I think once we get our national IDs linked to our driving permits, linked to a mobile number, go ahead to the home address, then disbursement will be easy because you will know where to find me because I default. Right now, we are working blindly. You know, I can be having a mobile phone which belongs to Paul, the mobile money is actually for Paul. So by the time you track me down, I've already tarnished Paul's identity. Yeah. So we need to be able to work on linked identification. So then the people giving out loans are also comfortable. At the same time, the borrower is protected.
Is that the same perspective that you have? Can I access Paul's money before the end of the month by simply getting his phone and moving about and doing that business?
I think it is getting a little bit better with the infrastructures that we have in place, like the national ID database, the phone registration, that helped a lot. So with someone's national ID, you can literally tell where do they have obligations and where do they don't have. It has helped. For business development or purposes of understanding our businesses, I think we need to be intentional when we are designing our products to understand our customers, understand their journeys, where are the pain points, what can you make better. And I think fintechs have really done it better. Boast about this with Cash. We say we are 100% digital, and we can give us advance in 2 minutes. It wasn't the case. I mean, some organizations which haven't embraced Cash are still going through the manual process of getting the salary request application, feed it in, take it to your supervisor to sign it, then take it to his supervisor to sign it, then take it to accounts. And as you get to accounts, the accountant is not there, right? But you have a sick child. How do we harmonize that? You know, so we need to be intentional as we design our products, and I think fintechs have really got it a little bit better.
All right, we are not nearing. Effectively entered the final bend of the discussion. I would like to, this is a general question that each of you will have to give us their view, except Mr. Namara Charuzi. You have a question that came through here, and you will do the wrap. When it comes to aspects like collateral
setup, because we're using innovative ways, innovative techniques to reach further than where these traditional financial institutions would have reached. So in a way, the financial setup should look at the traditional, the fintechs as collaborators. And it's very nice to see that even in this room, there are so many collaborations that have either already happened or are still brewing, where you see, for example, the banks are working with fintechs X or Y to extend services to excluded communities, for example.
Okay. Flavia, are the financial institutions making it easy for you to work in terms of collaboration?
Like I mentioned earlier, overall we need to leech on each other. So whether it's a fintech or a traditional institution, we need to be able to accept the fact that We all have information, and if we leech on one another, this information can be used to better the user out there. And we should stop looking at ourselves as competition, but as one big family, all running in the same direction and moving in the same journey of inclusion.
Paul, what do you want banks to do for you?
Yeah, thank you. Everyone is talking about collaboration, and when I hear collaboration, the only thing that I keep imagining is embedded financing.
Embedded financing.
Embedded financing.
Okay.
Imagine, I mean, MTN has done it better. In this market, I don't think anyone has done it better than MTN, but we can build on what they've done, or we can serve the markets that they've not been able to reach. How? Flow has a platform. He has users, right? His users most likely need insurance products.
That's right.
Right? How do we build ecosystems or marketplaces that we can both leverage? You know, we've built the systems already, we have the data already. We would, if we have these kind of synergies, the collaborations, we embed financing in our products. That's what Zofikash actually is. We are an HR and a payroll platform, but we embedded in finance, you know, except we had to offer financing first. But that's what it is. So yeah, I think that's the direction that we need to take. Like, we need to understand that we have access to the data, right? They are lawyers, they have clients. How can Zofikash fit into their business and probably share revenue, you know? I think there's a...
You have the lawyer's ear when you talk about sharing revenue. I'll skip the lawyer for now and go to Dennis Musinguzi. Yeah. There are players in the industry, the economy, who have suggested that mobile money platforms can be twitched into banks themselves, because people are able to save, they can get money when they want. We've had aspects of interest being paid to savers on mobile money. Yes. So effectively, you are a standalone financial institution away from the telecom.
Yes, I think the comparisons are quite similar. We do offer savings products. We do offer credit services, similar to what the bank does. So we do hold deposits, but we are not holding them as MTN. These are all through partnerships. And like my colleagues have said already, none of that works without the partnerships. We are not competitors. We are actually partners. Even to the extent of people who say MTN, mobile money and Airtel are competitors. Yes, we are in the same industry, we are competitors, but in very many ways, we do a lot of partnerships because it's mutually beneficial for the whole. Not for the customer alone, but also for the business. You've heard the phrase of Esente Zotos teke ku Airtel, teke ku MTN. That is a clear indication of where we need to partner. That's because it speaks to over-indebtedness, especially when you talk about lending. And if we have a partnership, we're able to manage that a little bit better. Because depending on where the customer puts their money, the other company is going to lose out. If I have two SIMs and I use one, I'm not using the other one for any other services. So it's a mutual position. I wanted to touch on something that maybe was said earlier quickly.
Yeah, very quickly.
And that was around how we ensure that our systems and our products are safe for the customer. Of course, the team members are touched on different aspects. One of the things that we've touched on around compliance is also certain standards that have been set for all the players in the market. And that includes all the ones that are the traditional banks who we need because they have experience in providing credit and credit scoring that a company like MTN Mobile Money and other fintechs don't have. That synergy is important. But also setting a standard for how that synergy is going to happen to protect the customer, also to protect the service and build a sustainable model. So clear terms and conditions that are made to the customer, made to the business, made to the regulator, where there is full transparency across the board. We'll go to addressing issues around trust, because when you go to the ordinary man on the street and tell them you can get a loan, they're going to shudder and say, because there's a stigma around people borrowing, and if you're borrowing from a bank. Now you're telling me to borrow from a fintech. There's even more stigma around it. But with education and terms and conditions and that kind of transparency, we can build a more sort of acceptable service across the board for the market.
All right, thank you very much, Dennis Musinguzi. Our very last cluster of conversation has not, unfortunately, but we've touched on it, the specific lending needs, opportunities and challenges. The overlapping discussion has been able to, voice this out. I'll not, again, dwell on it. But let me end this with Mr. Namara. There's a question that came in specifically, and someone is wondering, is the law firm fintech leaning, or you have within your units a service provision for fintechs? I don't know whether it arrives the way I want it to.
Yeah, thank you for that question. We are a law firm, but like the reality is we are not detached from technology, especially financial technology. We have a banking and finance department that specifically looks at fintech lending and solutions in that regard, compliance, risk, and regulatory reporting advisory. But we also touch on other aspects of intellectual property, be it copyright and neighboring rights, patents, trademarks, whatever have you, in terms of the legal aspect of this industry. So we're pretty much partners and collaborators in many regards, if you like, for financial technology companies, but also outright technology legal needs.
All right, Keith Namara Charuzi, partner at Matrix Advocates, and also banking and finance law specialist. I'm going to have to end it there for this panel discussion before Rita Cavagnolo can come beckoning down on me. Many thanks, Geoffrey Achini. You are Regional CEO, East Africa Flow Global. Paul Chirunji, founder and CEO at Zofi Cash. Flavia Elena Kasenge, Chief Operating Officer at Easy Money. And of course, the indefatigable Dennis Musinguzi, who is at, not at, but you are head of Bantech at MTN Momo. I want to be your friend. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
What exactly friendship? You want to borrow?
No, just
or
being a
to
friend.
save?
Yeah, not even saving or borrowing. I just want to be his friend.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Chris. Applause for the panelists and the moderator. I really appreciate your time that you're here and you've been patient. And now we are ending actually our program. But before that, of course, we have an interesting moment right about now. What I can say is that as they go for a photo moment, right about now, there are cards that have been distributed. So we're going into for that particular session, and we're going to speak about business banking challenges and opportunities alphabets. So the alphabets have already been distributed. So as we interact, this is going to be a very interactional moment, conversational moment. Let the solutions and opportunities come from you. Just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. Thank God your TikToks are not sharp, eh? See that slight, you find yourself flying on TikTok. Okay, right now we get into that moment that I was earlier talking about. So I'm going to, with me I have cards, alphabets like I said, A up to Z. They are among you. I will read the card, like for example A, and the one who has A will tell us what is on the paper, on the card A, and you share with us, share with the audience what you think about what is there. So you will read what is on the card, yourself, and then you will answer. Share with us your opinion on what's written on that paper. Let's begin. Letter A. I think this is an exercise that I'll need Fenon to also draw part in. Like, let's have the hype music on. Letter A. Letter A. Anybody with letter A? I need like a kadongo to do. Letter A. Who has A, please? Ladies and gentlemen, who has letter A? Do not shy up. These papers have cameras, meanwhile. Clicked on them. Okay, I repeat again. If you have been given any card, please check your card. Open which letter does it have, because we're going to follow the alphabet, how it is. So if you have letter A, we have not missed out distributing any letter. We have distributed from A to Z. So ladies and gentlemen, who has letter A amidst us? Ah, there she is. Fenon, give her a vibe. There comes the lady with letter A. Thank you. So you will stand, share with us what's on the paper, read it, then share your opinion on what you think, on what's there. Thank you so much. You introduce yourself first.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Here myself. Letter A has account opening. We talked about simplifying the process by offering a digital account, opening experience with minimum paperwork that can improve accessibility for the business. My view on this is, I really have no specific view, but let me see. I think it's open. I really have.
Read again what it has, louder.
Account opening. So there is no paperwork included in the account opening, whereby you can use your phone to access all the financial services that you need, which must be nice, because I've never tried out.
So you've never tried out any account opening in this digital space?
Yeah. So
you don't have a bank account, my lady?
I'm talking about this without paperwork. So I think this must be nice. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Share your name and we give you applause.
My name is Amara Patience.
Thank you, Namara. Let's go to letter B, Fenon. Walk on with me. Micah, don't go. Okay, letter B. Who has letter B? We're doing chap. 1 minute. Who has letter B? I see them smiling. You have letter B? You're smiling. You have letter B. Okay, let's go to letter C. Who has letter C? Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Let's coordinate, collaborate. Who has letter C? So you've pocketed the cards. Who has letter D? Who has D? You have D. Who has letter E? Okay, there she is. I'm requesting we all open up our cards. Let us be able to see what's there so that you know the letter. My dear, if you don't mind to stand, give us your name and the letter, then you read and tell us your opinion. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm called Mastula. So letter E is saying e-commerce tailored payment processing solutions and anti-fraud systems can help e-commerce businesses thrive. Okay, what I understand from this, it's like solutions coming up. Okay, if these solutions include like financial technology, and in their system, their transaction system is very secure to avoid like frauds, hackers stealing money from clients through transaction processes. That's what I picked.
Nice. Applause for her. I didn't get your name, but nice.
Mastula.
Thank you, Mastula. And that was letter E. Fenon, let's go. We're having letter F. Who has got letter F? Oh, there she is. Pass on the microphone. Your name, tell me what's on the letter, and share your opinion. There you go.
My name is Juliet Luchima. I'm from Flow Global. My CEO was on that panel. My card is financing solutions, a variety of financing solutions that cater to different business needs that can attract more businesses to bank with you. First and foremost, Flow is not a bank. We are an NDFI, Tier 4 microfinance, non-deposit taking. We only lend, we do not take. However, from what we do, how we can attract more customers to work with us. One, our product has got a personal touch to it. We have people who go out to the field and speak to our customers. So we find the customer does not find us. And then we also solve the mobility challenges because we go to the customers, they don't have to move around to do all the rebalancing and everything. Everything is done at the touch of a button on we've got a customer app that the customer is able to use to request for float advances from us. Another thing that makes our product very attractive, we are completely cashless. We do not take cash. We do not give cash. Everything is digital. We also, my CEO told you, we give unsecured credit. And our KYC process does not require any kind of paperwork because, yet again, we find the customer and we do all the KYC from the customer's place of business, just using digital. So with that, I believe that we just get rid of all the barriers of traditional financial institutions to attract our customers to us.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's cross to letter G or G. Yes, behind, you've got letter G. Share with us. Did she just pass it to you?
Ranga Aksam, CEO, Aspen Technologies Limited. G says guarantees is a processes for obtaining bank guarantees can ease financial burden on businesses. True. Right now, it's cumbersome when it comes to acquiring bank guarantees because it involves a lot of paperwork, a lot of walking movements. But imagine if we could streamline these processes into something which is digitized. We know that customers would be willing to go to apply for bank loans in all those ways because it's now, the process is quick and digitized. So it will, yeah.
Thank you so much, Sam. Letter H, who has got letter H? Meanwhile, letter I prepare. Letter H? No one has letter H? Okay, we're crossing to letter I. Who has I? Oh, there he is. Your name, the company you share with us on the letter.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Walugembe Akram. I state that international business offering solutions like foreign exchange services, international wire transfers can support business operating globally. And what I think this is all about improving or having systems that can improve efficiency of businesses operating globally. This is where a person who is using it is very sure of the amount, the foreign exchange rates, and is sure that when I have this in dollars, I need to pay this. And then this improves, of course, if you're very sure of the amount you need to pay in other currencies, then this improves the efficiency of a business operating globally.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I didn't get your name though.
Akram.
Thank you, Akram. What comes to my mind is a MasterCard when he says that. Let's cross to letter J. Who has letter J? Letter J. Okay, who has letter K? L, prepare. Letter K? Some of you, how you are shy in class. So no one with J and K. Okay. Finally, you've come out. Thank you so much. Which letter? Give him a microphone. Which letter?
Letter K. Know your customer, KYC. Streamlining the KYC process can speed up account opening while still maintaining security.
Thank you so much. Very brief. What's your name?
My name is Mutebi Alawi, CEO, Ecolink Technologies Group. Yeah, good. We are FinTech and we always do the KYC. Now, KYC is something that helps the service provider or a FinTech company or a bank to know who is this person we are dealing with. Who are those that can be there in case he's dead? We need to know if we have your money, who do we entrust this money with after your death, right? So we need to know you and to know those who can step in when you are not there.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A national ID comes to my mind. Letter J, who has letter J? None. L, who has letter L? All L-O. Who has L-O? Letter L. No one has letter L. We go to M. Who has M? Letter M. Fenon, you're not working with me. Letter M. Who has letter N? Who has N? We want to conclude. Who has N? No one has letter O. Who has O? There she is. Hajat has letter O. Yet find out your real name.
I'll say salam. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
Thank you. I'm Nadia Nanteza Malka from Hijaz Finance, an Islamic financial institution operating at a SACCO level. My card says O, overdrafts. Banks can offer flexible and cost-effective overdrafts to help businesses manage their cash flows better. Here we do have businesses, and at a certain point they'll need money which they do not really have, yet they have to provide services. And at the end of the day, these are the things they're going to get money out of. For instance, many businesses get contracts when they actually do not have the money to fulfill their contracts. So it means if a financial institution can provide extra money from what they already have in their savings, they can carry on with business, and at the end of the day, they have what to save back in the bank, and still the bank gets to get its money back. So we are all growing here.
Okay, thank you so much. Leverage and margin come on my mind after that. Letter B, who has letter B? Letter P, who has P? Okay, we're moving to letter Q. Who has letter Q? Nice, there she goes, letter Q. Just few letters remaining, and then we have our closing remarks. Please.
Q says quick loans, offering instant loan approvals to help businesses meet their immediate financial needs. Seems pretty self-explanatory to me, but having immediate access to capital will definitely help businesses not only take care of whatever immediate or pressing needs they have, but also give them an opportunity to expand their businesses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Right now, what comes on my mind, I wanted to withdraw some money from More Cash. How did I miss that? System has been down for quite some time. How did I miss that question? But he has had it. Okay, letter R. Letter R. Who has letter R? Okay, there she is.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Namanga Hilda Patience, and letter R says, regulations Banks can work closely with regulators to ensure a business-friendly regulatory environment. First of all, a regulatory environment is a controlled environment. So for banks to work closely with the regulators, like how can they work closely? They can work closely with them through communication, like good communication, then transparency, then maybe improving in the governance of the banks. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, my dear. We go to letter S. Who has letter S? And then you. Letter S. Let me have letter S. Okay, let's have letter U. Who has U? We cross to V. Who has letter V? Letter V was somewhere. Okay, is there someone? Letter U? Oh, nice. We've got U.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good
My
afternoon.
name is Elisha. Underbanked businesses. Tailored banking solutions for underbanked businesses can help them access banking services and grow. I think that's a positive note. These tailored banking solutions can help the underbanked businesses grow. And this is the aspect where we look at maybe digital wallets. For instance, I think Safe Border is the most. Before, it was the most underbanked service, but I think Safe Border provided the border guys with the banked solution, the banking solution, in the sense that now they can use their applications to bank their money and interact with the banking services without having to go to the bank. So it's a good innovation, and I think we should all look into that and really find out how best we can solve it. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you so much. A wallet comes to my mind. Who has letter V? Letter V. We cross to letter W or letter W. Letter W, letter W. Who has it? None. Okay. X. Who has that good letter? Letter X. No one has letter X. Indeed. Okay, letter Y. Who has letter? Okay, there she goes.
Yes, so letter Y, offering competitive rates on, hi, my name is Diana. Offering competitive rates on savings account and other investment products can attract more businesses to bank with you. I agree with the statement because if I was to choose like a bank account between Bank A and Bank B, and Bank A was offering like 18% per annum for the money that I've saved for the year, and then Bank B is offering 7%, I'll go with Bank A because my money will grow faster.
Ah, you see, science. I know she passed mathematics. I have an idea there. Okay, thank you so much, Diana. Let's go to Y, and then we go to Z. Who has letter Y? You just gave us Y, right? Y, okay. We are on the last letter Z or Z. Who has letter Z or Z? The only words I know there is zebra and xylophone. No, xylophone is X. I know zebra. Okay. Who has Z or Z? All right, none. And that comes to the end of the banking challenges and opportunities alphabet from A to Z. Thank you, participants. For now, I take the pleasure to welcome High People CEO, to welcome our patron, to have a closing remarks and bless this occasion. Thank you so much.
Okay. Good evening once again. Oh, I greeted you. Good afternoon the other time. Okay. First of all, thank you all that have kept here to this moment. Yeah, it takes a little bit more than this, more patience. Thank you to the High People team for making time every other day of your lives to serve before you get served. We were on Tuesday, no, today is Thursday. Yeah, well, on Tuesday, awarded for the second time in a row, Best Financial Inclusion Organization in East Africa. And I wish I could tell you what we are going to celebrate with. But Sauda, my friend, will not like it. So, yeah, my friend there, she won't. I'll just say salam alaikum. But whatever it is what it is. Thank you all for making time for today's event. We appreciate the time, the thought you share, and we celebrate the efforts you make to ensure that we build an economy that includes and benefits everyone. But most importantly, above all, we thank God, whatever name you call him, Allah, Jah, whatever name you call him, as long as you have that one you believe in as your God, whether it's your work, yeah, we thank God for always making things happen for us. I can't believe we're making 19 years this year. Yeah. I just can't believe it, but somehow we made it here. So begin joining us to celebrate a momentous 2 decades of serving the world differently. Like nobody can do it our way. I know that way anyway. But nobody can do it the high people way. Though we encourage so many people to borrow a leaf and do something to change society. So as we close the 4th edition of the FinTech Landscape Exhibition, that is a momentous celebration of a highly impactful 40 Days for the FinTechs initiative. Someone recently told me I'm Christian, very Christian, but I don't know the Bible so well. So I am surrounded with people who know the Bible and some people who know the Quran. So someone told me that the number 40, whatever we based on to choose 40 days, 40 FinTechs, was made of God, yeah? So we are very excited that it is impacting so many lives. Last year, the 3rd edition of 40 Days for the FinTechs had a unique reach of about 247 million people within 2 months. I mean the entire East African region, by reaching everyone, those who have phones and those who don't have were reached with a campaign that is done for you that are innovators. And I'm confident that this year's is going to double that number because we have seen real results. And we expect to see you again next time. We expect to see you here on the 18th of August for the 4th edition of the Women in FinTech Summit. And we shall equally make sure that everyone that is here at this moment is given a ticket to the 12th edition of the High People Music Awards, happening on 17th of November at Kampala Serena Hotel. So every one of you has a free ticket. So make sure before you leave, you have your name registered. Those who are still here right now, yeah? So that ticket is for you and for your loved one. If you have someone you really care about, like someone you really, really care about. If you love your mother, then you bring your mom. If you love your boyfriend or your girlfriend, then you bring them, yeah? So we want to invite you for that as well. So I want to thank you again for those that exhibited. It's always a pleasure. It's costly, either way you know that, but it's beautiful that you also make time to exhibit and that also you believe in the innovations that you've created. You know, it's one thing people doing things, but they are not sure they actually make sense to people. And another being outright about showing them to the world, which is something we so much care about, and we want to see you every other time. And before I introduce the second other good man for my female friends who asked me to recommend good men to you, Honorable, I have very many female friends who keep telling me that they want to meet good men. And then may I have Kamida? And then they're like, oh, okay, introduce us to good men. So earlier, I introduced them to someone, Vincent Tumijiche, who is CEO of Future Link Technologies. I'm only introducing the men I know, but the challenge is that they're all married. Yeah. So allow me introduce another very good man, another one that has been a patron to us, a friend. He's a father figure to us in so many ways. The other day, he had to sign your certificates, and I called him in loudspeaker. I was with Master. You've seen the gentleman, that person there. I called him Master. He taught me coding when I was in senior 3 and 4. That gentleman, you see that side. So when I called, when I called Honorable, and Honorable was like, Innocent, where are you? I can come to where you are and sign the certificates. Then he's like, I've never had a minister, an honorable who sounds like that, who says, I'm going to come, it's okay, yeah? But because he equally believes in what you are doing, because he equally shares the same kind of vision and goal that we all have. So please, with, I think let's stand up for him as well. It is in order that we stand up and welcome the chairman of the Generous Men's Association, who also happens to be the Honorable Member of Parliament for Kigolovia, and also the patron of High People and High People Foundation that is making 19 years serving Africans differently. Thank you so much.
Thank you, CEO and Innocent. Many times I call him Mayor. You know, he has always been a man of many colors. He's in innovations, he's in politics, but I would like to thank you. Indeed, my name is David Karuvanga. I'm a member of Parliament for a very, the constituency is very far, Hoima. We normally call ourselves Hoima City, but I've never seen any oil. I have been chairing the Committee of Physical Infrastructure, but I decided to be free now because my constituency was really crying for me all the time I was busy. Indeed, I take the honor to thank High People team, led by the CEO, Innocent, for the wonderful work you are doing in these exhibitions. You sometimes may not know the impact of your work. I don't normally join you when you are in the trenches there. When I talk of the trenches, you understand, but I see online, very active. The young innovators, the girls, and all those. You are making wonderful products. Indeed, this country was lagging behind. I don't know whether you knew that in terms of exhibitions. The other day you were in Rwanda, I think you saw. I was shocked. I just want to talk off cuff. I was shocked to see many of the leaders in the financial institutions here, for example, the deputy governor, going for an event in Kigali. When the same event is organized here, he doesn't come. So really, I'm now talking as a board member, as a CEO, rather as the patron of High People. I have not been happy. Of course, I've been part of government. I know how government works. When there are allowances, people go running. When they know there's no per diem, they don't go running. So indeed, I take the honor to thank the innovators who have really put in all the time to come up with these wonderful products. You make products when there's a problem, or you make them to expand knowledge or provide a solution. But many of you come up with these innovations, these apps, when you have seen the gaps. Incidentally, government has an innovation fund, but I don't know how many of you have benefited. That's why whenever there is this landscape landscape exhibition, I've always pushed for the ministers of ICT to come, because I've always wanted to ask them now as colleagues, because members of parliament and ministers, they are colleagues. You are the people who need support indeed. But I don't know those ones who are being supported. I don't know where they come from. So indeed, I would like to thank the innovators for putting up with all that you do. You sometimes use your resources, burn the midnight candle to come up with the cutting edge solutions for this country. I think one day you need to visit the minister. Maybe if you can't come here, you can go there. One time there was a slogan, if you can't come to the ghetto will come to parliament. Indeed, the ghetto came to parliament and we saw what it means. I think, CEO, we need to get all these innovators and we storm some of those offices. Indeed, there is a particular area where I've been touched, especially when you involve the women innovators. Many times we think some of these are for the men. When I was doing my course, we used to have some ladies, and indeed I realized that ladies are very good programmers. They would write code. Of recent, you are normally using this drag and drop apps, but those days you'd have to scratch your head. You get Fortran. I don't know how many of you have used Fortran. There's another one, Cobalt, very hard. C++. I don't know whether you're still using. Yes, so I would see ladies beating us, and indeed, we need to thank the lady innovators. What you are doing is a great innovation, and as a politician, I've seen when you empower a lady, you have empowered the nation. Some of you, I don't know whether you have some people who come from up country, most of you call you .com. But when you go to the villages, we the politicians make that analysis. You find the ladies are seriously involved in work to support the families. But the men, some of them are on local brews very early in the morning, called Muramba. Any Michiga there? Hey, you know that. So, really, the lady innovators, I'm very happy about you. These solutions you are creating have a very big impact in different sectors: agriculture, health, education, insurance, banking, and of course, the biggest is financial inclusion. And some of them are really targeting the lower level of the pyramid. That group, if you want to change society, it should be the group you should target. We are really happy with your innovations. Indeed, I shouldn't go very far. I want to thank the exhibitors too. You've made your products, you need to show the world what the products can do. You need to demonstrate to the world, and how I wish, CEO, I don't know whether we shouldn't join the exhibition at Uma Showgrounds. You are in software. This is a very big innovation. People who are in hardware, they exhibit theirs. We shouldn't only stop here. We need to storm the Uma Showgrounds and at least get some stalls and show people what we are doing. I don't know how you'll do it, because everyone may want to exhibit their program, their apps and the projects. I would like to thank the panelists. You are wonderful people. And the media, if you didn't have the media team, definitely would not reach out to the bigger audience. Indeed, I have to thank in a special way the partners. Without those partners, whom I will not mention, because there are many, we wouldn't go very far. as the CEO has said, 19 years, and the brand has moved, and the impact you've created is very big. He has now become the benchmark for the entire East African region. Why don't we clap for high people? I think this is where I have to end. Politicians, we talk too much, but you have to forgive us. Once again, I have to thank all of you, and let's keep the candle burning as the leadership of high people. Yes, we need to go beyond, to engage the static political leaders in our country to appreciate our work. In Uganda, we say, Chifuba Dembe. I think you know that. So I want to thank you. Indeed, we wish you a journey masters. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Now it's time for great moments. If you know you want a picture with the Honorable, he's right here. Just come on the podium, take a picture with the CEO, Mr. Kawoya, and yes, have a good time. It's been pleasure meeting all of you. If you want to make an extra money through online trading, that's Forex trading, reach out to me. Away from the financial services doing, okay? If you want to make another extra income through online trading, you can reach out to me, Rita Cabanyero. Check out my platforms, Rita Cabanyero, on Facebook, Twitter, and everywhere. Today, make sure you retweet every photo, every content about the 40 days, 40 FinTech Landscape Exhibition. I had the CEO give us free tickets. Oh my God, I only had 2 claps, only 2 claps for the tickets. Ladies and gentlemen, they have given us free tickets to go to exhibit around Serena Hotel on that particular date. So, in addition, to come with your spouse, to come with your grandmother, to come with any or your daughter, that's really amazing. Thank you so much, Mr. Kawoya, for that opportunity here. But don't forget to register your name, meanwhile, if you want to be part of that. Time for... So let me just shout out to the partners of the 40 Days of High People in organizing this particular event. That is High People, of course, the first one. We have Model Loop Foundation, we have Crosslake Technology, we have Infitix, we have Cyber PLC, we have the Ideation Corner, and of course, include everyone, not forgetting the Level 1 project. Take a picture. You never know, you're going to Parliament next 2 years from now. 2026 is coming. Who is next to Parliament? If you don't take a picture, blessings start from there. Now those of us who want to become CEOs, I'm going to stand, If you want to become a member of Parliament, Telson Uganda, Teslon Uganda, Teslon Uganda, if you're around, please come for your certificate. Well done, congratulations again. I think for Teslon, you're even lucky, you're going to have a picture with the certificate with the CEO and the patron. Don't worry, I know some of you are wondering how you'll get your memories, your pictures. They will be sent via link as you always get them. We have your contacts, so we shall share a link. One thing we shall all have in common about these moments, these pictures, is that we are all going to share the same minister's position, honorable's position, the same posture. We are very lucky. So if you find any other picture or photo that has any other posture, it will be photoshopped. His is that. Good smiles. Teslon Uganda, where are you? Teslon Uganda, please be next and you take along the certificate.